This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains. How I figured.
Yo, what's good, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of The Perspective. I am your host, Brooklyn 80s, back with another good episode for you guys today. And today we're gonna be talking about just the WNBA in general. Obviously, we're gonna touch on the flagrant foul. Um, we're gonna touch on, you know what? I'm happy. I always watch my videos back. Before I get into that, hold on. Make sure you like, subscribe, um, hype the videos, holler at me in the comments. You already know I holler back. Um, and all of the things. Now that I got that out the way, uh, I gotta pause myself. I always start these videos off. Beware, what up, my brother? I always start these videos off with talking about I want to touch on things. I apologize. That's diabolical by me. I know better than that. When I start these videos, I'm just trying to be professional and I don't realize what I'm saying. And I watch the videos back and I'm just like, I'm like, what the hell am I talking about? I gotta pause myself for wanting to touch on things. So let me start there. With that said though, we're gonna talk about the flagrant foul. We're going to talk about some, just some of the things that transpired throughout the week. I've been seeing a lot of people comments on Facebook, and I'm in the comment sections. I hop in these comment sections and talk to these people. We're going to talk about the fever games coming up, and whatever else people want to talk about when they hop in the when people join up. Be well. What up, my brother? What's going on, everybody? Everybody palling. So we could start getting into this. The first thing I want to first topic, right? First thing we're gonna bring up is the flagrant foul. And I don't want to just talk about the flagrant. First of all, let's talk about the flagrant foul. Let's be clear because I'm saying one thing that's annoying me. I'm a new women's basketball fan. Let me be clear. I've been here about 3 years now. I started. I became a women's basketball fan because of seeing Angel Reese. And then the funny thing is, I'm seeing a lot of people rewrite history. Who was the biggest star and all that? Whatever. You could tell who wasn't watching when they start to make up revisionist history. But anyway, I started watching because Angel Reese, and I'm happy to be here. I never thought I would be a fan of women's basketball, but I am. And I want to be an ambassador to the game and bring more people. And I know a lot of people that's smart, knowledgeable into the game, but they just don't know about women's basketball. So I know there's a lot of people out there like that into basketball, don't know how great women's basketball is. So I want to bring people in. Um, but the one thing I could say that I actually hate about being here, and I love being here, but the one thing I hate about being here is realizing how much people don't know basketball. It just seemed like people got into the girls' game just to like support women or some shit. Because a lot of people say things. I'm like, that don't make sense. I've seen somebody say it wasn't a flagrant foul because of the way Angel was leaning. I'm like, yo, bro. There's somebody I'm arguing on Facebook, and mind you, I go look at his page. He like, he got baseball stuff, so he's probably a baseball fan. Don't know nothing about basketball rules. Basketball for the people who don't know. First of all, I like to educate. Let's be clear. I ain't gonna judge you. All of our basketball knowledge is different. I don't know everything about basketball. I listen to people smarter than me too. So if I know a little bit more than you, let me educate you. Basketball is a non-contact sport. A lot of people don't know that. People think it's supposed to be all super physical. No. Anytime it's physical, that means the ref let something go. Basketball is a non-contact sport, meaning anytime it's any type of confrontation where the bump could change or force a person's shot, anything like that, it's supposed to be a call. A lot of times those calls don't get called because that's what we call just letting them play. But it's supposed to be a call. So, and then also you got to know the rules, right? With flagrants, I meant to look up the rule. I kind of know it already, but I want to look it up to be clear. With a flagrant foul, if I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me. Gamble, what up, baby? Somebody correct me in the comments, right? Correct me in a if you watch this on a playback, if I got this wrong, correct me. But I'm pretty sure I'm right. A flagrant is when you have excessive contact and especially anything that's around the neck, right? A flagrant 2 is when it's unnecessary, right? I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. I could be wrong. Look it up. Correct me if I wanted to look it up myself. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. When you go back and look at that play, Izzy is behind Angel. There's nothing legal you could do behind a player in basketball. If you behind a player, you're beat. That's it. You gotta let it go. You could put your hand up and hope you maybe get a block or something like that. But any kind of contact is a foul. Any contact behind a person, it could be the slightest contact. If you behind a person, it's a foul, right? You can't play defense behind a person in basketball. Maybe in football, maybe in other sports, maybe in soccer, not in basketball, right? And then once you go over a person's neck, it is now it elevates from a foul, offensive foul, to a now offensive foul, excuse me, a defensive foul to a flagrant foul. And then once you use unnecessary excessive contact over a neck, it's a flagrant too. Like this is clear. But I'm seeing people saying, "Oh, I don't think that were in the flagrant too. I think Angel created that." I'm like, yo, she was behind Angel. She was already beat. So that's the one thing that annoys me in women's basketball. Finding out, and this was a man. This wasn't a woman. This was a man. Finding out how many people watch the sport and don't know anything about basketball. They just watch it for entertainment or whoever they like, or whatever the case may be. That's so annoying to me. I just, you expect a certain level of, I'm used to people knowing a little bit about basketball when I have debates and arguments. I start to have arguments with people who don't know nothing about what they talking about. That shit is annoying. So yeah, I've been arguing with people in these comments just on simple things. Just I watched TikTok. I watched a TikTok video and shout out to this woman. And she was saying same thing. She don't think it was a offensive foul. Well, I mean a flagrant two. I just told her to go, look up the rules and learn a little bit about the sport you're critiquing. I seen another woman on TikTok. She actually made a lot of sense. She compared Angel to a workplace, and she was basically talking about cooperative, the breakdown. What she was saying in a nutshell, she was basically saying that um if you in a workplace, the boss, you knew coming in, the boss might hype you up. This person is gonna come and kill it for the team or whatever. And the people that's already there start hating, right? We know Angel went through that. And she was saying that sometimes the older lady that you see there that you want to look up to be the person hating on you. Should compare that to Izzy. And then she was saying like sometimes HR is like the refs. All that's a great analogy for the workplace. Terrible for basketball, right? Because she was just like, "Oh, let's go, Angel. We got your back." And the one thing I keep trying to tell uh, fans of Angel, I'm a fan of Angel. For the people who don't know, I'm a fan of Angel. I keep trying to tell people when you just root for Angel, you being detrimental to the team because you don't win championships that way. If we Angel Reese fans and we want the best for Angel and we want Angel to win the championship, we gotta root for Jordan Canada. We can't be like Jordan Canada is terrible. We can't do that. We gotta root for Alicia Gray. We can't be like Alicia Gray need to stop shooting, just get a ball to aim. We can't do that. We gotta want Alicia Gray to find her rhythm. We gotta root for Ryan Howard. We can't be like Ryan Howard just throwing the ball up. She need to stop. Can't do that. We gotta be like, yo, Ryan Howard, we support you. I support you. I got your back. I know you're shooting too much right now, but get it together. You gotta be more supportive. Right? That's how you win championships because you need Angel can't win it by herself. Right? Angel is not gonna be able to win a championship if they just come down and just focus on making sure Angel is comfortable. Not Nas got to be comfortable. When Bree Jones come back, she got to be, and they all got to take shots, make shots. They all got to work together. Usually, it's a 12-woman roster. Usually, coaches play 8 to 9 players in the playoffs. Those 8 to 9 players got to be locked in. Look at just what happened if anybody watched the finals with the Knicks and the Spurs. You see the same players out there for both teams. You seen the same players out there, and all those players need to be on a string. It ain't just come down to Wemby or Jalen Brunson, right? Whoever your favorite player is. It ain't just come down to them. It came down to um I'm trying to think of the kid's name. They escaping me right now. But it came down to everybody making a contribution on both teams. And that's what we need to do as Angel Reese fans, if we Angel Reese fans, we need to start rooting for the team. We need to start rooting for the coach because I'm gonna tell you like this: people saying I've heard people that I've had conversations with on here, and I've heard and I watched some videos of other people on TikTok or whatever the case may be, saying things like, "Oh, the offense don't work. They need to change the offense." One thing I can tell you is no team ever won a championship by saying, "Let's go against the coach." But most teams that win championships buy in. And I'm gonna give y'all a perfect example. Doc Rivers. A lot of people don't like Doc Rivers as a coach, right? But Doc Rivers won a championship. Wanna know why? Because that 2008 team he had, they bought into what he was doing. So regardless if you like him and don't like him as a coach, if you want to win, you got to buy in. You can't be like, I don't like how the coach is coaching. Let's throw the coach's offense out. Let's do what we want to do, or let's bring somebody else in. It don't make sense. Like basketball wise stuff don't make sense. So this is me just trying to educate. Y'all could, if you watch this back, shout out to the people that's in here watching right now in the chat. I'm gonna get to y'all chat, which y'all saying in a minute. Give me 1 second. I just had to get this off. Um, if you watch this back in the comments and you agree or you disagree, that's cool. I ain't trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to show. Let me say this last thing before I start to get to the comments. Getting back to that 2008 Boston Celtics team, and not only that team, there's two players I want to mention, and I think people need to think about this, right? When we're thinking about what the Atlanta Dream could do. Kevin Garnett and Rasheed Wallace was two of the most unselfish superstars in NBA history, and here's why. KG, in KG's case for the Boston Celtics. When KG went to Boston, KG overall was the best player on the Boston Celtics. Period. He was a top dog. But he was smart enough to know his best attribute isn't shooting the ball or being a being clutch, scoring and clutch and crunch time. Paul Pierce is much better at that than KG, right? Ray Allen was a sharpshooter. So what KG did was he empowered them, his two perimeter players, to be great. And he stepped in and did all the dirty work and everything else that they couldn't do. And when it came down to certain moments when they needed a bucket, then they go into KG. But KG he ain't going there demanding the ball, saying the ball need to just come to me. No, he empowered Rondo. He empowered Ray Allen. He empowered Big Perk. He empowered his teammates to do their jobs. And he said, you know what, I'm gonna just come in and when y'all need me to be a superstar, I'll be that superstar, right? But you guys do you. He allowed Paul Pierce to be the guy to take the most shots. He allowed Paul Pierce to be the guy to take the shots in crunch time. Same thing with Rasheed Wallace on the Detroit Pistons, right? In 2004, he got traded to the Detroit Pistons and won a championship in the same year. Why? Because he didn't come there, even though he was the best player, like talent-wise, overall, he was the most skilled player. He didn't come there saying, I need to get the ball. Give me the ball. He allowed Rip, Chauncey Billups, Rip and Chauncey Billups to both be the scorers, right? Big shot. Um, Chauncey Billups was known as Big Shot. So he would take the shots in the clutch and crunch time. Rip Hamilton was the guy who took the shots throughout the game. Like he was the main person that they ran plays for. Rasheed Wallace ain't come there saying, give me the ball, even though he has the mismatch on most nights. He's the best player on most nights, and they could have played through him if they want. Nah. He went to that team and he allowed Ben Wallace to be Ben Wallace. He allowed Tayshaun Prince to be Tayshaun. He allowed Rip to be Rip and Chauncey to be Chauncey, and they eventually won a championship. So now when I look at this Atlanta Dream team, and this is a great trade. Adrian went to a team that has great pieces on it around her. And I love what they're doing. If you watch how they've been growing um, throughout the year, they've been getting better game by game, right? They just need to figure out their offense. Their offense is kind of there. The last game they played Toronto, they just scored in the hundreds, which is what they've been struggling to do. They've been in the 80s a lot. In the 80s, I don't know if they've been in the 90s too much. They've been around in the high 80s, which um which has been a weakness, right? But they've been playing defense well. They've been communicating. They've been They started off the year not really getting Angel the ball. They getting her the ball more. Angel's actually taking. She's learning the offense more. She's taking more initiative, right? Getting the ball to the rim and things of that nature. But we got to embrace everybody. We got to trust Carl's offense, right? And a lot of people got his offense messed up. I'm gonna actually do some videos on his offense. His offense is just a read and react offense. Everybody thinks, oh, he just want to shoot threes. That's not his offense. You just again, you don't know basketball. His offense is take the best available shot, whether that's in the paint or that's at the three. And here's another thing I'm gonna say about the offense, just for the people who don't. And it's okay. We all learning. Sometimes we don't know things. Here's another thing that's important to know about his offense, or just any offense in general. All right, so let's use Asia Wilson for example. That's who everybody know. That's everybody's go-to, right? Asia Wilson is a great post player. She's a great perimeter player too. She's pretty much a three-level scorer. She could score anywhere, but she's a great post scorer, right? So you could get a ball to her in the paint. She could get a bucket. So every team don't have an Asia Wilson, or every team don't have a player that's great at getting a bucket on the inside. What if your biggest Kia Stokes? What if your guard is Kennedy Carter? You get what I'm saying? You want Kennedy Carter to be able to score in the paint as well as be able to shoot threes, right? But the way she's gonna be able to score in the paint is if you space the floor, which means your center got to move out of the paint so Kennedy Carter can now attack the paint. That's what his offense does. It's a spacing offense to allow everybody to kind of be dangerous on attack. Now, what happens is the players sometimes get lazy, and that's why I try to tell people stop blaming Carl because it's not the offense, it's the players. When Ron Howard comes down and she starts chucking up shots and she's missing, that's on Ryan. She got to be smart enough to say, "Let me get somebody else going," or "Let me get to the basket, let me get to the line, let me get fouled." That's on Ryan. That's not on Carl. That's not the offense. You get what I'm saying? But a lot of people don't know what they watch and they think like, oh, all Carl want to do is shoot threes. No, he wants you to take the best available shot. And he's not gonna be mad at you for shooting a three if you believe in it. But it's up to you to be smart and say, nah, I'm taking too many. Right? That's up to the player. Right. So I'm gonna get off my little rant. Hopefully some people was able to learn something. Hopefully people took something positive out of that. And if not, cool. I don't care, to be honest with you. But I'm here to educate and give people, just a little bit of knowledge of the game. Like I said, definitely holler at me in the comments. Tell me if you disagree. Tell me if you think I'm crazy. Tell me if you understood. Tell me if you learned something. All of the things. But let me get to my comments and see what my people are saying in the chat. In the chat. In fact, let me drop the link too. I'm gonna drop the link tonight. How do I do that? You tell I ain't do this in a minute, right? The link is here. No, that's not the link. Actually, I think that was a link. Oh, sorry. That's a link. I don't know how to drop the link. I forgot. I forgot. Um, is that it? Invite. Oh, there you go. Copy. There you go. Paste. All right. So the link in the chat, if anybody want to join and give me their opinion on anything. But B Will says, Joe Brooklyn, what's going on, Brody? What's going on? He says, all good, bro. Just watching the Aces game. I got the game on right now, too. I got it on mute. I got the game on mute. My bro Gamble says, you're. Shout out to all my Knicks fans, too. You know what I mean? I'm not a Knicks fan, but I'm a proud New Yorker. Happy for my city and all that. Shout out to all the Knicks fans out there. B. Will says, you could comment a hard foul, which is what I think Izzy was trying to do, to commit a hard foul. Yeah, but you can commit hard fouls, but not behind a person, not from that angle. Like that's a hard foul is when you grab somebody, you don't let them go for the layup. And that's usually when you're in front of a person, you stopping them. You don't just grab somebody behind their neck. Peter uh Peter Smoltz. What up, bro? What up, Peter says, your stewed chicken. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe you trolling. Gamble says you have to watch the view from the front of Angel, and you can see she made contact with her head and pull her neck. Yeah, brief. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When you look at it, you can clearly see, like, okay, that's a flagrant. You get what I'm saying? Because there's certain things you can and can't do in basketball. Like, it is what it is. Like, it ain't about how you feel. If you felt like it was, you just can't do it. Like, it's not a part of the game. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, if you watch the play, you can see um it was a illegal play. It is what it is. B Will says gamble not on Izzy. Wait, did I skip? Because I saw some people that I'm not. How'd I end up at the end already? Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm bad, y'all. Okay, I was here. I was here. Miss D. Miss D says, "Hey Brooklyn, what's good, Miss D? How you?" Okay, you talking to B Will right there. Gamble says, "I watched the game and I didn't see this dominance as he had over Angel. I just exactly. That's another point. You actually reminded me about what else I'm gonna talk about. Is that I forgot to actually get into the other plays in the game, but Angel was being hacked. In fact, I just talk about it now really quickly. Angel was being hacked the whole game. A lot of people want to talk about her shooting percentage that game, but anybody and first of all, let's be clear. Anybody who bring up Angel shooting, that's another thing. Anybody who bring up Angel shooting percentage tells me you ain't been watching. Because for the past 6 games, I believe it was, she been her field goal percentage been over 50%. She's been playing well. So this game, she happened to have a bad field goal percentage, but it's because she's been being hacked the whole game. Like the girl is like literally slapping her arm, coming around her, like leaning on her body, all of the things. So yeah, Angel is going up, being beat up, and people was worried about her field goal percentage, but not worried about her getting fouled, which is crazy. So that's a great point. That's a great point, Gamble. Um, okay, y'all talking about Netflix. Did I see? Didn't see a full third. Gamble says, did she? I didn't see the full. Oh, okay. I don't know what y'all talking about. Is I was talking about Netflix or something. B Wells says, yeah, Rasheed came to the Pistons and was the ultimate team player. Exactly. And he could have demanded the ball for real because he was the best player at that time on that team. He was the best, coming from Portland and everything he did in Portland, you know, and all of the skills he had, being able to shoot the three ball, being having the post fade with the high shot, being that athletic, can handle the ball, get to the basket, you know, he could have been more selfish, but he was an unselfish superstar, allowing the teammates around him to flourish. And he was able to win a championship. Same thing with KG. Same thing I see with Angel, hopefully. And like I said, from the team looking in, I feel good about it because they're not what the fans is doing, they're not doing. You don't see like in fighting and stuff like that. But with the fans, I'm hearing a lot of fighting. There's a lot of the coach need to stop coaching the way he coaching. The players need to stop playing the way they playing. They need to just get Angel the ball. And it's like, yo, shut up, because y'all don't know basketball. I get y'all Angel Reese fans, and I am too. So we want the best for Angel, but it's a team sport, so you can't just go in like this. Just don't work like that. Everybody, teams that buy in and come together are the teams that win the championships. Teams that like start fighting and blaming and pointing fingers and that's not gonna go nowhere. So it just annoys me when I hear that because we all want the same thing, right? And here's another thing. Let me point this out too. I want the best for Angel. I don't care what CC got going on. People keep saying, "Oh, that's a CC take." You absolutely right. Let them fight amongst themselves. I don't care about I don't care about Caitlin Clark and the finger pointing and all that. I don't care about them. I don't care. I'm not here for that. I'm here for Angel. So I care about a healthy environment and the fan base and for Angel on the team. So I'm just calling out what I see, what I know. That's it. People could take it how they want. You want to agree with it, you want to disagree with it, you believe it, you don't. Cool. I really don't care. But I'm a truth teller, so I always got to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Listen, everybody, make sure y'all hit that like button too. Hit the like button. Um, you know what I mean? And y'all, like I tell y'all every time I do this, and I don't care how many people watching me. Doesn't bother me. I don't care if it's one of y'all. I don't care if I got 100 of y'all. I'm gonna give y'all the same energy. So just I appreciate you guys for supporting me. I appreciate everybody that's gonna watch this on the playback. Just make sure you guys hit the like button for me. Make sure you hit the hype button for me. And all of the things. I appreciate it. Gamble says she kept Angel off the balls as well, which was clearly the game plan. Literally chose boxing Angel out over playing defense. Actually, that's not true because even though Angel wasn't playing well as far as field goal percentage, she was leading the team in rebounds, I believe, and it might have been both teams. I have to go back and check, but Angel ended up with 11, I believe, 11 offensive rebounds. So they wasn't keeping Angel off the boards, but they was stopping Angel from scoring. Angel wasn't scoring, but she was still getting boards. She had like 10 in the first half. Or am I tripping? I don't know who she is, but in the first half, Isabel had 17. Isabel had 15, and she got ejected when she had 17. Angel had I'm not sure how much points she had because she was it was a bad game for her. She was struggling. But I know once she sat down and came back in that third, she took off. Angel ended up with 15 and 17. You know what I mean? So she ended up getting her numbers anyway after all of that. Gamble says, I saw her, but I think Angel saw that and made room because if she's scoring and she letting us, I think that's a W for ATL. I don't really understand yet what you said there, but I think I understand what you was trying to say. And yeah, Angel won the war, right? Angel won the war. She won the battle too because she ended up getting Isabel ended up getting herself kicked out. But Angel won the war. But all of those it's funny because Isabel had her little 15 minutes of fame, right? For one day or so. As soon as she went and played Indiana, all those people, which we knew was CC fans, like, come on. It's either CC fans or just Angel Reese haters. It could be anybody. It could be, anybody who hate Angel from whatever school, from whatever, super, other stars in the league. The people who hate Angel came out of nowhere. And it was loving Izzy. And don't get it twisted, because I was an Izzy fan before this too. Izzy rubbed me the wrong way. But I'm sitting here like, okay, as soon as you go play the Fever, you 33%. Why nobody bringing up your field goals? Now all of a sudden field goals don't matter. She was just 30. She shot 412. She shot 412 versus Indiana. Where all Izzy fans at now? You get what I'm saying? And then on top of that, if anybody and is again, people is weird because all these people with the most to say be people who don't watch. All these people who was fans and loving Izzy one, she ain't been she's been on a bench for the past 2 years, right? She's been hurt for like the past 3 or 4. Like I don't even know when she got hurt on Dallas. She been in right, and she's been fighting her way back from injury ever since. Like she keeps trying to come back, and then something hurt and something whatever, and she So I'm not a hater. So I was rooting for her. I'm still rooting for her to come back, but like that was just nasty and disgusting. You mad old. You mad old hating on a 20, you know what I mean? Like you mad because Angel came into the league and started? Like that's your beef? That's silly. That's a silly beef to have, man. Like that's what made me look at Izzy differently now. Cause it's like that's what you mad at 2 years later? Cause she started over you? That's crazy. Gamble says I saw it different then. So what different? I dropped the link too, like I said. So if y'all want to come up and say how y'all feel, y'all can. But I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by saw it different. I see you, be well. Let me change the cameras real quick because I got to change the cameras for you to be seen. Let me change the layout to change it to this one. And now let me add you up. There we go. What's going on, be well?
What's good, Brooklyn? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's good? What's going
What's
on?
good, man? Long time. Long time.
Long, long time, man. I've been going through a lot. I've been, I don't know if I'm gonna ever tell people. I've been thinking about telling people. I've been thinking about not telling people, but I've been going through a lot. But nothing I can't handle. Number one, and number two, when it's resolved, I'll be back. I will be back. Like this is not even me back yet. This is just me like knowing that I need to start. I need to start doing lives and stuff like that again. But I'm still taking care of business and everything. So that's why I haven't been around. But I appreciate that.
Hey, man. I just, I don't know what's going on, but all I can say is I'm wishing you nothing but the best. Pray
Appreciate it.
for,
Appreciate it.
pray you come out on the other side or whatever it is, bigger and better.
Yeah. I
You know,
always
'cause,
put God first. I'm gonna land on my feet no matter what. Like I'm good. Like I ain't, you know what I mean?
yeah.
I ain't never been the type to like feel like, I can't handle my problem. Like I always been the type person that been like no matter what happens, I'm gonna be good. Like that's just my personality. So I appreciate that, but I'm gonna definitely be good because like I said, I always put God first. So I'm straight. But getting back into to the conversation at hand, though, what's your thoughts on anything that I discussed so far?
Man, I just gotta put this out there. Let me first say that I don't disagree it was a flagrant foul. I don't disagree with that at all.
Mm,
But for me, I actually didn't watch the game in real time. I was tied up, and so I didn't actually watch the game until the day after.
okay.
And it was after I had seen the play. And so when I watched the game, seeing all this on social media about how chippy it was, et cetera, et cetera. And so when I watched the game, I was looking for the chippiness. I really was.
Yeah.
So I was interested to see where it started. But all I saw was basketball for the vast majority of the game, especially when uh, looking at Angel and Izzy. It was just basketball. It didn't seem like it was any kind of bad blood at all for most of the first half until Angel knocked the ball out of Izzy's hands. That's the first chippiness that I saw. Otherwise, it
Mm,
was just basketball. It was clear to me that Sandy Brondello's game plan for Izzy was, hey, keep Angel off the board. So that's what Izzy was doing. It wasn't anything that was overly physical. It was just boxing out. I could tell Angel was getting frustrated, but I don't think it was any more than just normal frustration in the game. In that regard, I think she did get a couple fouls not called for her, but I also saw a bunch of a few times where it looked clean to me. But
yeah.
anyway, so coming up on the flagrant again, it seemed like it was just basketball, and to me, if you watch that sequence, and I think it might have been a sequence before, or it might have been the same, but Angel hit Izzy in the head, elbow Izzy in the head twice.
Mhm.
Now, it wasn't anything that was intentional. It was just trying to get position, right?
Mhm.
So I don't imagine any ill intent like that from Angel, but I think that can frustrate if you Izzy getting smacked in the head a couple times, that can frustrate you. And what I see in the play is that, yep, when the ball got thrown to Angel in the paint, Izzy was already beat.
Mhm.
And I think her intention was just to commit a hard fall and keep her from going up. But Angel strong, and she bodied into Izzy. And what I saw was both Angel's feet come together, going in one direction. You're gonna fall. So she fell into Izzy. Izzy was already in a bad position, committing a hard foul, and Angel knocked Izzy down as she was falling, and Izzy just hung on. To me, it's as simple as that. Is it a flagrant foul? Yes, yes, but I don't think like all the hate and
So you
vitriol
think
people having
you think it's a
for Izzy.
you think it's
Is,
a flagrant one, and you don't think it's a flagrant two. You think it
so
should have been a flagrant one in your opinion. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing you say.
I'm saying so. There's a couple. There's nuance to it because you
Mhm.
can get a flagrant two
Yeah.
and it not be intentional. You know what I mean? Like for me, I don't think it was intentional by the rule, and uh, and I've changed my mind on this. So initially, yeah, I thought it was. For me, I thought it was a flagrant one. I wouldn't have kicked her out. But
Somebody in the chat. Some
but when you
some
go by the
listen,
rule,
you
yes,
you lose it in chat. I'm telling in chat.
I don't care. You know me, Brooke. You know I don't care
I
about
know. Listen, I'm just.
I don't care if you
I
agree or
gotta
disagree.
engage. I gotta engage everybody. I gotta.
Yeah, I don't care if they agree or disagree with me. It's
Yeah,
how I saw the play. And so back to what you asked me if I thought it was a flagrant one or flagrant two.
yeah.
Initially seeing it, yeah, I thought it was a flagrant one. But by the rule, yeah, as you spell out the elements of what a flagrant two is,
And that was off the top of my head. I could be
yeah,
wrong. I'm pretty
no,
sure
you're
I'm
right.
right.
You're right. You're
I'm pretty
right
sure I'm
because
right, but I just off the top of because I wanted to look it up to be because I like to be like factual. So I wanted to look it up to have the facts, but I forgot to look it up. So now I had to go off the top of my head. And so off the top of my head, I believe that's what the law is. Is flagrant one means excessive contact, right? Is especially around the neck, excessive
hmm
contact, and flagrant two mean unnecessary
yep,
excessive contact.
and you're right. It was for me. It's the around the neck, and it was uh the hard foul because how she draped over Angel. I think even if they hadn't gone down, I think that should have been a flagrant one. So even if they
All
hadn't
right, so
fallen, I think how she fouled Angel, that should have been a flagrant one. So
let me let me respond to the things that you said, right? And I know you, so I know you are a reasonable guy. So I know when you saying what you're saying, you're not one of those people who just hate Angel. That's just trying to say, oh, I don't think anything happened. I know that's not where you coming from, right?
of course not.
Where I
Mm-hmm.
think you are, where I think you are coming from, and this happens to us all the time. You ever went to go I'm gonna tell you when it happened for me. Actually, I'm gonna tell you I'm gonna tell you an example, and I'm gonna tell you the real life example. So the example is this: you ever heard about a TV show or a movie, and somebody overhyped it to you, and then you went and watched it, and you was like, "Wait a minute, they said this is supposed to be amazing. This is not that good, right?" It might be a movie that you would have enjoyed had they not said nothing though. But since
Mm-hmm.
they told you how good it was, and it ain't living to that, you almost hate the movie now. You almost, and then it's almost like terrible to you now because it was overhyped before you got there, right? And then the real
Mm-hmm.
life example for me was the Popeyes chicken sandwich. When the Popeyes chicken sandwich first came out, people was like lining up, or you know what I mean? It was like, and I had it, and I'm like, it's good, but it's all right. Like it ain't that serious where I need to be on no crazy line waiting 30 minutes, but it's a good sandwich. I like it, right? That's a real life example. I think what happened was because you heard it was so chippy, you was almost expecting a fight or something like that happened, right? So when you watched it and then you just saw the physical play, you're like, oh, this is just basketball. Like, why is everybody overreacting? So I think because of that, you miss what some things that actually happen. Let me give you examples. Maybe you need to go watch it again with another eye. Let me give you an example. Did you see the play where Angel got the ball and then she went up and then Marina blocked it and then Izzy blocked it. She went up like 3 times and they blocked this. Did you see that play? You
I
remember
sure
that play
did.
in the game? Do you
100% do.
did you see Angel getting fouled in that play?
Absolutely not.
Exactly, and that's my point. I guarantee you, if you go watch it again, you're gonna be like, "Oh, damn, they was hacking the shit out of her right there." You get what I'm saying? Because what happens is sometimes when somebody tell us something ahead of time, they overhype it. You know what I mean? This was a polarizing game. Nobody was expecting this, right? This came out of nowhere. Nobody had on their bingo card or watch Angel and Izzy get into it tonight. You get what I'm saying? So when it
That's not
happened,
true, but go ahead.
everybody. No, that is true. I'm not saying that. Maybe I'm not. I'm talking about the majority of people now. I'm not saying like
Okay, okay.
you the exception and you like, oh yeah, there's about to be a fight tonight. I'm
No,
talking
but
about nobody
it's
was
not
going
even
into this.
I'm talking
My
about the commentary.
my
So the
point is
previous
the
commentary.
majority. When I speak, hold on.
Yeah,
When I speak, I'm talking about the majority of people. I'm
I
not
got you.
talking about every. I'm not talking about every single person in the world, right? I'm talking
I
about the
got
majority. Nobody turned on this game and was like, "Oh yeah, it's about to be one of them." Not Toronto and Atlanta. After nobody cared about this game really. Like this is just we trying to get to fever, right? This was everybody worried about the fever. Nobody's worried about Toronto, right? And then also Izzy is not even a big enough star for anybody to even care about Izzy. A lot of people don't know who Isabel Harrison is. She just made a name for herself. You get what I'm saying? So no, my
you.
point
I'll cover
is
that point in a second.
this was a polarizing game for a lot of people because it reopened some wounds, right, from the Chicago Sky days and
Hmm.
vets hating on Angel. Reopened those wounds, and it allowed a lot of Angel Reese haters to come out and know. Look, this gives you a perfect example. Angel Reese been shooting well, but Angel Reese haters ain't have nothing to say. They couldn't wait for a game like this to be like, look at her field goal percentage. You get what I'm saying? So everybody was just trying to make their content this week. That's why I didn't. That's why mine is coming out now because I, I did say, yo, I watched the game. So I did say, yo, let me make something, but I watched everybody else do what they did. I said, I'm gonna chill. I'm not even gonna make nothing. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Even this, you see, is not even like that. I'm not even going in. I'm just really speaking about it, but I'm not even like going in super passionate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we just having a basketball conversation.
Hey,
Everybody
listen,
else,
Brooklyn,
though,
you always fair. You always fair.
yeah, no, but what I'm saying is I'm seeing a lot of people use this as a reason to be super passionate, right? Super,
Hmm.
and I had to change my title. My title was about to be way more polarizing than the one I put up, right? I ain't even gonna because I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to make it too political. But shout out to the people that's watching me. If y'all been paying attention to what's going on if y'all know the name Richard Cho, right, in South Carolina, the store owner that chased the kid that he got off, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And then you know about the other kid, Carmelo Anthony in the tent,
Yep.
right? He he
Yep.
he he sent away for 30 years, right, for defending himself, right? He
Hmm.
got approached by two bigger boys and he sent away. And then you start thinking about Zimmerman, you start thinking about all these things, and then you start thinking about Caitlyn, and you start thinking about every time Caitlyn get hit, what they say. You trying to hurt her. You trying to hurt the girl. Stop hitting the girl, right? But when Angel get hit, what people say. I don't even think it was that bad. In fact, I think it was Angel's fault. This is what I'm saying. So in my mind, I'm like, yo, that's crazy because when it comes to this, it's let's protect, let's not hurt the money. But when it comes to this, it's you could take the pain. It ain't that bad. So I was about to be more polarizing too, but I say, hey, I'm not gonna do that. Right? I'm gonna try to keep it on basketball. Let's just talk about basketball, and that's why I didn't even go there. But my point is, a lot of people went there. You get what
Hmm.
I'm saying? And because people went there, if you didn't watch, when you went and turned on your TV, you like, oh, what is everybody talking about? And if it didn't live up to the hype, you'll say something like, "Oh, this was just basketball." Which in the WNBA, we know they do play extra physical, right? That's not basketball. I'm gonna be honest with you, as a person that grew up watching basketball his whole life, the WNBA play they play football a lot. They don't play basketball. So somebody could see the play like Izzy did and think that's okay. That's not okay. That's that's never okay. Like, you know what I mean? Things get allowed in women's basketball because when the women wanted that, the players wanted that because the players wanted to show, hey, we're tough too. So the players, they wanted to allow the physicality. It's just that the physicality is getting out of hand. So now that the new players is in, the Angel and the Caitlins and all that is in the league, they trying to bring it back down to a reasonable level. They trying to keep the physicality in the game, but they try to make it not so much WWE. Like like we can actually fight on this court almost. Like, you know what I mean? They trying to take a little bit of that out of the game. So a lot of people, a lot of WNBA fans' eyes don't even realize they conditioned to see extra physical play that's not supposed to be in the game. Now, I'm not saying that it should be where the men's game is at now, where you can't touch nobody. I'm not saying that, right? That's the extra. That's one extreme to the other extreme. But you're not supposed to be beating people up on the basketball court, right? This basketball is a non-contact sport. People don't know that because, again, most people don't know basketball like that. They might watch football, and football is a contact sport. You can tackle somebody legally in football. You can't really put your hands on people in basketball, right? And a lot of people that watch basketball don't even really play it or never really played it for real life, so they don't even know, right? So those are just different things that I think happen. So that's why I'm saying in your case, and you could say if you feel like I'm wrong, you feel like I'm wrong, but I think in your case, somebody probably overhyped the game to you because from the tip, you could tell from the tip off the way Izzy swiped for the ball on a tip off, it was extra aggressive. So from tip off, it was extra aggression. And then each time they came down, Angel and Izzy, it was like something there. You could see it. It was something there. And it was more on Izzy's side. Angel was just playing another game because Angel ain't have a reason to be mad at Izzy, right? Angel started in Chicago. Angel's been having a good season. She had a good season last year. Angel don't have a reason to hate Izzy. But Izzy has a reason, a bitter reason to hate Angel because she feel like her fans came at her crazy in Chicago, right?
Hey,
Angel took her spot.
I gotta disagree with that.
All right, go ahead.
I gotta disagree with that. Because if the things went down.
Before you get into that, let me just say this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anybody
I'm sorry, finish land your plane. My bad.
No, I'm done. I'm just for the chat. Anybody that's interested in this conversation we having and want to, come up and respectfully give their opinion, I'm gonna drop the link again, and you could come up and give your opinion as well. Go ahead, be Will.
So what I disagree with is that if the things went down in Chicago the way folks believe that they went down, whatever your perspective on that is, I'm not going to say what mine is at all.
Nah, this what we here for. This is what we here for. You already know that this is a safe place, B. Will. Don't feel like you can't, you know what I mean? Even if I disagree with you, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, this is a safe place. So say how you feel.
Honestly, I think I would just be wasting my breath. Not on you. But I think it's because I said it enough. I'm gonna tell you why.
Let me tell you why you're not hold on. Let me tell you why you're not wasting your breath. We here, regardless of people agree with us or disagree with us, part of the reason why we here is to entertain the people, right? One reason why we here is to tell the facts or the things that we know, the things that we, you know what I mean? Our opinions. Yeah. But the other fact is to entertain the people. So you might have a group of people that be like, I was waiting for somebody to say what B. Will said. Or you might have a bunch of people that's going to be like, he's an idiot. You get what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter as long as you're saying things that entertains the people. So that's what I'm saying. Don't feel like you know what I mean? Get and say it. Somebody agree with you, they agree with you. They disagree with you, they disagree with you. It is what it is. As long as you standing on what you say, and you know what I mean? But get and say it.
Well, then I'll go ahead and say it. I'll keep it brief though. So if things went down the way they went down in Chicago, Izzy was a bad vet. She wasn't the only one, but she was a bad vet to Angel, right? And Camilla, right? That's cool. Angel took her spot. We all know that. That's cool. But for me, what I disagree with is that it's only bad blood on one side. Angel don't care.
Explain that. Explain. Break that down for me.
I don't believe that if things went down that way, I don't believe that Angel doesn't care. Right? I don't believe
when you
that
say don't care. That's what I'm saying. Explain. When you say don't care, what do you mean by that?
So we saying if the take that is only bad blood on Izzy's side.
Right.
I don't believe that it's
Well,
only
I
bad
was
blood
talking
on
about
Izzy's
just that game. I was talking about just that game. I'm not talking about anything before that. I'm talking about coming into this game. You get what I'm saying?
side.
But get
But where would the bad blood? So again, the bad blood between Angel and Izzy stems from their time in Chicago together, right?
okay.
And so all
Okay.
I'm saying is that it's bad blood on both sides. I would expect, and so this is. I think that's normal. I
Can
think
I
that
can
it's
I can
normal
I
that there would
interject
be
right
bad
there,
blood on
or
both
you want to finish? Can I interject
sides.
real quick? If you
Yeah,
want to finish, finish. No, the reason why I want to interject because I want to just make one point about what you just said, and that one point is here's why I disagree with you. Anytime somebody is successful in anything, it don't got to be when somebody is winning. They the ones that they could let it go. Whatever it was. You feel me what I'm saying? They the person that's up. The person that's not up be the person that hold the grudge. So that's why I feel like it's one-sided. Not that you can't not that you're not right about originally maybe both had a reason to be upset about whatever they was upset about. You get what I'm saying? But if I'm the person that's been winning, I've been up, my life been good, I'm getting double doubles, right? Like I'm winning. Like think about Angel's rookie season, right? And everything she may have went through that we don't know, right? Like you said, bad vets. Then think about those vets leaving. Angel is still starting with a new coach. You get what I'm saying? And she's still getting the double doubles. Her profile is still rising. It ain't like Angel went to the bench like Izzy did when she went to New York. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying they realities is different. I'm not saying they both didn't have it where it stemmed from, might not have been from the same place. But Angel been living her best life for the past 2 years. Izzy been kind of like fighting. She's still not starting. Like that's what people don't realize. Even in Toronto, she only started because Naira Sabali is hurt. So she still don't have a starting job. So if you what you was mad about is about Angel taking your spot, you still have a reason to be mad because you still on the bench. From then, right? She went from what I understand before she got hurt. When she was in Dallas, she was a starter, I think, right? I wasn't
no.
watching it. But okay, so I didn't know. I figured
Oh,
she was starting in
you
Dallas
talking about before Chicago?
before she got hurt, before she
Okay, yeah,
got to
I thought you were.
Chicago, what I'm saying is she was a starter. So she got hurt, right? And she expect when she got healthy, she was gonna start again. Why? Because they bringing in this rookie. This rookie can't take my spot, right? They bringing in this rookie. That spot is mine. I've been a starter in this league. Your spot got taken, and you never got your starting spot back again. So that's what I'm saying. For Izzy's side, she has more to be bitter at and mad at than Angel. Angel hasn't been struggling outside of the the GM stuff we know, like the organizational stuff or whatever. But Angel's been winning on the court. She's been doing her thing on the court, right? Izzy hasn't. So
Brooklyn,
that's where I'm saying is different.
Brooklyn. You
Yeah.
know how few people are able to be that mature and look past that stuff, that kind of thing. And I'm not saying again. I get what you're saying. If we use the term bitter, right?
Let
If
me
we
say
use
this
the
one
term
thing and I'm gonna
bitter,
shut up. Let me say this one thing. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up after this. You trying to tell me you think Angel for the past 2 years been playing, thinking about Izzy and was mad about Izzy and was looking forward to this game so she
that's not
could.
what I'm saying. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it is highly likely that Angel don't like Izzy.
Oh, that's. I'm sure it's a lot of people Angel don't like, but that's different than I don't like you. I'm coming to the game to beat you up because that's what happened. It was physical. You get what I'm
So
saying? I'm not saying that they
yeah,
best friends. I don't think they friends.
again, that being said, you don't like her. You don't like how she did you. This is the first time y'all actually getting the match. One of the first time they actually getting a matchup, right?
Mm.
I think it's highly likely. It's highly likely that they both playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. I think it's more likely that they're both playing with a chip on their shoulder, right?
Okay.
I'm not saying it's to the extent that people hyped it up to be, and especially how people are hyping it up since the flagrant foul happened.
Mm.
But what I'm saying is I think it's very likely that they both had somewhat of a chip on their shoulder because I don't think either of them like each other, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But to your point on how I watched the game, so what you have to understand about me, Brooklyn, is that I watch games a lot of times like I'm watching film. So I rewind, rewind, rewind. If it's something I want to see again, I rewind, rewind, rewind,
You
and see and
methodical.
look at it multiple times. Right. So when I say that, when I tell you what I saw, again,
Yeah.
agree or not, agree to disagree. When I
Mm,
say what I saw, when I tell you what I saw, it's really
yeah.
what I saw. It's really my
Okay.
perspective,
And I'm not.
and it's not colored
I respect
by
that
it's not colored by um, people's
biasness.
over
Yeah.
exaggeration. Yeah, over
Okay.
exaggeration of the
I
chippiness,
got you.
right?
I
Because
got you.
I'm looking for it,
I did
right?
say. Listen, when I said that, I did say I could be wrong. So
Oh yeah, yeah,
thank you for
yeah.
correcting me.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's not. It's
thank
just
you for correcting me.
I'm explaining. Yeah, you. I don't even necessarily think you were wrong. It's just a different perspective, which is what the name of the show is. Please, everybody, hit the like button, share, and subscribe.
Please, please.
But yeah, so
And
like
and if you
that's
feeling
how I saw it.
generous, hold on, be if you feeling generous, send a super chat. Go
There
ahead.
you go. Send a super chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, man. So that's kind of how I saw it. And like I said, I was actually surprised that
I
I
got a
couldn't
rebuttal
find
for you
the
too.
chip.
I
I
got
was
a rebuttal
surprised that
for
I
you.
couldn't find the chippiness. Right. I really couldn't find the chippiness between
All right,
either of
so
them
look,
that I expected to see.
you couldn't find a chippiness, right? Let me ask you this one question.
Hmm.
And I love the fact that I know you're a reasonable guy. So I kind of already know how you're gonna answer this. Since there was no chippiness and you feel like both Angel and Izzy both came into the game with the mindset that we don't like each other, right? It was on both sides, according to you, right?
I think it's likely. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not challenging that. I just got one
Yeah.
question. When you look at the way Angel played, did you notice anything different than what she's been doing in any previous game, right? And then when you look at the way Izzy played, did you notice anything differently in how she played it, anything she's been doing in any previous games you've seen her play?
The only
That's my
honestly,
question.
so the only thing that I know is different about either one of them playing was
Mhm,
that Izzy was intentionally boxing Angel out. That's what I
mhm,
noticed. She was putting the body on her, which Angel herself has said multiple times. If you don't like me getting rebounds, box me out. That's what I saw from
So
Izzy,
the last
and
the
all and
last
all
time,
and all the fouls that were
yeah,
called on Angel. That were committed against Angel that weren't called. Most of them, the vast majority of them, had nothing to do with Izzy.
okay.
Because again, I'm rewinding, rewinding, and rewinding, and looking. I'm like, where was all this bad blood? I didn't see. Honestly, I didn't see any bad blood until Angel smacked the ball out of Izzy's hand. That's the first time I saw it.
Okay.
It looked like normal basketball. Again, it was less than what I expected. It was less than what I would have expected if I had seen the game live. Right? I'm like, I would have been, because for me,
So
I'm gonna tell you,
you
I would
seen
have. But if I had watched the game live, I would have been looking at this matchup because, oh shoot, they actually playing. They got the matchup. They in the matchup. They are playing each
right.
other. You know, 1-on-1, right? They play a man on each other, right? So I would have expected to see a little chippiness, which again I didn't. I didn't
You
see,
did- so
again,
you
for
say
me. It wasn't
I,
even
I got to
overly
go back to
visible.
my question. So you telling me that you've seen Izzy play this way before, like with the passion, with the energy and the passion. You seen this before,
Yes,
or at least recently. I'm not saying she never ever had a game like this before, but like this don't this is look this looks like a different that energy Izzy came into the game with for me at
did you
least.
see?
You said you
Did you
haven't
see
seen
Izzy's
it.
game? Did you see Izzy game the game before?
No, I didn't see that.
She was very aggressive offensively.
Now I'm not talking about offensively. I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about in general. Like the
Okay.
aggression she was playing with that game. Not offensively trying to score. It's not what I meant. Even that, I never when the last time Izzy had 17 points in a game. Right? But I'm not even talking about that. I'm
I
talking
believe the game
about
before. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
talking about I'm talking about how physical she was playing.
Brooklyn.
Listen, I could be wrong. You listen. If you telling me I don't watch the Toronto Tempo. So
Brooklyn, that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Actually, I do watch the Toronto Tempo. Let me not say that, but I haven't seen This Izzy. I haven't seen This Izzy.
Brooklyn, that's what I'm trying to tell you. She wasn't that physical. To me,
Okay.
like in the game, she wasn't that physical. The only thing that stood out is that she was intentionally boxing Angel out to keep her off the boards, which is what makes me think it was part of Sandy's game plan.
All right. I listen. That's your opinion.
That's what I saw.
I respect your opinion, brother. Like you said, we'll respectfully. Before we because we've been back and forth. We could talk about something else. Before we move on to anything else, I just want to be clear. You saying that you felt like it was a flagrant. You're not sure if it was a flagrant. Oh, you said by the rule,
yes.
It's a flagrant too. Okay, I just want to know where you stood with that.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, please for the and you can tell the Angel Reese stands in the comments, by how they react to stuff that you
I don't gotta tell them. I don't gotta tell them because you respectable. You could tell them like this. You got the floor, okay? For Angel Reese fans watching, again, be well. You got the floor, okay?
I can tell the Angel Reese stands in the comments by how they react to a basketball take, and there's nothing that I said, Brooklyn, that was not a basketball take.
But they to their point though, be well. Regardless of hold on, I got a super chat. How you do it? Okay, let me put it on a thing. I'll do this. This is one thing I hate about the phone because I can't.
Yeah, it'd be hard to manage StreamYard from the phone.
I apologize, Reddit Milky. I want to put it on the screen. I don't know how to do that, but I want to say shout out to Reddit Milky Way. She sent me $10, and it says "Be well." Oh, okay, this is for you. She paid. I got you, Reddit. She paid to get at you. She says, "Be well. Do me a favor and rewatch the game. Some people don't perceive stuff that well live. No disrespect, but I think rewatching will change your opinion." And then it says GE. I don't know if that was just a typo or it's not finishing the thing, but it says your opinion. It says your opinion GE.
Good evening.
But I agree with Reddit, and this is why I would say I think you should watch it again one more time. I know you said you rewind. Put it to you like this: you was watching it with that little fine-tuned comb, right? Next time you watch it, just relax and just let it play and just watch and just see what you see. If you see something, you see something. If you don't, you don't. And listen, from my point of view, I'm cool with however you feel. You feel like, you know what? That was just basketball. I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? But I do agree with Reddit Milky Way that you probably need to watch it again one more time and just say, let me see if it was any extra aggression here, because I saw it from the tip. If you telling me you ain't pause, if you telling me you ain't see it from the tip off, that's telling, you know what that's telling me? I can't take you with me, right? Like, say we out and I'm relying on you to have my back, right? If something go down, you're gonna miss signs until I get punched in my face. Like, you're not gonna be able to see the signs leading up to it until I get punched in my face, and you're gonna be like, that's when it started, when he hit him in the jaw. Yeah, that's what you saying. Like, when you say that's when it started, when Angel hit the ball. No, it was signs before that. It was a lot of signs before that. That was a balling point when Angel went to hit the ball. That wasn't the start of it. That was like Angel's getting frustrated now. And then that Angel got frustrated and Izzy got frustrated. You get what I'm saying? Like, that was like a balling point. But it was things happening before that. Like I said, that even that play with if you go back and watch that play with Morena, especially from a different angle, because they got it from different angles, they fouled Angel like 4 times before they called the foul. And then it was one foul call where you probably seen it because you said you watched the game, where they called the foul and then they changed it to a jump ball. So she was fouled. She was fouled.
100% right on that.
And then they called the offensive foul on that. She ain't doing. That's when Izzy went to swipe for the ball.
She didn't do nothing.
So that's what I'm saying. It was a lot of stuff going on in that game. Like, that was what the refs is. And here's one thing I could say about all of us as women's basketball fans. No matter who you a fan of, no matter what your takes are, we all can agree. We all hate the refs. The refs is terrible. Mm-hmm. Nobody likes the refs. Not CC fans, not Angel fans, not Asia Will, like whoever you a fan of. Nobody liked the refs.
Brooklyn, I agree with you on those plays. I do. That's what I'm saying. I watch the game. I watch it with a fine tooth comb. I'm looking for stuff.
Well, earlier you did say you didn't see the foul with Marina and Izzy when they
I,
fouled the
dude,
4 times. You said
watched
you
it.
didn't
So I
see it.
rewound. I rewound the replay multiple times.
Mm.
Multiple times. They hit the ball first every time. Cause I was looking like, how is that not a foul? And I looked and it convinced me. No, they hit the ball every time first.
You got to realize, all right, so I think I understand what you're saying. You got to realize, even if you hit the ball, right? If you hit the arm too, it's a foul. Like, just because you hit the ball, it don't negate everything else you did. They was swiping at her arms. They was hitting her arms.
If you knock the ball loose, the player no longer has control of the ball, right?
Okay.
That's all
All
I'm
right,
saying.
B.
That's all I'm saying.
That's
But
not true. The offensive
I'm wrong.
person. Hold on, be well. That's the offensive person has an advantage over the defensive person. You know that. Like, it's
Yeah,
not only time what you saying is correct if it's a loose ball. Like, if the ball is rolling or something and two people going for it, you can say that. But if you have the ball, be well, you're the offensive guy. You have more. I'm at a disadvantage as a defender. You get what I'm saying? I have to cleanly just hit the ball. If I hit your body at all, if I hit your arms, if I swipe down and I hit anything other than the ball, that's a foul. The only thing that's not a foul, and this is what a lot of people don't know, or maybe some people do, is if you literally hit the hand is considered part of the ball. So if you hit
only
the
the palm of your
hand,
hand is touching the ball.
right, that's what I'm saying. Well, usually it's just that's your hand. You touch. But if you hit the hand, you may get away with that. They may
Yeah,
not call that because they'll say hand is part of the ball. Arm is not part of the ball. Shoulder is not part of the ball. So when you come down and you swipe, you're fouling the person. So even if you do get the ball too with your hand, your arm, like anything that touches anything else is a foul. I got
again,
another super. Hold on.
I
I gotta
get it.
get to the
I get
money.
it.
Hold on, let me get to the money. Let me get to the money. Hold on, be well. Hold on, be well.
Yeah, go ahead.
BJ Beagles, 9119. Shout out for the $5, bro. I appreciate it. He says, "Be well. I didn't see Izzy play like that in the Fever game. That was personal. Izzy was hacking Angel, and she tried to prove a point. That's a fact. Hitting her arms and body. I saw that too. That's what. Listen, and we all saw this. Be well. That's what I'm saying. Maybe you need to go
I
back and
was
look. But
like,
if you know what it might be though. Be well. You might just feel like what we seeing as fouls, you think is legal. You probably feel like, yo, that's just basketball. So you is not a foul. It's probably your point. Is what I'm saying.
I'm
But
saying this cap.
we feel
I'm
like
saying
it's
this cap
fouls.
to say that I'm saying this cap to say that Izzy was hacking Angel. I'm not saying that Izzy didn't foul Angel ever. I
And
ain't
I'm not,
saying that. I ain't saying
just so
that.
you know,
I'm just
I'm
saying
not
that.
mad at your take. I'm not mad at you. I disagree with you, but I'm not mad at you. Like, I just want you to know, I want everybody to know you got a fair, your opinion is fair. Like, we could disagree and it'd be cool. This is what, and I'm sorry to cut you off, B. I want you to finish right after I say this. This is what sports takes of basketball is supposed to be about, right? I hate when people feel like couple things. One, people feel like they got everybody right? You gotta everybody get a trophy. No, we could disagree. Somebody could be wrong, somebody could be right. Second thing is we don't have to hate each other. Whoever fan base we a fan of, right? I don't even know who B Well a fan of because I know the first time I met him 2 years ago, I thought he was a CC fan. I'm not sure he's still, and then he was an Angel fan, and then he was an Asia fan. I'm not sure. I think you're an Asia fan, right?
I've been an Asia fan. I've
All
been
right,
an
you an
Asia.
Asia fan. No, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that just so the people know. I'm saying that for the people know.
Mhm.
Because I want people to, because a lot of people, Angel and Caitlyn is so polarizing. Everybody think it's always Angel for CC and all this, that, and the third.
Mhm.
So I just want to let people know that you a CC fan. I'm not a CC fan, an Asia fan. You like CC, you like Angel, you know what I mean? You rock with everybody, but you
I don't like CC no more.
okay,
I don't.
see, I didn't know that, but
Yeah.
just want to give people context to the conversation. It's not, you're not like I'm an Angel Reese hater, and you know what I mean. This is where my takes is coming
I love
from.
Angel.
So,
Angel Reese is,
right,
is one of one to me. She is one of
right.
one. My favorite
So
player is Asia. Angel is not my favorite player, no, but I'm a big fan and supporter of Angel Reese.
I got another super chat. Hold on, I got to get to the money. I apologize, people, that I can't put this on a screen. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer. Gamble. Gamble, shout out to you for the $2. I appreciate it. He says, hack foul. Same shit. That's what Gamble said.
All right,
$2
Gamble.
super chat.
All right, Gamble. Hey, again, so what people will miss that I actually said in this stream a little while ago, what people will miss my take on the flagrant foul. All my only counterpoint is that I don't think Izzy meant to go to the ground with Angel. I think she just meant to keep Angel from going up, commit a hard foul, and they end up on the ground. I think it should have been a flagrant foul, at least a flagrant one, even if they didn't fall.
Right.
Period. Because I think that's a flagrant foul by the rule. That's a flagrant foul, right? Holding her down, keeping her from growing up.
Mm.
So I think that it would have been a flagrant foul either way.
Yeah, over the neck.
Ground,
that would have been a flagrant.
She up to flagrant 2, and because it was, because of how it happened, it was a dangerous play, right? So I don't disagree with none of that. All I'm saying is I don't think that her intent was to bring Angel down, even when they were falling. I think it was just instinct. She was already wrapped around her. I think it was just instinct. As you're falling, you try to, grab clutch for whatever can keep you up, right? That's just a physiological response to falling, right? So that's what I think ended up happening, and that's it. That's my only counterpoint, because I don't think it was intentional, like people say. Yes, I think she intentionally wanted to commit a hard foul. I think it should have been called a flagrant, even if it ended at her intention, it should have been a flagrant foul. But that's it.
Let me ask you this question: have you ever played a sport before in your life, or just have you ever done anything like physical?
I played team sports all my life. I played football at the University of Michigan.
That's all I needed to know. I'm not putting you on trial. I just needed to know so I could ask you this question. How would you feel if you was known for something, right? You was really good at something. Let's use offensive rebounds, right? And to your point, the coach says, all right, we're gonna keep B-Will off the boards. So you understand that because you're good at something, that people is gonna give you their best effort. But in people giving you their best effort, now they're hitting you overly aggressive. There's certain things that's happening, and you understand, like, you don't get mad at it because you understand, like, hey, when we down here, we're gonna battle. But sometimes it can get a little frustrating when you feel like somebody is taking something overboard. You get what I'm saying? When someone's like, all right, we get it. We're like, it's still a game. Like, you know what I mean? Still a game now. Can you understand, like, putting yourself in Angel's shoes, how she could feel? Like, I get y'all gonna give me y'all best effort, but let's keep things within the, let's keep things basketball.
So I would say this. Yes, I would feel, if it got out of hand, I would feel a certain way. If I was the best on my team at doing something, I would expect teams to game plan me. That would be my expectation. If they were successful.
Oh, I did it. Go ahead. I got to get to this as soon as you finish.
Yeah, I would be frustrated if the team was successful at it, even if it was just within the confines of the game, within the rules of the game. Yes, I would be frustrated. Yes, if I was Angel Reese and Izzy Harrison, every time the ball went up, Izzy was boxing me out, and she was doing so successfully, that would frustrate me. It wouldn't make me mad. It would frustrate me as a competitor, right?
Can I add another layer to that?
No, let me finish.
Yeah, do your thing.
Again, I'll go back to a lot of the fouls that we talking about that didn't get called, that were committed against Angel. Again, most of them had nothing to do with Izzy.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that I saw that were egregious, Izzy wasn't involved.
Right.
The ones I was like, that's a foul. Even the offensive foul that they called on Angel against Izzy, that was no foul. What What possibly could have happened? For me, I thought at first it was maybe they called it travel because what happened? What did Angel do that was an offensive foul? She wasn't hooking. She wasn't, like she got
Didn't
the
do
ball
nothing.
clean. She got the ball
So
clean and
that
then
so
make a
that
move.
that didn't put something in your brain that Angel didn't do nothing and they call that's kind of odd. Why would they do that? You ain't think that?
Again, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Izzy. I ain't talking about the refs.
Yeah.
I'm talking
Well,
like
I'm not talking about the refs either. I'm talking about Angel. I'm talking about how Angel was feeling, right? We talk about her. But let me add a layer to because that was the layer I was gonna add to the
but
point
between
earlier
Angel
when.
and Izzy, that happened after Angel knocked the ball out of Izzy's hand.
Mhm. But let me add this layer to the point that you made that you said you can understand how Angel feel if Izzy is just boxing her out or whatever. Now add the layer of you feel like if you Angel and you feel like the refs not doing a job now. You get what I'm saying? Like all the things that start to come into the play now, it start to seem a little weird. It start to seem the refs is not calling nothing,
I
right?
don't disagree with none of that, Brooklyn. I don't disagree with none of that.
So that's the only point I was. Let me get to the super chat. Shout out to Gamble, Reese in number $2. I appreciate it, bro. He says on purpose or accident, same shit. F2. I don't know what F2 is, but I'm a translate his F2 to fuck out of here. I'm from New York. We say fuck out of here. Same shit. Fuck out of here.
But Brooklyn.
Oh, flagrant 2. Flagrant 2. Same shit.
Oh,
Flagrant 2.
yeah.
I got what he's saying.
Like,
Okay.
yeah. So again, I don't disagree. It doesn't because that particular call
Don't say
doesn't
Brooklyn. Say Gamble because he said it, not
gamble.
me.
Well, gamble, and but you agree. I'm just saying, like in general, in
I'm
general.
joking around. I'm having fun with you, B. Pause. We joking around. We having a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, look, you ain't got to say pause to me. I look.
No, I gotta say pause. If I say I'm having fun with you, that's crazy. I'm bugging on that. I gotta say pause.
No, we two grown men
Pause
enjoying the
you. Wait,
conversation.
time out. Pause you for saying I ain't gotta say pause. Just having fun with you. That's crazy.
But Brooklyn, we two grown men enjoying the conversation about basketball. That should be fun.
Right.
That
We're
should
gonna
be
go with
fun.
that. We're gonna go with that. Right. I got it. Finish it.
Yeah. But again, like to Gamble's point, again, the flagrant 2 doesn't necessarily have to involve intent for it to be a flagrant, right? A reckless
Yeah.
closeout
Yeah. Intent
doesn't
don't matter.
necessarily have to involve intent. Nobody, look, who in a right mind contests a 3-point shot and intends to get in the player's landing space, right? That's not intentional, but a reckless closeout is a flagrant foul nonetheless.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Good
So
point.
it's
That's a good point.
I just don't like what I don't like is people crucifying Izzy for something that for me, again, I grew up watching basketball in the 90s, 80s and 90s, really. And so
Ready.
what I see as a hard foul, somebody else might see differently because they start watching basketball in a different era.
That's
But
what
for
I'm
me,
saying. You condition to think that that's okay, but I got you. Reddit
yeah,
Milky Way just brought up a good point to you, though.
I'm here for it. I love
Yeah, it's
Reddit.
right. It's on the screen.
That's the home.
Yeah, Reddit to people. It's on the screen. It's just put up a good point. If you can see the screen, I don't know if you.
If you think Izzy can mess with Angel on the fair court, I don't know what to tell you. Izzy isn't built like that. So here's the thing. That's again.
Oh, you reading something different. I put on the
Oh,
screen. You can answer that, and then we'll get to what's on the screen. I don't want to answer.
I'm in the chat. I'm on stream. Let me close and
No,
see
you
what's on.
good. No, you good. No. You get to that. That was another good point. Do the one that you read, and then we'll do the
So
one on the.
yeah. So if you think that listen, man, I never said Izzy was a better basketball player than Angel. I never said that. But that's where you get to when you're having these conversations because people can't separate the two. This ain't. I don't care. I will say this. I will say this. if you watch the first half, in the first 3 minutes of the third quarter, not necessarily 1-on-1, but Izzy was winning the matchup. She was scoring more points, and she was keeping Angel off the boards when she was in.
Yeah, but a
That
lot
she
of
was
us
doing,
felt like
she was doing her job. That's what I saw, and that's not to
a lot.
say Angel was better, but like Izzy was intentionally trying to keep Angel off the boards. Angel herself has said, "If you want to keep me off the boards, box me out." So what did she do?
Right.
She did exactly what Angel Reese said. That's what they game plan. I don't, for the life of me, understand how 3 years in teams are still not intentionally boxing out Angel Reese. I don't, for the life of me, understand that because that's the only way you might be successful in
Yeah.
keeping her off the boards or limiting her to 10 rebounds instead of 17. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, for the life of me, understand why teams haven't done that. But to the other point, smacking the ball out of Izzy's hand in that moment, Reddit and Milky Way, since you want to focus on that particular moment, in that moment, Reddit Milky Way, Izzy had caught the ball on the perimeter and traveled as she was about to make a move. Angel wasn't even close enough to body her at that moment. It was a non-contact, unforced
No, I think the
travel.
point she was making, not about the play. I think she was
Let
making
me
a point
finish.
about the.
Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. Let me
Okay.
land because I'm gonna land on this. Angel
Okay.
wasn't even near her, so it took effort and forethought for Angel to walk over to her and not smack the ball out of her hand. Now, whatever you think Angel's reasons were, that should have been a tech.
I agree. I
That
agree
should have
with
been a
that.
tech.
I agree with that. But that's not the point
So
she was making. The point she was making, B Well, was you don't think that something was for her to do that, she was frustrated. So she's saying that you said that it started with that. But I think to Reddit Milky Way's point, she's saying that it started before that because Angel was frustrated enough to get a tech. You get what I'm saying? She's talking about the balling point. I
that
think
don't
that's the
mean it
point
was
she was
all
making.
easy. That's what I'm saying. I can understand Angel being frustrated about not getting some foul calls, right?
Yeah.
But the vast majority, again, the ones that I saw, Izzy wasn't as involved. She got some bogus they missed some foul calls against Angel when Izzy wasn't even on the court. And I was like, what the heck? How was that not a foul, right? I'm sitting here looking at the game, watching, because again, I'm an Angel Reese fan. So, like, I want to see Angel get off. At the end of the day, I want to see Angel have a great game. At the
Right.
end of the day, but I'm just calling a spade a spade. If she was frustrated, sure. And here's the thing all of that stuff added up. That's why Angel was crying at the free throw line. It wasn't just what happened with Izzy, it was the whole game. And the
Let me
bogus
speak.
refs, which we all agree on, the bogus refs missing calls and calling non-call, weak calls on her being treated differently by the refs all game. Yes, I agree with
Really
that.
quick. I thank you for bringing up the angel crying piece. I wanted to speak on that. That's something that slipped my mind too. Really quick, I'm gonna just give my opinion on it because I've seen other people give their opinions on it. Um, I'm the type of person that don't cry a lot, right? Me personally. But if I ever get frustrated, like if I ever want to fight or something like that, and for whatever reason I get restrained and I can't get to the person that I want to fight, that emotion is gonna come out through tears. And I think that's kind of what happened with Angel because I kind of relate to that. Like a lot of people looked at her tears for whatever they put on it, whether they thought she was hurt or sad or whatever they thought. If you look at Angel's response after that flagrant foul, and then not only that flagrant foul, we got to also think about Angel's career, right? Last year against Caitlin Clark, right? When Caitlin Clark pushed her out of bounds, how she reacted. Angel comes from Baltimore, Maryland. I don't know if y'all know much about Baltimore, Maryland, but they get busy over there. Angel not used to like not being able. You got to realize this is a business, it's corporate, so you got to pull yourself back a lot of times when you want to do something because if you do something, it's gonna mess the money up. So a lot of times you got to pull yourself back, and I think in that situation when Izzy did what she did, and that bowling point got to that point with Angel, Angel wanted to put hands on that girl. And the fact that she couldn't and she had to go over there and restrain herself and calm herself down, I think made the tears come out. So I kind of relate to those tears. I just want to let everybody know all tears ain't equal. Just because you see tears, that don't mean weakness. Some tears mean you lucky right now. I can't beat your ass. So I'm gonna just let this emotion come out this way because I can't put hands on you. So that was my take on that because I never got a chance to say that. So I appreciate you bringing that up because I actually forgot about that part, about her tearing up and everything like that. I've done that before too. Like if I get mad and I can't like express my emotions the right way, tears might come out like without me even like involuntarily, like tears would come out. So I could relate to that is what I was saying. But yeah, be well.
Hey, Brooklyn. Now, Gamble is my dude. Love Gamble.
Yeah,
We always
Gamble.
so when I say this, there ain't
friend
no
of the show.
disrespect.
Friend of the show.
Yeah, I ain't no disrespect to Gamble at all. But here's what I'm talking about. What you just pulled off the screen. He
I'm
made a
sorry.
comment. He said
This right
teams
here?
double team, definitely double team Angel in the paint or something like that, right? What are you watching, right? Brooklyn. At
Yeah.
what point did I say anything about double teaming Angel Reese? I said it baffling to me how teams don't intentionally box her out.
Well, yeah, but that's how they do that box out though. They usually throw 2 or 3 bodies at her. They do that when they try. One person don't normally do it. When we seen that against the Liberty, right? They tried to guard a 1-on-1 against the Liberty the game before they lost, but Angel had 25 and whatever she had, 25 and 9, I think. So usually when teams want to slow Angel down, they do throw 2 and 3 people at her. And I'm gonna be honest with you, that's kind of what they did. That's kind of what Toronto did too. It was the guards getting in. If you notice, the guards was in there swiping at the ball. One time, Slim, Brittany Sykes, she got a steal, and then I don't know what happened because she just started looking at the ref and the Angel scored it. And then another time, Marina Mabry, she blocked a shot. So they was sending 2 or 3 people at her in the tempo game as well. It just wasn't bigs. I think it's because they didn't have bigs though, because Naira Cyberly is hurt. So that's why Izzy is there. So they don't have many bigs left, I don't think. You know, they got the young big. They got Tioni Key or whatever the case may be.
Tioni Key and they have Timmy Fag Benlay.
Yeah, Timmy Fag Benlay. But I as you can see, once Izzy went out, Timmy was the one guarding her. So I think they was trying not to get their bigs in foul trouble. That's what because normally when Angel play, it's like she got 2 or 3 people on her. That's what a lot of teams do to her.
This is what I saw. The difference between when Izzy was in and when Tioni and Timmy was in, right? Number one, Tioni Key, love her. I'm so happy she got a shot. There's a lot of girls that came out this year that I'm so happy they got a shot.
Nice. Tioni nice.
But she more of a finesse player.
Yeah, she's
right?
a shooter.
She ain't known for banging in the paint.
Right.
She ain't got that kind of physicality. She don't have the build for it. And same with Timmy Fat Benlay. I don't know how Timmy's still around myself personally. Timmy is damn near worse than Kia Stokes. But
you bugging.
Because I don't like the trash. I don't like the trash.
You bugging. But they games are different because I don't want to shit on Kia. Kia's a good defensive player. Offensively, she don't got nothing for you. But defensively, she's solid. Timmy is more to me more of a running like a transition big. She can rim runner. Yeah. So I want to get them both their credit and they play different. But yeah.
But no way is she playing Angel Reese in the post, right? No way is she keeping Angel Reese off the boards, right?
Kia Stokes have a better job doing that.
Kia Stokes will have a better chance, yes. That's my only point, is that they had Timmy and Tioni as a alternative to Izzy, right? And it was a stark difference when Izzy was in at the same time as Angel than when the other two were in. That's all. And again, I ain't saying that I believe that Izzy Harrison is a better basketball player than Angel. That's, it's not even worth a debate to me, because whatever. All I'm saying is, like, come on, like, I think for me it was much ado about nothing. Like, the flagrant happened, it was wrong.
So let's talk about this. Yeah, finish your statement, and I'm gonna give you another something else to talk about.
That's good enough, because I'm like you. move on. Yeah.
No. We actually gonna stay on it, but we're gonna change. We're gonna pivot a little bit. Pause. That sounds crazy. We're gonna pivot a little bit. We're gonna pivot. Let's talk about us. Let's talk about the mindset. Though Izzy is supposed to be a vet, and she was supposed to be Angel's vet coming in. Let's talk about the mindset of holding a grudge for 2 years, though. Over, you know what I mean? Like what? Like, put it to you this way: as dudes, as you ain't got to be a street dude. As a man, right, going outside, having a grudge with another person, it got to make sense. Like, you have to disrespect my son, my daughter, you know what I mean? You got to do something for me to be like, it's for life. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What was so bad that Izzy was so mad at this rookie, at her rookie for 2 years, that she is like, this is the game. I'm gonna keep you off the board. To your point, right? To your point, I'm not. This the game that I'm playing the best defense I ever played. The best, you know what I mean? This is gonna be the game right here. Like, what was that? What happened in 2 years for you to hold on to that for this game to turn into that? Like, come on, 2 years. That's not Angel living rent free in your head to harken back to the title. That's not Angel living rent free in your head. 2 years you mad at this girl. You supposed to if life y'all just got paid. You supposed to forgot all about Angel. Angel who? Yeah, yeah.
Brother, my response to that is exactly what I said earlier. I think that was the game plan. I don't think it was a personal vendetta that Izzy had against Angel. I think that was Sandy Brondello's game plan because Sandy Brondello said that's what they were going to have to do. Like Sandy Brondello said that we got to be intentional about boxing her out, and that's what Izzy did. Like the fact that she was boxing out, she could have helped on the ball. To me,
but you contradicting your own self now, B. Well, because you said yourself. I'm gonna tell you. You said yourself a few minutes ago that you think they both came into this game with a grudge, right?
No,
you said that.
Not a grudge, a chip on their shoulder. Yes, I think.
All right, let's use chip. Let's use chip. You said they both came into this game not liking each other, but now you trying to keep it all basketball. We do know that it was.
That's not what I
you just said. Hold on. Would you say it? Hold on. I'm gonna let you go. Let me just say this. Would you saying that the game plan of just to box out and all Izzy did was follow the game plan and just box her out negates the fact that it was something personal, a chip or whatever you want to call it that they came into the game with? You can't say both things. You can't say both things. One is saying it's all basketball and one is saying it's personal.
So first of all, I didn't say it was all basketball in this particular regard. I'm saying what I saw earlier. I said what I saw in that game was basketball. It was basketball, right? I think the two things can happen in the same world. I think you can have a player that you don't like, and so when you play them, especially a first time that you get to play them, like in that kind of matchup, I think you can have a chip on your shoulder and still play basketball, right? I think both things can happen in the same world. But I think that Sandy Brondello was intentional about boxing Angel Reese out.
But here's where I would agree with you.
When I watched it play out, it for me was like evidence of that's what her game plan was.
Be well though. I would agree with you if there was no flagrant 2 in this game. So obviously there was a boiling point. Something happened. Right. Obviously the game started at a certain level and it raised for Angel to swipe at the ball, then Izzy to swipe at the ball. So something happened in this game that went past basketball, right? For somebody to get kicked out. Huh?
So who was frustrated then? So who was frustrated then, Brooklyn? Who started it? Sounds like to me, Angel Reese started it because she was the first one.
Okay, that's a great point. Explain that to me.
To me, the first one, the one who started was with Izzy, right? In terms of the two of them. Again, I don't disagree with any of the frustrations that could have built for Angel over the course of the game. Most of it, foul as far as non-called fouls wise. Most of
real money stupid
had nothing to do with Izzy, but I can get that. But at the end of the day, when I saw the two of them playing each other, right?
Mm.
1-on-1. I'm guarding you, you guard me. I didn't see a lot of extracurriculars between either of them from either side. That's what I'm saying. Until whatever happened that made Angel Reese swipe the ball out of Izzy's hand. That to me that was shocking when that happened. It was shocking. And I was like, what set that off?
That was
You
so.
know,
That's
only thing
hold
I
on.
can see is
Let me get back to your point. Let me get back.
go ahead,
So
go ahead.
you saying that to you, it started with Angel Reese, and you saying it started when Angel Reese swiped the ball. That's what you saying it started when Angel Reese swiped the ball. That's where it started after you.
No. I'm
And
saying
so you saying Angel Reese started it. No, I'm trying to get because
no.
hold
I'm saying
on.
that's when it boiled over.
Okay,
That's
so
when
when
it
are you
boiled
saying
over.
it start? Okay, you saying that's when it boiled over. So when are you saying it started then? Like when do you what do you think that Angel? What are you saying that Angel Reese did to start it? In your opinion, because you said you think Angel Reese might have started it.
In terms of the boiling over, like the non-basketball play. When Angel swiped the ball out of Izzy's hand, that was the first to me. That was the first non-basketball play that
Okay,
showed that boiled over. That's why it was
got you.
shocking
And
me.
I ain't mad
It
at
was
you.
shocking to
I
me.
disagree, but I ain't mad at your point though. I get what you're saying. I get it. I get what you're saying. So I think a lot of us feel like, and I feel like this regardless of what the chat say, but I'm reading the chat as we talk, and I think a lot of us feel like, again, I heard your point and I respect your point, but I disagree. I don't think Angel came in with animosity towards Izzy. What animosity would she have? She got the starting job, right? Like she been playing well for the past 2 years. She on a new team where everybody so far seemed like everybody love each other. So there's no reason for Angel to come into this game upset or with a chip or with anything, right? So to me, Angel came into this game to do what she do every night. And she just came and she's coming off a stretch of good games. You got to keep that in mind, right? The last 6 games she's played, she's been getting double doubles. She's been shooting over 50%. She's been playing well. So I don't think Angel came into this game was like, oh, this is gonna be a chippy game, right? Or I want to start with Izzy. I think Angel came into this game to play her normal game. I think Izzy, which beknownst to all of us, because or most of us, you saying you felt like some people knew, but Izzy came into this game with saying, listen, I got a bone to pick with you for whatever reason. Maybe it's because you took my starting job. Maybe it was because of things that was said behind the scenes, things we don't know. Who knows? But Izzy came, and then not only you could tell this was something special or something different because how often do and listen, maybe it's just because it's Angel and it's got highlighted, but how often do Natasha Cloud be on Twitter or whatever she was on saying, oh yeah, this is the fire and I need. So apparently if your girl say, yo, this been bothering me, this girl, people confide in their significant others. You know what I mean? So, things that they won't tell the public. So now I'm supporting you because I know what you've been going through as your significant other. So to me, all this evidence points to me to show Izzy had a grudge, right? And not only that, she played well. Like, not to say she ain't been playing well all season, but I'm pretty sure if I look up Izzy's stats, he ain't that great. You get what I'm saying? Like consistently. You saying she played
Brooklyn.
good the
How
game
many how
before.
many
Hold on,
games
hold on,
have
hold
you
on.
been
Let me
Brooklyn?
land my plane. I'm almost done.
You're right.
I'm almost done. You said that Izzy played well the game before. I don't know what well is. I know I seen the game after. She ain't play well. 4-12, 33%, nigga. And I'm pretty sure right now, if we go pull up Izzy stats from the whole season, it ain't great. So you had your best game of the season against this girl who you fouling hard, who you following a game plan, right? To your point, and boxing out and all these things, and y'all making you and Marina Mabry and whoever, y'all jumping her when she gets the ball, y'all collapsing on her and all these things. So to me, it shows premeditated to me. It shows premeditated on Izzy's behalf. That's all I'm, in my opinion. But again, you already know me. I'm not knocking how you feel. I just disagree. Yeah, brother.
So Brooklyn, first thing I'm
This
gonna
is a
ask
great
you.
I appreciate you, by the way, though. This is a great conversation. Let me say
Oh, I
that. I
appreciate you too.
appreciate you.
I appreciate you, and ain't none of this personal, of course,
Oh, you
right?
already know. Hey, that's between. Listen, you got beef with the chat. Me and you got.
We good. Hey,
You got beef with the chat right now. And any Angel Reese fan who watch this, just beware. They're gonna be like, listen, let B Will know how you feel in the comments. If you watch this on the place, tell B Will how you feel. B Will respond in the comments. Tell him how you feel in the comments. Gotta be
Brooklyn. How many games has Izzy Harrison played this year?
Then she just come back from injury, so not that many. I don't know the total. She was hurt,
5.
so she probably played a good 5, right? Something like that.
Izzy Harrison has only played since the Commissioner Cup has started. Well, no, she played when the Commissioner Cup started on the 7th. Yeah, it started on the 7th. So her first game was their first game of the Commissioner's Cup. She scored 14 points. 5 in the next game with 13 minutes. The third game she started, she scored 8 points. She played against Atlanta. She scored 17. In the last game, she scored 11. Right, on poor shooting. Right, yeah. But I say that because you made the comment of, why is all of a sudden Izzy playing her best game in this game? Well, shoot, she coming off an injury. She just inserted into the starting lineup, and so normally it takes a player a little time to kind of get back into the swing of things. So that's for me. Not suggesting it should be that way for you or anybody else in the chat. For me, that becomes a non-issue, right? But to your other point, people assume that Izzy is carrying a grudge. Don't nobody but Izzy and maybe Tasha Kyle and people close to her know whether or not she actually carrying a grudge. Right? Like that. Like people are blowing it up to be. But when I say I think they don't like each other, you just told me in the chat that Angel is from B-More. She bout that life, right? So if Angel is about it like that, she real like that, she don't like Izzy. After how Izzy treated her in Chicago, and they supposed to be teammates. She don't like Izzy. Of course she doesn't. And Izzy don't like her, probably, right? So, like, for me, that's why I say, like, I'm sure there's bad blood there. So they both got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder.
I'm sorry. Ready Milky Way funny. I just read a comment. I'm listening to you.
Go ahead and read her comment. That's
Ready Milky Way.
Reddit ain't gonna play me.
Reddit Milky Way said he probably think that when AT clothesline Angel, that was the start of the assault. It's rarely start with the most obvious of plays. That was funny, Reddit.
Of course, if we gonna go back there, why did AT clothesline Angel like that? Why, Reddit? Put that in the chat. Put that in the chat.
Was good
because Angel frustrated the hell out of her.
It's all good.
Angel frustrated the hell out of AT that game. That's why she was fed up, right? So ain't AT from the Baltimore area too? Yes.
Okay. I don't know where AT from. I know she went to Maryland, but I don't know where she's from.
They cut the same. So if AT ain't above it, why can't Angel? Why we assume Angel is above all this? That's what I don't understand. I love Angel. I love her edge, right? That's the thing that we love about Angel. That's one of the things we love about Angel. So all of a sudden, Angel is supposed to be indifferent to Isabel Harrison.
That's a great point. Let me
you ain't indifferent to her. Of course she's not. She don't like her. She actively don't like her. I'm sure of it. And that's fine. She shouldn't.
Let me know when you land your plane. I want to make one point and then we can keep talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a great point, right? First, let me read what she said. Red and Milky Way says, That's the same thing that Caitlyn Fallon Kennedy. People act like Caitlyn was the victim when she elbowed Kennedy and then talk ish afterwards. That's actually a fact. A lot of people don't look at that full play. But I want to talk about the fact that
Glad you said that,
when
Reddit.
yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about the fact that
Because Angel,
all the Caitlyn fans said that Kennedy, and I didn't believe this. I was the only one saying I think that was just a coincidence. I don't think Kennedy not being in the league had anything to do with the Caitlin Clark thing because Kennedy was already out the league before that. So I just think that it was just, it didn't help, but I don't think that's the reason.
no,
But a lot of her fans said it was the reason. A lot of her fans said because Kennedy bumped Caitlyn, that's why she was out the league. Well, and then they said it because why? Because Caitlyn was the moneymaker, right? But who's the other moneymaker? And I made this point, MSL, on our broadcast chat, I believe. I made this point. Angel is actually more important than Caitlyn's popularity because Angel popularity is online. And we know that right now, everybody is consuming media through the phones more than they consuming it through TV, right? So if you're gonna clothesline, right? Not clothesline, excuse me, but if you're gonna horse collar, because that's what it's called in football, and that's for everybody who don't think it's a flagrant or a foul, whatever they were saying, it's a foul in football. You can't horse collar people. Like what the fuck? But if you're gonna horse collar Angel and bring her down, it was funny that I saw everybody celebrating it because when it was Caitlyn, everybody was like, "Oh no, don't hurt her. You could have hurt her. Kennedy need to be out the league." Now, I'm not saying I want Isabel out the league because that's not how I feel. But at the same time, I don't like the fact that I'm big on keep the same energy. I don't like the fact that the energy has changed, right? Like when it's when it's one person or one thing happen, everybody says this. But then when it happens to Angel, it's like, oh no, the foul wasn't that hard. She'll be all right. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't like that energy. So I want to make that quick point real quick. But MSL, what's going on? What you got for the conversation we having today about the Toronto Tempo game?
what's good,
And
MSL?
Hey, what's up, B Will? If that's B Will. Now, just before I start, I just want to be clear. That was that real GM that was on speaking before B Will? Or was
no,
that B Will
real
speaking the
GM.
whole time?
That's B. Me and B Will just been having a conversation.
Yeah,
That's
So
me and B
real
Will.
GM wasn't on.
Nah, he's been in the comments. He's been in the
Okay,
comments.
just being sure. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's just
And
B
let me
Will.
say this. Let me say this also. Real GM is a friend of the show. I know. Let me say this. Real GM, for people who don't know Real GM, he's a CC fan, right? Everybody know
I
we
can tell.
pro.
I can tell that.
Everybody know we pro Angel Reese as a pro Angel Reese chat. Real GM is a CC fan, which is fine because I'm not
Oh
anti.
yeah, that's fine.
Even though I'm pro Angel, I'm not anti CC. I'm just pro Angel. You know what I mean? So anybody I got other people here. My man Chris, that's the guy you was talking about MSL when you heard me on a few lives ago. It was my man
Right.
Chris. He probably, he might be busy tonight. He usually be around. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to Real Money.
I was ready
And,
to go
and
to
shout
bed, and
out shout out to my man
I saw your
Coach.
thing pop up.
Yeah, we online tonight. Shout out to Coach Pro Fan Talk Coach. Those are CC fans. So shout out to them. Like
No,
they cool. You know what I mean? Every once in
that's
a
fine.
while,
I
you
don't
know what I
mind
mean? Every
educating
once in a
them. That's
while we'll
fine.
debate. Yeah, every once in a while we're debating all that, but CC fans is a part of my chat too. I just want
No,
everybody to
that's
know that.
fine.
I know,
Actually,
and the reason why I said that, not to cut you off, MSL, and I'm gonna land my plane after. Reason why I said that, because I do know Real Money has issues. And I don't know if they resolved them because I ain't been around in a while. But in the past, he had issues with certain people in other chats. They was mad at him. I don't. I
well,
give you
it's
a fair
not
slate.
like
I
that,
give you a
and it's
clean.
not like
When you
that
come in
anymore.
my chat, I give you a clean slate. Right. Only thing I don't tolerate in my chat is like racistness or like stuff like that, like over the board stuff like that, like personal stuff. But disagreements or if you're gonna ride for your player, it is what it is. Like I ain't gonna even with B Well could tell you I disagree with damn near everything B Well said today, but it's cool because it's his opinion. I ain't mad
yeah,
at him. It's his
Yeah,
opinion, but I
I felt the
disagree.
same way. That's why I asked who it was.
You know,
Because
that's B
as far as
Well. That's been B Well.
I knew, B Will was cool as far as I know. But even if he
Now
is,
he's
and that's
still
his
cool.
opinion, and
Yeah,
like
he's
you
still
said,
cool.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know, maybe he
Yeah.
say stuff on your chat and they go on other people's chat and say something else. I don't know. It could be one of those because that guy Loose Ball says that he's nice on the Simply Ball Dropping Network, but then when he go on the Chicago Sky people, he be like saying all types of crazy stuff, and I'm just like, stay consistent. But you know,
hey, MSL, to that point, you have been in the chat with me on all the YouTube channels that I frequent. I don't be out there on Chicago Sky podcast. I don't be out there on those Fever podcast. I don't even be out there on Aces podcast.
And this is actually the first time I've ever heard you speak, Vila. So what's up?
The community is the community. You haven't heard?
No, I'm not on all these channels, man. I'm on very, 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 very few. I was just telling Bro Club this the other day. I said there are only a few channels that I listen to, and I know a lot of people come into their chat and they have channels. And I told him I try to listen to some of those channels, like how I'm on this one right now. But it's not easy because there's so many. You could only listen to us so much.
And let me say really quick. Let me say really quickly though. Shout out to MSL because I met him on Bro Call's chat, and this is not the first time he's been in my chat. It's like I think this might be the second time, or maybe he's been more. And then he also even if he missed a live, he's seen me do things and then even comment to me after saying like he thought some stuff was dope. So MSL is a supporter. So shout out to MSL. Front of the show.
No, and you do, and not to cut you off, B. Well, no, but you do very good work, Brooklyn. You're smart, you're level-headed. You're balanced, and that's needed because some people are very, very passionate without balance. Some people are passionate with balance, and some people just don't know shit. So you need a combination of that. But I think you were speaking Brooklyn or B. Well.
No,
let me respond to that. Now, this is all of us. We having an open conversation. But let me just say this real quick to MSL, and we're gonna get back into the chat we was having. One thing I do appreciate. So this always be my angle, especially like because you see different people on different channels. So like let's in this friend of the show. Let me say this friend of the show, Tiffy Cole, friend of the show. Let me use her for an example. Because I usually see her if I'm in like
y'all be going at it, but both of y'all are very smart. That's
why I'm using her for an example, right? And because it's not just her, it's a lot of people that we talk to in these chats. So I'm using her for an example because I see her when I go on like Bro Cross chat or if I go on ADP's chat. Tiffy Cole is somebody who I respect, somebody who I agree with. A lot of things that she say. Now I don't agree with everything that she say, obviously, and then the things that she say I don't. I'll talk about or we discuss it or whatever, and then I'll leave it alone. But I do agree with a lot of things she say. And the reason why I'm bringing her up specifically is because even though I disagree with certain things, I feel like, to your point on what you just said, everything is needed, right? With her level of knowledge and what she brings to the game is needed. My level is needed. Your level, MSL, is needed. So we bring what we know from what we watch and what we've seen and our knowledge, we bring it. And then, so my only problem though, and it's not with anybody, Tiffy Cole, not with you, anybody on the panel, this is just in general. So I'm just speaking in general to people who see this now. My only problem is when people don't want to learn from somebody else, right? Because I might have my knowledge of the game, but it might be something you could teach me, MSL. I might be like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Like for instance, I'm gonna tell you something you did teach me, right? And I got to do more research on it because I don't know much about it. But this is something I heard from you, so I've been thinking about it. I've been hearing it, but I don't know nothing about this because I focus on the basketball side of things. But you said that part of what's going on with Angel Reese is the contract she signed and the fact that she's with Reebok and not Nike, right? That's a whole level of but look, hold on, before you say something. That's a whole level of conversation I don't know about. So instead of me looking at you and saying, because I don't know about it, I don't want to hear about that. I want to stick to what I know. I'm going to say, oh, well, maybe MSL has a point. And that may be something I don't know right now, but I might have to research it to see what he's saying. And then I might disagree or agree later, but I still got to research it to give you, you know what I mean? Because you're introducing something new to me. And that's what I do. When I'm talking basketball or I'm giving people, hey, listen, this is what Carl is doing, or this is what the offense is doing. I'm trying to teach people things they may not know, right? So the thing that I don't like is when people don't want to take the knowledge that they don't know, because we could all learn from each other. You get what I'm saying?
Oh,
so that's
absolutely.
all I was saying.
And it's so funny you brought that up, because today we went into detail with that. Both me and Tiffy and B Will may or may not be familiar, but since you brought it up, I'll just say it in a nutshell real quick. I think what a lot
really
of people
quick before you say that, I'm sorry to cut you off. I deleted my finger just hit a button. I think I just deleted somebody's comment. I apologize. Wasn't on purpose. I
think one of the things that we talked about was, if you go back to that 2023 college basketball season, right? We had one thing that happened, and then after the 2024 season, when it went into the pros, something else happened. And I'm going to get to what you just said, and the way the WNBA and its partners handled it to the casual fan, or to the fan that didn't follow NCAA basketball, they would think that Caitlin Clark was the biggest thing ever, and she was not.
Right.
That's
and
what I'm
I still hear that. That's how I know when people don't watch.
She was not, because at the end of that 2023 season, when LSU won that championship, Caitlin Clark's NIL was about 300 to 500K, and it stood still. And it stood still for over a year. And it wasn't until the 2024 season, when she was about to enter the WNBA, all of a sudden, and there's a site called ON3. I know that site. Is in Nancy 3, and they did the NIL, and that's why Angel was on all them shows about NIL and stuff like that, because she was at the forefront of it, particularly from the NCAAW. And Clark's NIL stood still; it did nothing. It wasn't until she got all official WNBA sponsors, and then her NIL shot up to like 4.1 million. But that was all WNBA sponsors when she was about to enter the WNBA. So a couple of things happened. Angel spoke about this in certain respects. Fee spoke about this in certain respects. De'Erica Hamby spoke about this in certain respects. So what Angel said when she got to the WNBA, I'm talking about before she was actually in it, they said to her, well, we have a corporate deal to get your endorsements that you want to go through. And they said to her, in order to do this, which they get a percentage, which is what someone in the chat said, who raised you, I think their name is. And remember, Angel had, and this is a story that if people knew, they would love Angel. They would go, oh my God. And she has like 10 stories like this. But her manager, can't pronounce her last name, Janina Mbumbu or something like that. She believed in Angel before Angel really blew up. And she worked with a big firm. So she quit her big firm just to manage Angel exclusively before Angel blew up. She quit her big firm. So when Angel got to the WNBA, they asked her to give up her manager and to go through them, which is also what they wanted to do in the CBA, but we'll talk about that as well. So Angel told them, no, I'm not doing that. And she talked about it on her show where she told them no. So we know it happened. Secondly, she also intimated that her and Kathy didn't really like each other, or Kathy wasn't really thrilled about her, because she said something to the effect of, well, I hope one day I can talk to Kathy, or me and Kathy can have a good conversation, or me and Kathy this. So that's one component. The other component was De'Erica Hamby discussed that the WNBA picks and chooses who their stars are by giving them endorsements. She said that. And then also Nike, to this argument, they signed a strategic agreement with the WNBA in 2022. So they're not only an investment partner with the WNBA in the strategic agreement, and you can see it online, Brooklyn. This is not just my words. It specifically says that they write stories, they'll write angles, like they can basically pick and choose who they want to make a star. It's in the strategic agreement. You can see it. So why would Nike promote?
This ain't nothing new though. They use this in entertainment.
Right,
so
Nike, right. They do that in AAU, they do that all over.
Yeah,
exactly.
What you're saying is makes sense. They do this entertainment.
But so why would Nike promote athletes that don't represent them, especially when Angel had a chance to go with Nike in 2023. She turned them down, and she confirmed this in Craig Robinson and Michelle Obama's talk show. Everybody already knew that, but she was always polite about it. But then in that show, she said, yeah, I turned down all the big people that came to me. So presumably Nike would be one of those. And she was even offered a sneaker deal in 2022. She intimated in that show by Shaq, and she told him no. So check this out. Clark did not get a deal with Nike until 2024, long after Angel got her deal in 2023 and presumably turned down her deal with Reebok. And then when you look at all the online and then when you look at all the online searches, you look at the Q rating, you look at this, Angel was beating the shit out of Caitlin Clark. And that's why Holly Rowe, if you remember recently, Holly Rowe had said she felt bad because if you look it up right now at Google, it'll tell you both Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, whatever, college basketball. Because a lot of these people who watch the WNBA today, they don't realize that college basketball kills the ratings of the WNBA, kills them. So it would only be natural if you had so-called big stars from college basketball that people would follow them into the WNBA. And Angel resonated with people. Like, her people really, really like her, really, really follow her. And one of the arguments that I make when people say the machine is that there's a publicity, PR, propaganda machine by Caitlin Clark. And it's very easy to see if you're in marketing, if you're in PR. And I always saw it from day one, because the first thing because anytime they say this person is the greatest ever, the best that ever did it, they're going to be legend. That's all PR marketing and bullshit. Now, they didn't do that for Sabrina Ionescu. They didn't do that for Breonna Stewart, though she was great. They didn't do that for Paige Becker. She just came, played, and bust ass. But why'd they do this for this girl? The reason why I did this for this girl, because she took the corporate deal, knowing that they can make money off of her. But more importantly, now I'm going to give you my opinion. My opinion is they knew the CBA was coming up, right? So basically, they didn't want to pay these women the money they want to pay them. They want to keep them like on a farm, right? They want to keep them like chattel slavery. So with Angel, they knew they couldn't control her because she was already speaking Brooklyn to NECA. She was already speaking to Nafisa and people like that before she got to the WNBA, and they knew she was pro-union. She was pro-player. She also understood the history of the WNBA, and she spoke about all the women that came before her. Cece didn't give a shit about none of that stuff. And because she wasn't making that kind of coin in college until the very end, she was very susceptible to their offer. And they tried to do this with Paige. They tried to do this with Sabrina, where basically they was going to run the racism angle. And Sabrina's best friend is Satu. Paige was raised in an interracial family, etc. So they weren't going to do that. And Breonna, she ain't down with that type of stuff. But Cece was a willing dude.
Pause there, myself, because I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to answer this question, and then you keep going.
Sure.
Izzy was injured in 2023. She had a leg injury, so you could go back and look it up. So she's been trying to get back since then. Like, her leg, she thought she wasn't gonna be able to walk no more. Like, it was like bad. But wow. she ended up coming. She ended up being able to come back and play. But wow. Myself.
And I'm only taking the time to say this because I've never really talked about this on your audience. And it's just like a lot of things in today's society, whether it be politics, war, and stuff like that. There's the propaganda angle that people don't see, right? But every time we start a war, right, we got to lie about whoever we're about to pilfer and take their money and take their oil and take their land. So we tell you they're the worst people in the world. And then the people who are allies in the world, we say they're the best people in the world. We go, oh, they so good. And 90% of the time, the people we're talking about is dictators and, people killing and stealing their own people. But we don't say that. And it's a similar thing. So they use marketing and stuff like that, or propaganda in all aspects. And they did that with Cece. Because take Olivia Miles, right? Olivia Miles just came in bald. Nobody said Olivia Miles was going to be the greatest this, the greatest this, the greatest that. At least the league didn't say that. The media didn't say that. No, that's fine. Okay. No, and that's fine, and that's cool. But you know what I'm trying to say, though, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just being a dick because, again, I'm gonna say this short because I don't want to cut you off.
That's the way it should be, though, Brooklyn.
Hold on. Let me say this short because I don't want to cut your wisdom. I want you to keep going. But what you don't know, because I've been around for like 2 years. I've been going for like the past year because I've been taking care of like business and stuff. But 2 years ago, I've been telling people Olivia Miles was her. I've been saying she's generational for the past 2 years, and nobody believed me. Everybody argued with me. Everybody told me it was gonna be Cheyenne Sellers, right? Nobody apologized yet. Everybody told me I was crazy and this, that, and the third. And now we can't find Cheyenne Sellers, and Olivia Miles is looking generational. Ain't nobody say 80s. You right yet? But get him, myself.
But that's the way it should be.
I remember that.
Is that somebody's television?
You were not talking Cheyenne.
I guess that's B Will's TV.
Yeah, that's B. Oh. You got a little echo. You got echo, B. Will.
Oh, my bad.
And what you did is the way it should be, right? That's the natural, organic way. One of the reasons why people are so pissed off with CeCe now, as an example, and also a lot of her biggest supporters, the reason why they're throwing her under the bus is because they gave her such extraordinary, what I call extraordinary publicity and expectations, right? That was marketing. That was propaganda. Because riddle me this, Brooklyn, just to give you an example. What is the way they normally judge how popular somebody is, right? They usually, the first thing they tell you is how many people they have in social media.
How many
right?
how many followers?
Right.
That's why you know me. I always say it's Angel. I don't care what nobody say. It's right. Angel for two reasons. Number one, to your point, see everything you outline, I know from a different angle. The way you paint it to me is knowledge to me. So I appreciate you for teaching me that. How I know how Angel was more popular than CeCe in college, right? If anybody was watching, is for two things. One, it's how a lot of us came. So a lot of people don't realize. So when you look at CeCe, right, most of her fans are white males and black males. That's most of CeCe fans,
and I'm
right?
going to get into
most
that.
of Angel fans. Hold on, most of Angel fans are black women and black men, right? That's most of it. I'm not saying that Angel don't got no white. She got some white male fans. Caitlyn got some white female fans, stuff like that. But I'm talking about majorities now, right? The majority of their fan bases are, if you look at CeCe, is going to be a lot of white men and it's going to be a lot of black men. If you look at Angel, it's going to be a lot of black women and it's going to be a lot of black men, right? So with Angel, the way she got popular, though, to your point, was doing the TikTok stuff, right? That's how a lot of us started watching. Because a lot of us who wasn't watching, a lot of people, and I don't want to disrespect the people who was here already. I'm not talking about y'all. A lot of people was already here from the beginning. A lot of people got involved when Kobe was doing his stuff. People got involved, right. But a lot of us after that who still wasn't watching, and we got involved because we saw with Angel. It wasn't just Angel. It was the whole the SEC. Like all of the movie, right. All of the girls was doing TikTok videos, and we was like, "What's this?" I saw like Deja Kelly. We saw pretty girls who we didn't think played ball. I'm like, yo, right. She played ball. Oh, she nice. Oh, she played for LSU. Yeah. Oh, I want to watch. And then I fell in love. I was like, oh, I really like the game, right? That's what happened. And this is before CeCe. CeCe's right. elevation started. Hold on. To your point.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm padding on to what you're saying. And Angel and others had TikTok videos that had millions of views. Even in YouTube, views. They had millions of views. And it was helping
they the sponsors they had from the NAL deals, right? That was helping that. So with CeCe, the way she was getting popular was ESPN started talking about it. Maybe it was a Nike deal or whatever, but she was shooting the logo threes. So all you kept hearing was Stephen A saying, oh, it's this girl in Iowa. You got to see about this girl in Iowa. And I didn't know who the hell she was. I just heard Stephen A talk about some girl in Iowa. I'm like, all right, right? And then just before the national title in 2023, what also helped Caitlyn's fame, right? Angel was already big, right? But this actually helped both of them.
Right.
Angel was bigger than Caitlyn. Caitlyn had just had the game against HVL and did the wave off, right?
And she did
John Cena. John Cena. After that, I mean, I might be getting the games mixed up. So if I am, people in the comments are gonna be like, she played them before them. You got it wrong.
No, she did it. No, she did it. She did it before.
So then it was South Carolina. Yeah. So then when she played South Carolina and then did the wave off,
she waved off Raven.
Her views. But what people, and I can show you a video. I'm not just saying this, people. It's a video on this, and a white dude did it. So there's a video on this, and it showed her views after that skyrocketed because why? It's a lot of obviously everybody in America
out there.
Obviously, everybody in America isn't racist, but we know America is based off a racist history. So it's still a lot of racist people in America who just want to see a white girl beat black girls. Like that's why they watch it. They're hate watching. So after she beat South Carolina, her popularity went up because people thought it was going to end it. Because remember, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, South Carolina was undefeated at that time. So everybody thought her run was going to end. And the fact that she beat South Carolina and did the wave off, everybody was like, and they started following her. And then everybody expected, right? They don't know that, rightfully so. You're gonna think she's going to the national championship and she's gonna win it. That's what they think. And they had
no idea how good the LSU team was.
And then they run into LSU. They run into LSU. LSU beats them. Angel do the whole thing, and all of a sudden they both go up even more now. Because
let me pause you right
there.
Let me pause you right there. Since you brought up black-white,
I didn't want to do that. I was just I wasn't making it black-white. But
a lot of blacks think that Clark's popularity, and you're right, it did go up, but it was temporary and it wasn't corporate. And I'll explain why. Like for what I said, a lot of
before you do that, let me explain what I meant by go up though. And then you explain what you're saying, right? So when I said both of them went up, they both rose because you now had a whole portion of America rooting for Caitlyn, right? And then you had a whole portion of America hating Angel. That's where that came from because you see them come out in the media. They was upset with how Angel handled it.
Let me touch on that with the media. That John Cena that Angel did, I've always called it the biggest nothing burger on the planet, and here's why. If you go back and watch that game, you have a good memory, so you probably remember it, right? If you look at the game itself, no coach, no ref, no teammate said anything to Angel about that. The announcers said nothing. The post-game show said nothing. The on-court interview said nothing. Nobody cared. It was just white noise, no pun intended, when Angel did that. Nobody cared. Nobody asked about it. Nobody brought it up during the broadcast. It was a big nothing burger. It wasn't until those white men, Keith Olbermann, the guy from Barstool, forgot his name, Dave Portnoy. It wasn't until those white men, whether it was coordinated or planned, who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It wasn't until they started going after Angel that the media picked up on it. Because the way it works, if something's discussed in social media, if the media wants to discuss it, then they act like it's a real issue and they start talking about it. But it wasn't an issue until those white men brought it up. It wasn't an issue on the court. The refs didn't care. The coaches didn't care. And one of the things that I say, it was a big nothing burger. You want to see a real after game issue? It was when Gino and Dawn got into that damn fight at the end of the game and that shot. That's a real issue where you go, that's an issue that you can bring up. What Angel did was nothing. And even black people, we get excited and go, oh, but they mad because she did the finger. No, they're not mad because she did the finger. They mad because they wanted to be mad because she didn't do anything. I mean, okay, so I gave you the finger. So what? Big deal. I didn't push you. There was no fight. There was no argument. There was no shoving match. There was no cussing match. So we're talking about a big nothing burger, but butthurt, racist white men had an issue with that. And the thing that's so funny about the demographics, let's be real, since we want to talk about marketing. Whether you were appealing to white
before you go into that, let me just say really quick, everybody hit the like button. Everybody subscribe to the channel. If you're watching this on a playback, respond to MSL. This is MSL speaking. Respond to him in the comments. Let him know how you feel. MSL. Hit the hype button, like button, all of the things. Subscribe to the channel. MSL will respond to you in the comments.
Yeah, I don't have a problem responding to the chat.
My page is they very
what's the word?
My page is very engaging. Like they let you know how they feel over
What up, William?
And I love it. I love it.
What up, Canada? Oh, I think is that Jordan Canada's father? Because Jordan Canada's father, he be in
the chats. I'm gonna drop the link again in case anybody else want to come up and join the conversation.
No, I see Reddit, great person. They're all great. They're all Bob Jones, another great person. B Will's great. But even though we'll touch later on what B-Will was talking about. But yeah, so
yes, you can say whenever you're ready, you can segue back. Yeah, do your thing. Segue back.
Because you said you got CC people in the audience, I like to lay the foundation so people can want to challenge me. Because I want to lay the foundation so people can say I don't
have Clarkies. You get what I'm saying? Okay. I don't have Clark. At least I don't know. Clarkies, you know what I have? Clarkies watch me, but they don't like. I think they see because of my personality. If you ever watch, you're gonna see it more and more as you watch me, MSL. I'm so like it's hard to be explained. I'm gonna just say New York with it. That's the best way I can explain it. I'm so New York that people actually like watching me. Like I'm entertaining. I do have a certain knowledge of the game, the way I talk. So certain people just like watching me, even though they are never subscribed. So I have those people. They don't be in the chat. The people that I have that actually subscribe and be in the chat is sensible people. Like these are people like how we doing now, how we can just have a conversation. Right. Even if we disagree, we can have a conversation with. I don't have too many crazies. They be like, I be noticing, and if I go to Bro Claude chat or some other people chat, I be noticing they might have some crazies in their audience. I don't typically have that. Not to say I can't, one could join any day. But I'm saying typically from what I've realized, the people that I have that's Caitlin Clark fans in my chat is cool as fuck. Like they'd be the Caitlin Clark fans.
That's good.
It'd be like, yo, we could I rock with you.
But
like, that's why I shot at some of them out. My man Chris is super cool. My man Coach from Pro Fan Talk, super cool. My man Real Money, super cool. You know what I mean? Real Money, he could just don't pick, like he said, like he could get triggered. If he get triggered, he gonna go off. But outside of that, he's super cool. But all my CC people super cool.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And it's funny. It's funny you had that perspective without knowing all the background because you lived it and experienced it, and because you're a smart guy, you had a common sense approach to it, right? So that's why But the thing is, I follow this stuff only because I had a sales, marketing, management background.
Right. And to your point, I didn't know what you're teaching me. I'm about to add you up. I didn't know what you were saying. Like I'm learning. I knew it from my angle
from common sense and what you knew.
I'm learning from what this is new to me.
Right, because right after that national championship, right, despite
hold on, MSL, what you said, B Will?
Sure. Oh, I just said MSL been cooking all day. I was in the chat when he was on Brocard's live earlier today. He been cooking all day.
What's going on, Real?
Yo. What's good, Brooklyn?
That's Real Money.
I don't think we've ever met, but or have we?
Nah, I ain't never met you.
All right, that's good. So so you want me to continue, Brooklyn? What do you want to do?
Continue. It's an open conversation. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. So what I noticed was right after that national championship, right, Angel got everything. She was on the SB. She's on this show. Her Q rating shot up. This shot up, that shot up, the web searches for her, everything. She's getting sneaker deals. She's getting this deal, that deal. She's doing the Sports Illustrated swimsuit. Remember, she did the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, right? She did all this stuff in 2023, and CC wasn't getting shit. She was getting nothing. And I don't say that to knock her. I say that to use that as a perspective to what happened in 2024, right? She got nothing. So fast forward to the 2024 season. And I know you know this, Brooklyn. That LSU team, that 2023, 2024 LSU team, they were like the Jackson 5. By that time, they had gotten Anissa, they had gotten HVL. It was like a carnival. That team,
but let me say this before you continue. Let me say this because it's another point I want to debunk that I hate that people bring up. You're right about the 2024 team. But a lot of people like to say the 2023 team was like so good, and that's why they was beating Iowa.
I know you know the answer, but I'll answer that for you. It's a meme that they put out, but it's bullshit because that 2023 LSU team, the previous year they had got knocked out in the second round. 2 years
and they was unranked when the season was starting. They wasn't even ranked.
Right. 2 years before that, they only had 8.
I'm lying. I think they was ranked 16th or something like that. I'm lying.
Well, and when they went to the NCAA, it was actually Iowa that was a 2 seed.
They was ranked higher. Iowa was the higher ranked team. Yeah.
Right. And that LSU team was a 3 seed, and that Iowa team has had 4 people drafted into the WNBA, and two that are still in it, Kate Martin and Cece, and it was Angel and what's her face, Alexis Morris that were drafted. Well, Morris got cut before training camp even ended, so she wasn't even officially in the league, and it's only been Angel. Now, yes, so that's debunked.
I just want to debunk the 2023 team because the 2024 team was better. I give you because Michaela. But even 2024, Michaela Williams was a rookie. Like, come on, what we talking about? Like, so you can't count her.
The 2024 team had a lot of issues because here's the first thing was Samaya Smith, who was a great freshman who was coming into her sophomore year. She had an ACL, so she was out. And then Kateri Poole, she kicked Flage ass in the locker room, and that didn't sit well with Kim Mulkey, so she booted out Kateri and claimed that she stole some scouting stuff and put it online, whatever. So she was gone, and she was a great defensive guard, great three-point shooter. And then ADL, Aaliyah Del Rosario, the 6'6" Frosh, she was one of the top 5 players. She sucked, and she still sucks now, even with Vanderbilt. So basically, and also HVL.
Really quick. Let me shout out Who Raised You because I just recognized his icon. He be commenting on my shorts, so shout out to you Who Raised You. I had a Kendrick Lamar song playing over one of my shorts.
I shouted out as well, right?
Okay. I just remember him from a couple days ago. I had a short with Kendrick Lamar
is in the house,
and then he said what he said was, he heard the song, he heard his father something like that playing the songs a lot of something.
DJ
like that.
Beagles is in the house.
Shout out to Who Raised You. I remember you Who Raised You. Shout out. I try to show the people who support me some love. So shout out to the ones who really support. Shout out to you guys.
So Aaliyah Del Rosario, she sucked, and make a long story, and HVL didn't really fit in. That's why she stayed that extra year, because she didn't look good on that LSU team. So make a long story short, they didn't play a lot of players. They only went about 6 to 7 deep. And by the time they got to that Elite 8 against Iowa, I think they were tired. 2, as we know, Angel sprained her ankle. And when she sprained her ankle, everybody was like, oh boy. So she came back. She wasn't the same. And also Flage wasn't guarding Clark or even not Kateriama, even last year Paul wasn't guarding Clark. They had HVL guarding Clark, and she was getting cooked. So they lost in the Elite 8. So when they lost in that Elite 8, that was the power structure's opportunity to now try to forget about Angel Reese like she didn't exist, right? But up until that point, that 2024 LSU team was the most talked about
really
team.
Quick. I'm sorry, MSL. Jonathan, I can't add you up until you authenticate with YouTube. It's not letting me add you, Jonathan. But go ahead, MSL.
Yeah, so, but you're right. That team was very talented, but that wasn't the team that won the national
shout out to
championship.
Kappa.
It was the 2023 team.
Shout out to Kappa.
And they weren't very talented. That Iowa team had more talent than that 2023 team. So you're right. They use that as a mean, but it's bullshit. But also keep in mind, and this is part of the propaganda, they try to memory hold Angel in that 2023 team, right? So if you notice, most of these guys that we see on the internet, they didn't follow the women's college basketball like we did. See, that's the part that a lot of us have a hard time understanding. A lot of those crazy whites kind of calmed down once that national championship was over and we went into the 2024 season. But the reason why they came back was when this is the key component to remember, when the WNBA went on that campaign of saying CC is the greatest thing on earth, the best thing on earth, the best this, the best this, the best this, the best that, all that stuff, and ESPN and all these people follow, because what you do is you hire PR companies. The PR companies had their people in the media, and they all repeat the same message. That's how you get that, right? It's called saturation coverage, right? So when they did that, so all of a sudden you started hearing, oh, Angel's terrible. She's this. She's going to drop this. She won't even make the league. She won't even play. She's terrible. She's terrible. This. And a lot of that was because she was independent. She was, they couldn't buy her. And Angel wasn't desperate because, like you said, she already had her own money.
What do all this got to do with Angel and Izzy? What do all this got to do with Angel and Izzy?
Well, we getting to Izzy, right? We getting to Izzy. No, because to answer your question, because it was brought up.
Clear about the 2023 championship, the when she was in high school, she had a sprained ankle, and What all this got to do with?
Because it was brought up. It was maybe you weren't there at the time, but it was brought up by Brooklyn, and I said, since you brought it up, let me get into it. If they may be people like you, I don't know if you're one of them who may be unfamiliar with that background. So let me just bring it up.
With it. I was watching before.
It was good, Jonathan.
Before the championship, I was watching when she was cooking Ryan Howard in Kentucky.
What's good, bro?
When she was a freshman, when she was over there dropping 40 on Ryan Howard, when she was a freshman.
Did do that. I found that out later. I didn't see that in real time. You're right. I saw that later. Yeah.
Hey, Brooklyn. Can I say something real quick? First of all, what's up, MSL? What's up, y'all?
It's up there. Hold on. It's up to the chat. If the chat lets you, because a lot of people been waiting. So I don't know if people.
But here's the thing. But I'll fast forward though, right? Since you brought up the question, I'll fast forward to the Izzy thing, right? Because I heard what B Will said, right? The B Will, even though you said it's an open chat, but I'll fast forward to Izzy real quick. Yeah. I mean, we all know what happened in the background. I thought it was one of the worst officiated games I've seen in the first quarter, the first half of any WNBA game that I had watched. And I think because of that, Izzy felt emboldened that she could essentially do whatever she wanted to do. I think on that jump ball, Angel was fouled about 3 or 4 times, about 3 different plays where Mabry fouled her from the back. I seen Angel get pulled from behind from the neck. They have still photos where Angel was hit in the nose or punched in the nose or slapped in the nose. It was just disgusting. It was utterly disgusting.
Izzy's bad. We know she's bad.
To what B Will was saying, I don't know why he's interrupting me because I thought he wanted me to talk about Izzy. Now I'm talking about Izzy and he's interrupting me. So what's up with that?
Go ahead. My fault.
So you want to let me finish, or you want to have a dialogue? Because we can have a debate if you want to have a debate. I'm openly fine with that.
He said, he apologized. Move on.
So yeah.
As long as hold on, let me just say this. Listen, I don't mind the let's use CC word. I don't mind a fiery conversation, right? As long as it's respectful. If it's respectful, I'm not going to interrupt. If we start over, because at the end of the day, we got to keep in mind, it's a show, and people are going to want to watch this back, right? Like somebody might be at work tomorrow. So it got to be entertaining, and then people got to hear each voice. So as long as y'all talking and it's like, it's in cohesion, I'm going to let it go. But once it starts to get to a point, y'all doing good. Y'all all listen. I like the energy. No, but I ain't gonna lie. I like you interrupting. But as long as it's respectful, once it and I like listen. I like how look. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Wait. Let me just explain to y'all how I feel. I like the fact that Real Money interrupted, right? Because MSL could be long-winded, but I also like how that's real money. Hold on, MSL. Yeah. I also like how MSL. Hold on, listen. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. I also like how MSL clapped back. I like how this is good energy. It's good energy as long as it stays respectful.
I called him a clown earlier, so I didn't realize.
I don't know nothing about that. But this is great energy. This is great energy. Before y'all go, because it sounds like
I called him a clown in the chat.
Hold on. It sounds like y'all about to go for a while, and it sounds like Jonathan has something quick to say. Did you have something quick to say, Jonathan?
I already know he's a clown, so that's fine. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Let Jonathan say. Hold on, y'all got the floor. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Give me the floor. Please. 1 second. Give me the floor. Let me say this real quick. I like, because MSL is gonna have. We about to have a good dialogue, right? MSL is gonna have some things he feel about what B Will said, I guess, right? And I guess him and Real Money. I didn't know about the clown talk, so I guess him and Real Money is gonna have a debate or whatever they about to. It's gonna be a good conversation.
You can't debate me.
Okay, we about to find out. I'm for all of it. Let Jonathan say what he's gonna say real quick.
But I give him credit for that.
Hold on. Let Jonathan say what he's gonna say real quick, and then after Jonathan say what he's gonna say, Be Will, MSL, and Real Money, y'all got the floor. As long as y'all respectful, I ain't gonna interrupt. Just be respectful to each other. That's all I ask. But get Jonathan.
Okay, so first off, I've been bothered about that Izzy and Angel thing. It's like what Izzy did to Angel was dirty, sickening, disturbing, and she need to get studied for what she did to Angel.
She needs some psychological counseling.
She could, exactly, because she seriously could have hurt Angel. And let me tell you something. If I'm one of Angel's uncles, Izzy would have had to been hiding somewhere because that's how
no violence, Jonathan. No violence.
Shut that shit down. You don't get to get that off, Jonathan. You know, hey, Jonathan. You know I got
especially not with men. If you said women, that's different. Especially not with men. We don't.
He's speaking metaphorically, though, Brooklyn. He's speaking metaphorically.
You can't be on my channel. You can't be metaphorical with violence against women. We're not gonna do that.
All right, fair enough.
If it's women, okay, I get it. Women can fight a woman, but
as an uncle, I would have hired a group of girls to take care of that. That's what I meant. But
okay, that's better. Yeah. I don't condone it, but that's better.
Yeah. My bad, John. My bad. I do get emotional over Angel's disrespected and
I feel you. Me too. But I know I'm a man at the end of the day, so it's only but so much of angry I can get. I can't
But Jonathan, real quick. But you see how Real GM had made that comment? But what Jonathan is talking about and what we're talking about, if you don't give the background of the who, what, when, where, how, why, and how we got here, then you don't understand where it came from. Because Angel is not someone to be disliked. That's all bullshit that was pushed out by the stuff that we're talking about. What has she ever done for people not to like her? Right? Nothing. And I'll speak to Real GM directly about that stuff, but I'm going to ask him what exactly is his issue, either with the Izzy situation or whatever, so I know exactly what I'm dealing with. I'm just not going to run my mouth without knowing what he's talking about. But what Jonathan is talking about is correct, because what has Angel done to engender this? Nothing. Because if you really examine it, and they hate when we bring this up, Cece is the athlete. The more you look at her, the more you can't stand her ass and hate her ass, because she's unbearable. She's 100% up there. Just look at how she treats the refs, how she treats her teammates, how she treats the coach, how she treats the other players on the opposition, the way she flops, the way she complains, the way she bitches. You wouldn't be surprised if somebody punched her ass in the eye, right?
With a passion for some reason. I don't know what it is.
I don't hate the girl. No, Brooklyn, be honest. You've heard me talk. Do you think I hate CC?
Conversation about.
No, I don't think you hate her, but
no.
But this between hold on. I'm here to mediate. This y'all have a conversation about. I'm here to mediate.
Wait, Brooklyn, did anything I just say was wrong? Did anything I just say was wrong, Brooklyn?
I agree. I do agree with her behavior. I don't like her behavior.
Right. So, but the thing is, we can't critique her behavior. We can't critique her behavior without fools like this trying to defend her. What are we defending?
Hold on, y'all. Don't overtalk. Let's listen to each other. Let's not overtalk each other. Hold on. Let me hear what Real Money was saying. Real Money.
Everybody knows she been doing this. This ain't nothing that just started.
That's true.
That is true.
But the media covered that up in order to promote her as the All-American girl, which she's not.
Let him get it off. Let him get it off, MSL, before you respond, because I want you to respond, but let him get it off and then respond.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. He just started watching this white girl. That's what I'm gonna talk how he want to talk. He just really started watching this white girl.
Since you're a prophet, when did I start watching her? Since you're a prophet, when did I start watching her? And I'll answer your question, but I'm going to ask you, when did I start watching her?
You just said you started watching.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Now I'm going to answer your question. I was watching her since 2018 when she was in high school, because I've always been a high school basketball guru. I used to be a scout, an NBA scout, a college scout, and I was an agent back in the day, just so you know.
Hold on. Let's put a pin. Hold on, really quick. Y'all keep going. Put a pin. When was I on Sellers? I never was on Sellers.
Yeah, you was on Sellers. You made videos about Cheyenne Sellers and everything.
Nah, that was Zoe. That was Zoe. That wasn't me. That wasn't me, bro. But now finish our conversation.
Look at the ignorance we dealing with. He's telling me when I started watching her simply because
I don't have. Hold on. First of all, real quick, I don't have no video on Sellers.
See, he don't want to let me talk. See, he don't want to let me talk. Here's the thing. See, what I'm hearing is nonsense and not a discussion where two people go back and forth. Because I'm trying to answer this question and let Jonathan finish what he's saying. And what I'm saying is, we all knew what CC was in 2020.
You ain't gonna smart out talk.
Okay,
that ain't gonna work.
Brooklyn, let me ask you a question. Real GM. What was CC's ranking?
Hold on. Wait. I can't understand y'all. So
I'm trying to ask him a question.
I know. Wait, MSL, chill, relax. Come on, calm down, please. I don't
keep arguing it. It slows down the progress. I'm trying to let y'all.
So go ahead, Jonathan, finish, because he just acting like a fool.
I just want to hit my hold on. My biggest thing. Hold on, B-Well. Hold on, B-Well. Hold on. Wait. Let me just say one thing, John, and then you could go, Jonathan. Let me say one thing. My only thing is I just want to hear what everybody got to say. I'm not taking nobody's side. I'm not up here siding with nobody. I just want to hear what before any of you, I don't know if y'all been watching from the beginning. Before all of y'all got on, me and B Will was having a conversation, and I disagree with 90% of what he was saying.
But I allowed B Will too, but you don't hear me yelling at him, right?
But my point is, I allowed him to speak. I didn't overtalk him. I didn't, and then even when I did interrupt, I asked him, was it okay? And then if he told me no, I stopped. Is that true, B Will?
That's 100% true. That's how we
so
were
the conversation.
Brooklyn.
That's the only. Hold on, MSL. I understand. This is
never interrupted him. Though I disagree with him.
MSL, hold on. MSL, hold on. Listen, all I'm saying is I want every conversation to go that way with everybody. I'm not saying it's MSL fault. I'm not saying it's Real Money fault. I'm not saying it's John. I'm not saying it's nobody fault. I'm just saying when y'all speak to each other, just let the other one finish so we can hear. Because even regardless of we agree or disagree with what they saying, we gotta hear it first, and then we could the chat gonna let you know how they feel. They gonna agree or disagree. But if y'all both talking at the same time, we don't even know what y'all said, so we don't know who we agree with or disagree with. That's all I'm saying. Let people finish their thought. Even if you want to interrupt, ask if it's okay. If they say no, let them finish, and then say whatever you got to say, regardless of you agreeing or disagreeing. That's all I ask from everybody, please. That's it.
And Real GM interrupted me, and I responded to him, and he didn't let me respond to him. But go ahead, Jonathan. See, I'm calm. I'm cool.
That's not true. He did not interrupt you. Brooklyn gave him the floor.
So, hey, let me just go ahead and say something. So,
who's that talking, Brooklyn? Is that B Will? Who's that talking?
That was B Will. And this is
hold on. Please let Jonathan speak. I asked Jonathan to speak. Let Jonathan speak, please. Come on.
Okay, so all right. What I was trying to say is
Jonathan had the floor, by the way.
What I was trying to say was Angel, regardless, we have to think about regardless what Angel did in the 2023 national championship game on Kaylin. That's no excuse for the amount of hate that she's receiving. That's that's one of the dumbest reasons and the dumbest excuse for people to rag on Angel the way they do to this day. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't jumping on Caitlyn for when she waved Raven off and gave her the "you see me" thing. But when it turns back to her, not everybody want to jump on into each other. See, the thing is, and I don't mean to bring this up, but as Black people, we don't reunite and stand like we should do. You know what I'm saying? We just let other races just tear us up apart, and we make excuses and that really bothers me.
Now, what up, baby?
Jonathan, that's one of the reasons why I try to fill in the blanks with the propaganda aspects of it and follow the money, because a lot of it is done on purpose. Like all these videos we see of Angel missing shots and stuff like that, people pay for that. That's not just random people doing it. Nobody spend their whole life making videos. They're getting paid for that. Those sites like Keep the Vision, all those stuff, those people get paid. They get paid. They get paid directly. Is what I'm saying. They're not just doing it just to do it. That's why all they do is talk all Caitlyn all the time, because they're propaganda outlets. And then the media uses that. They work in unison when they want to talk. They go, "Hey, the CC fan said this." Me personally, and I've said this many, many times, except for the person that's on the panel, there are very, very few CC fans that I run into on the internet, because 99% of the time when you ask them basketball questions, they can't discuss it. You can't have a basketball discussion with them. And then eventually they'll say to you, "Well, I don't even follow that stupid league anyway. I don't like that league is dumb anyway." So they're not fans of the sport. They're not even fans of her. They're just people who, like Jonathan is saying, they wanted to beat up on a white woman, or they were black woman. Sorry, they were on Outkick. They were on Fox. They were on Barstool or something like that. And they just have these knee-jerk reactions, because every time I run into one of these people, Brooklyn, and ask them, "Do you follow the league?" ultimately they admit to me they don't. So you got a lot of people commenting on a player in Angel and on a sport that don't actually follow it or watch it. And I think that's something the WNBA realized, that 90% of people who they claim are her fans, they don't know a goddamn thing about the sport. They don't even follow the sport. Did you ever hear a Bulls fan say, well, when Michael Jordan didn't win an award, or when the Bulls did, so, well, I'm going to stop watching the NBA because Jordan didn't win it? Of course not. So those are real fans. These people aren't real fans. These people are just pushing and promoting a player. That's all they do.
What are we? We just came out of the thin air and just said we're gonna support a white girl just because she's white.
Well, I'm answering your question. Yeah, for a lot of black men, a lot of black men do that, and that's their choice if they want to do that.
Hold on, if I could inject real quick, MSL, I think, in my opinion, Real Money, from my experience in knowing you, I think there's a difference between Clarkies, where we coined that phrase, Clarkies, and Caitlin Clark fans. I don't view you as a Clarkie. You feel me? What I'm saying? There's a few people. There's a few people who I know, like, you could, like I said, my man Chris. I don't know if some of y'all know, he's been on my panel. Chris is not a Clarkie. Chris is a Caitlin Clark fan. So it's a difference. So I think MSL is specifically speaking about the Clarkies right now. So I don't think that was pertaining to you. I mean, he could correct me if I'm wrong. He's speaking, but I don't think he's talking about you on Real Money.
No, I'm telling you, who don't like to see somebody shooting the ball from half court? It's just more entertaining than me watching somebody.
Yeah, I get why you a fan.
40 minutes.
But you're entitled. But you're entitled for her. But you're entitled to be a fan for her. But you don't have to.
Hold on, let him finish. Hold on, MSL. Let him finish. Let him get it off. Let him get it off, MSL, and then you go.
It's just more entertaining than me watching 37-point games and all that, and weird layups and foul calls every 3 minutes, and just women. They said it was physical. Now,
let me know when I can respond,
because somebody got slammed.
Real Money. Let him know when you're done. Let him know when you're done, Real Money, so he can respond to you.
We came into this shit. When we came into this shit, that's the only thing we heard when they were beating the white girl up every single game. That's all we heard. Oh, it's a physical league. You got to bulk up. You got to strengthen up. Now, all of a sudden, somebody get punched or slammed, and it's their favorite player. Now it's, oh, no. That girl should be in jail. She should be suspended for 25
Well, Brooklyn,
games.
why don't you let him know that Angel been beat up since her rookie year? So
Bro,
that's not a CC not
the white girl
beat
been beat up since her rookie year, since college.
And so was Angel.
All these girls who still fight her now, they been beating her up since college. Every single girl who doing this shit been doing it since college.
Brooklyn. But let me answer his question, since now he's just filibustering. Regarding his statement, he's entitled to his opinion like everyone on this panel, but I find Caitlin's game boring. I don't find it exciting at all. I don't think ball hogging, I don't think having 6 turnovers a game, I don't think not playing with it.
Every player on the
he's interrupting me, Brooklyn. See, he's interrupting me. See, I don't mind the interruptions, but he don't like when he gets interrupted.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, you interrupt. Y'all both. That's why I just stopped. Y'all both kind of. But it's cool as long as y'all getting it off.
But I'll say it real quick. I find Caitlin's game boring. Like a lot of people find her game boring because she to me she looks like a 1950s ball player with hair. She looked like Bob Cousy with hair to me. Right? She's slow. She's not fast. That's why she always pushes off with that stiff arm. She doesn't look like a modern. She doesn't look like a modern ball player to me. But I give her. She doesn't look like. And if the WNBA did not officiate her the way they did.
Hold on. Did I hide you, MSL, in the chat? If I did, my bad.
I don't know.
I did that I did it by mistake. There.
But yeah, let's be and let's be honest, Brooklyn. You's a b-ball person, and let me say this to you, and you tell me what you think. Historically, when you have a streaky shooter who's slow and plays abysmal defense, if she wasn't who she was, how many minutes a game do you think she would really play as Steph White really had her way, Brooklyn, especially when she's on one of those 3 for 15, 5 for 15, 5 for 18, because historically when you're a streaky shooter and you don't play defense, or you play defense as bad as her, you get sat or you get benched. That's the speculation that happened to her last year, right? When she only played 13 games, right? That was the speculation that happened to her last year.
Hold on. Let him respond. Hold on, MSL. Let him respond to that, and then go back and ping pong it.
When you know how to do other things on the court and generate 55 points a half and all that type of stuff, You shooting 5 for 15 had nothing to do with nothing that night. She still generated more
What
points than
does
your
her assists
favorite player
matter? And
has in
she's
10
get
games.
what do her assists matter? And she's getting 6 assists a game, and she's the
Yeah,
worst
what do the
defensive
assists
player in the
matter?
league.
When you get the win, that's when the
When
assists
people are
matter. When you
targeting
get the
you.
win.
So
When
did
you
the
get a
team win? Did
W,
the
that's
team
when the
win
assists
last? Did the
matter.
team win last year when Stephanie White was coaching
They
Odyssey
won last year
Odyssey
and the
Sims?
year before that.
Huh? Were they
They
coaching
won
Odyssey
last
Sims?
year and they won the year before that too.
Then why is it that every coach that she's had, from Christy Sides to Stephanie White, they want to put her
Man,
at the off
you
guard or
coming
put
with
her
the
at the wing?
same
Why is that?
exact stuff. Why
Why
we
is
talking
that?
about her coaches? We talking about her.
No.
Why we
But if
talking about
she
her
was
coach?
so good at her job, why is it both of her coaches want to move her off the ball or put her at the wing?
Because they want to see what she can do doing something else.
No, the reason why is because they feel her playing point guard affects the other aspects of her game.
No, her
She's more
playing point
tired.
guard.
She's more tired. She's more
Guess
worn
what?
down.
We seen
Dude,
Stephanie White's
dude,
system. Now we seeing her system, and what kind of streak they're on.
wait.
We
You're
seen
saying
Stephanie
wait.
White's
So you're
system.
saying that. So you're saying
That's
that.
slow in
You're
half
saying that.
court.
Wait. You're saying that Caitlin Clark should play the way she wants. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Versus
I'm
what the coaches
saying they
want?
let her play the way she wants in spurts. We're watching this.
Dude,
She played
the majority of
control
their
offense
game.
now,
Let me ask
and
you a
she played the
question.
way
Are
she wanted
most
wins.
are
Well,
most of
that's what
Indiana's
watching
games
the
on
depend.
home? Well, let me ask a question since he wants to try to say this. Are most of Indiana's games so far at home or on the road?
It
If
been
you don't know this
basically
answer,
even.
you and I shouldn't be talking.
They ain't played but like what?
Dude,
11
I'm asking
games?
you a simple question. You're supposed to be a big CC fan.
They've
Are
been
most of their games at home
half
or
and
on the road?
half. I said half and half.
No, most of their games have been at home, not on the road. Go check it. The
Okay,
chat
and
can
what?
check me. Secondly, they've played a lot of games where they have had rest, and the other
Kappa, you
teams have
stupid
played
Kappa.
have
He
played
said
back to back,
SCNB and an A on Monday.
and they play the tougher teams at the back end of their schedules. The reason why I say all this is we have to let the season play out. We'll know by the halfway point of the season or the three-quarters part of the season how well that, because if you go the last 2 years, Indiana has been up and down the last 2 years. The first two, both CC herself and the team has been up and down. And I would argue the team has played its best ball
Cece didn't
when
even
Kelsey
play
Mitchell
last year.
and Leah Boston were the ones who
The
took the
team
lead and
had
not
nothing to
CC.
do with her last year. The team last year that just played, they had nothing to do with her. She played 13 games. They had nothing to do with her.
And guess what? They were one Kelsey Mitchell, sick Kelsey Mitchell, or one bad Aaliyah Boston call from the finals.
Yeah,
When
they cheated. We seen it. Everybody saw it right in person. They called when Aaliyah Boston sneezed on somebody, they called a foul. We
Stop
saw
it.
Well, Aaliyah
everybody
Boston
seen
is
it in
dirty.
person.
Aaliyah Boston is dirty. That's beside the point.
Not,
So let me ask you a
that's what I'm
question.
saying.
Do you think
when people start calling Aaliyah Boston dirty? When she started getting all those assists, when she started getting popular.
I don't think nobody cares about Aaliyah Boston being popular or getting assists. That sounds like that don't even make sense.
No,
nobody said about Caitlin getting assists from Leah Boston.
She literally upped her own game. She getting assists. She shooting threes. She playing good defense.
But what does that have to do? What does that have to do with her throwing elbows like the way? That's a fact. I mean, I don't have nothing against her, but that's a fact. She's a dirty. She's a dirty player. But when she's your player, you like her. That's what it is.
Asia Wilson literally goes up with her elbow when she shoots a jump shot.
What
Asia Wilson literally go up with her elbow and shoot when she shoot a jump shot, and if her leg get touched, it's a foul. What are we talking about? This is a women league. They call all type of ticky tack weird fouls, bro. Like
so you feel it's okay that Clark can tell a ref, fuck you, you made the wrong call, fuck you, you're a fucking idiot, or she can tell the coach of Connecticut, you're a fucking idiot, and that's okay because according to you, that's how she was in college.
You don't see how these women talk to these refs and coaches and stuff, man.
Nobody acts like she does, mind you. Nobody acts like she does. And here's the thing, Brooklyn.
Okay.
You said he's not a Clarkie, but he's acting like a Clarkie. Because if you ask me something about Angel that's legit, I'll go, yeah, she can. I'll go, yeah, she can do this, she can do that. But all he's done is give me a sense of everything I said, and he got an issue with the Izzy thing.
But let me tell you. hold on. Let me tell you what I consider a Clarkie though. I consider Clarkies people that's like, they just hate Angel, right?
Yeah, that's
Or
what
they just gonna
he
talk
want. He
about
wanted to
see
be.
what he
That's
doing.
what he
Oh
want
wait,
me
hold
to.
on, I
He
got
want
you.
me
I
to
got
come
you,
off
real.
as an
Hold on,
angel
real.
hater.
Hold on, real. I got you, real. Real is he's gonna the same way you're gonna defend Angel about certain things that people who's not Angel fans say differently. He's gonna defend CC, and
Yeah,
you
but I
gotta
watch
you
CC.
can.
I've been
But
watching
my
CC
point.
since she was in
Hold
high
on.
school.
MSL, I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is you
I
gotta
bet y'all
just
know more
say
about
the
CC
same
than
way.
he
But hold on,
does.
here's
You
my
want to have a
point.
discussion
Hold on,
about? I bet y'all know more
hold on,
about CC than
MSL.
he
Hold
does.
on, hold on. Wait. Here's my
We can
point.
have a
The
discussion
same,
just about CC and see who knows
yo,
more.
MSL. Can I speak?
I bet
Can I?
y'all know more about CC than him.
MSL get hot. Hold on. Listen, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you get it off. Let me say one thing
We
though.
can
Let me just
break
say one
down her
thing.
entire game from high school to now, and I bet you
Brooklyn,
I'll know more about her game than
MSL.
his dumb ass.
MSL. I'm
you
trying
gonna have
to.
to mute him.
I don't want to do that. I want to have respect
I
for
know you don't.
MSL. Don't make me. They want me to mute you. I don't want to mute you, MSL.
I know.
Just listen.
I'm
Just
sorry. I'm
listen.
sorry, Brooklyn. My bad.
Just
I'm sorry.
listen. I know it's cool. It's cool. Listen. I'm from Brooklyn. I have thick skin, bro. Like you good. My point. I just want to make one point. The same way. Again, I'm reiterating it. I didn't agree with a lot of things B. Will said. Right. But it's times where he made a point and I had to say, you know what? Be well. I'm not mad at you about how you feel. I just disagree with you. So in this case, you got to realize there's going to be things that real money feels that you don't feel, and you got to
And that's
respect his
fine. That's his
feelings.
opinion.
Yeah,
He's
that's all I'm
entitled.
saying. You can't be like because he don't agree with you, he's a
Not at
Clarkie.
all. I
Because
never
like
felt that
because
way.
because 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 I feel and we could have I don't know we have one definition or whatever we can have our definition of what a Clarkie is, but to me, Clarkies aren't basketball fans.
No, they're not.
Clarkies is just people who follow Caitlyn is gonna say she do everything perfect because
Yep.
they love Caitlyn. They don't know anything about basketball though. So that's why when to me the people who actually say, even if you disagree with them, but they'll say this is why I like Caitlyn, and they'll mention some basketball reasons, you gotta respect it. Even if you disagree, even if you be like, I don't see it that way, you gotta be like, okay, I respect how you feel because that's your opinion. And we
Yeah,
all entitled to that.
but keep in
We
mind,
all
Brooklyn,
entitled to our own opinion.
some people's and I'm not saying about your guests here, but some people's basketball reasons also come from repeating memes, right? They just
Man,
repeat
this man
memes.
here,
And
he
this is
would
what I
say
mean when I
Natasha
say when you
Cloud
try to
is a
get into
better
a
basketball
basketball
player than
discussion, they
CC
can't
is.
have a basketball discussion because they're just used to repeating me.
I
We've
think y'all
all
was
met people.
I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think y'all both was doing good in explaining y'all points.
Is Natasha?
It's a listen
Hey,
from a
MSL.
person. Let me
Hey,
say this real quick. Hold on. I want you to say that real. Hold that thought. Let me just say this one thing, and I'm gonna shut up. I think for a person, take yourselves out of it right now. Put yourselves in the mind of the person that's watching this debate, and put yourselves in the mind of somebody who agrees with MSL, and put yourselves in the mind of a person that agrees with real money. Y'all making y'all compelling arguments for the
No, but
person that
here, but
agrees with you.
here's the problem, Brooklyn. But here's the problem, Brooklyn, and
Hold on, nah, because
and
Real
I
was
won't do
talking.
it,
Hold on, MSL. Let
here.
Real fit. Hold on, Real was talking. I
I'm
interrupted
gonna
Real.
just ask him a
Let Real
question. I'm gonna
finish.
ask him a question. Do you consider
All right,
Natasha? Do you consider Cloud a better basketball player than Clark?
Natasha
Natasha
Cloud,
Cloud.
no.
Yes, yes.
Well, what's your
I
point?
got a
I'm
video of
trying
that
to
on my
ask you a
channel.
question, then I can see how I can even talk to you. How can I
Yeah,
debate
but when
you
I
after
asked you
that?
questions, you didn't want to
After
answer my
that, I can
questions.
answer. I'm
You
just
just
trying to see
filibustered
what
me.
do you.
Answer his
You just
question,
filibustered
MSL.
me. So you
Answer
don't
his
answer my
question, MSL.
questions. All you do is
Answer his
filibuster
I'm
question.
gonna
me.
answer your
Answer
So
his
question. I just
question.
need you
don't
to
ask
answer
me a
that
question
question
if you're
right
not
there
willing to
for me.
answer mine. Don't
Answer his
ask me a
question,
question if you're
MSL.
not willing
He
to
said it.
answer mine.
He said he gonna answer you, MSL. Ask him.
No,
Okay,
he didn't.
so
MSL didn't answer his question. He
That's
avoided
Which
what
it.
I'm
he's
saying.
I
Answer his
just
question.
did. I just
no,
Which
he
answered his
did. I
question.
think he said no. He said no. He don't think
oh
Natasha.
Okay,
Cloud.
okay. Go ahead. Ask me the
I could have
question. So
sworn I
I
heard him
got
say
the.
that.
I said no. I said
I'm
no.
trying to ask you why after
my
that.
bad,
I'm
my
gonna ask
bad.
you why after this. But go ahead.
No, my question is, do you feel that Clark gets the benefit of the doubt too often in officiating in the WNBA? And why do you
Dude, you
feel
act
it's
like we
okay for
got.
her to berate officials and her teammates and her coaches? You feel
Why
that's
does
okay?
there? Why do everybody try to act like they don't know? They don't act like the year 2024 happened and they don't know why all of this is going on. And it's two players. The reason why all of this is going on. The reason why we're sitting here debating right now. Would we be sitting here debating about Natasha Howard and and Chelsea Gray right now if 2024 didn't happen? But we be sitting here doing
You mean
that right
2023?
now.
But yeah,
No, that's his way of not answering the question, Brooklyn. See what I mean?
No, I get no.
It's not.
I get what he's saying though. I get what he's saying, but MSL is right. You're not answering it. You're not answering it directly on Real Money. I get what he's saying, but I get what you're saying too, Real Money. I understand.
But
he wants you to answer it directly.
But here's the thing, Brooklyn. But now I'm gonna follow up on it since he didn't answer the question. I think the issue, Brooklyn, if I'm allowed to speak.
Hold on.
Yeah, Real Money.
I think the issue that a lot of basketball.
All right. B Will got a point. Hold on. Let Real Money actually answer the question.
He won't do that.
You want to reiterate it, MSL?
Real GM is the one that always interrupts me. He will never let me finish a sentence.
I done heard this dude for 5
Y'all was doing good for a second.
But it's not my issue that you listen to other people's shows. I don't got nothing to do with that. Like, don't carry. Now you sound like Izzy. That's exactly what Jonathan was saying about Izzy. She was carrying that animus for 3 years, and then she let it all out on Angel when she played with her. I don't know why you're doing that with me. I can listen to you for 3 days and I would still be cool, calm, and collected.
You can tell your same story for 20 more years, bro. I don't care, bro. It don't matter.
Yo, dude, I can talk about anything. Basketball is not the only thing I can talk about. Women's basketball, I can talk about anything. Brooklyn, if you ever wanted to, you could just drop a subject and we could talk about it, and I could talk about it. We're just talking about this.
I honestly think y'all both doing a great job right now. Like, I think y'all.
No, but Reddit Milky Way brought up a great. See, all he does is filibuster because he don't have no arguments. So all he does is interrupt and filibuster. He doesn't have any cogent arguments or any cogent points or cogent sound. That's why every time you make one.
All right. So look, let me change the topic then.
That's every time you make one. All he does is come with that.
So look, this is still pertaining to CC and Angel. Even though it's funny because I thought we was getting back to Izzy and Angel. But we ended up back on CC and Angel. But hold on, wait. MSL, please. So this is the question, right? Tomorrow we have. Y'all start another conversation. Go ahead. I'll allow it.
He condoned what Kennedy Carter did. You act like you condone what Izzy
Jonathan.
did. You
now, see Brooklyn, you're not calling him on this. When did I ever bring up Kennedy Carter, Brooklyn? When did I ever bring up Kennedy? This dude sits here and says all types of crazy stuff. You don't check
he didn't
him.
Bring up,
he said I condone what Kennedy
Carter did. Wait. I'm not here to check anybody.
When you were talking about it, and he was like, yeah, that's right.
I never commented on Kennedy Carter. I don't know what he's talking about.
MSL real. Y'all, hold on, man. Let me say something.
All he's trying to do is filibuster and drag the chat down. That's all he's doing.
Let me hear what Jonathan. Let me hear a new voice. Let me hear what Jonathan got to say. Go ahead, Jonathan.
I'm gonna argue. Okay, let me say something. All right, so okay, the whole Angel and CC thing is obviously getting out of hand. You know what I'm saying? I just have a question. What if Angel decided that she wanted to, she has a lot of money. What if she ends up decide that, you know what, I want to do something to give back to the community. I want to have my own company and give out, give some people some jobs. You know what I'm saying? And she used that money, open up like a security company, her own restaurant.
Angel does do that, store, but she don't do what you're saying, but she does get back to the community. She does that. I'm saying she doesn't do like she hasn't opened up a business, but she get back to the community. She has an Angel Reese Foundation. So what she did was I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, she got but what if she ends up deciding to have her own business and she has a lot of business for people to get jobs and make some money, like, and everybody's working at their companies, getting their hustle and all that, like are we gonna give her credit for doing that to show how, or are we still gonna come up with an excuse and try to move the goalposts and say some dumb stuff like, oh, she just trying to clear herself from what she did from 2023 and all that.
I mean, I think to answer your question, I'll answer it. To answer your question, I think what happens with Angel is she does do that, but people don't want to talk about that. So I'm gonna give you a perfect example. This bringing it full circle. This game that just happened with Toronto, everybody want to talk about what happened in that game. They want to talk about her field goal percentages in that game and what happened in that game. But nobody's talking about the 6 games before that, where she played well, right? So to my point is, she put a hold on. I'm making a point. So my point about what you're saying is, she put a basketball court in Chicago. Don't nobody give a fuck about that, but that's for the community of Chicago. And she said she wanted to do this. She was just on ESPN when she played. I believe it was the Aces. She was somebody I forgot, or it was a Liberty. It was somebody she played. I forgot.
Wasn't it Chicago when they played Chicago?
It might have been Chicago with the ESPN game when it was on ESPN. It might have been Chicago.
Yeah, it was Chicago.
She said it was. Thank you. She said in that interview, I don't know if a lot of y'all watched it. She said she want to do the same thing in Atlanta. She want to bring a park in Atlanta. She said she want to a couple of it. They said she want to win a championship. She said a few things. But my point is, she does do things, but like nobody. Nobody, it's not fun. Nobody want to talk about it, right? The machine, yeah, nobody. It's not even a machine. Even people like the trolls online, like that, and that's
even
what the
like
difference.
You,
and
MSL,
that
you
bring
don't talk
that
about
bring.
that.
Hold on, real.
See, here we
that
go.
brings
Here we
me.
go
Hold
again.
on, MSL,
this
please,
person is like a magician.
please. I do the mute thing. You took. I'm muting myself. But listen, what I'm saying is this, I'm landing my plane, and y'all can have it. Y'all can have it after this. I'm landing my plane. What I'm saying is this, even the Clarkies, what we just said Clarkies is, they'll get online to say anything negative about Angel, but they'll talk about the me bounds or whatever, but they won't be like, all right, I give her credit. She did do this for the community, or she is working on her game. She is doing that. That's why they're not real basketball fans. They don't care about basketball. All they care about is tearing Angel down. So to your point, MSL, the media, the machine didn't push it, but also people, random, not real. I'm not talking about Caitlin Clark fans, right? Not them. The Clarkies though, they don't get online because those be the ones mainly in your comments. CC fans don't really pop up in your comments, unless they want to say
Can I
something
just say
about
one
CC.
thing to what you're saying, Brooklyn? Because
Yeah,
like I always got to say this: the internet or
well, it's not
social
really to what
media.
I'm saying. That was the answers.
So, but to what Jonathan said,
Jonathan's
for what
question.
Jonathan said, I always want to put this out there just to have a healthy dialogue and not make it all negative. I think social media, and Angel herself has said this, and I agree with it, is not real. What we see and experience on social media, 90% of the rest of the population don't give a damn about. The easiest way to notice is talk to your friends about a lot of this stuff. They have no idea what we're talking about. So there, it's only in this online area where we're having a lot of these conversations. But to the average person, they don't know about a lot of this stuff. A lot of people do like Angel and know Angel, but they don't always get into the details of the hate. And usually I have to introduce people to the quote unquote online hate, and they usually don't believe you. And then when they start going online to YouTube, TikTok, whatever, and they start seeing that, they go, oh my God, I can't believe what you said. What you said is true. But obviously she is loved, because otherwise she wouldn't make $15 million a year or whatever it is. I'm sure at some point she'll be making 25, 30 million a year. So she has advertisers, she does a million things. So it's like a dichotomy, right? We say it on one hand, but the reality is it's only a small group of idiots who do this stuff. But in reality, the overwhelming majority of the population couldn't give a damn. Would you agree with that, Brooklyn?
You got me muted, Brooklyn?
No, okay. How about I'm be honest. I didn't even hear everything you said because I was doing something else.
Man,
but I'm pretty sure you made sense.
No, I said to Jonathan's point. I said to Jonathan's point that I said that she has. I said a lot of what we talk about hate is just a small segment of the population, and it's online. But generally speaking, the overwhelming majority of the population has no idea what we're talking about. And you can test it by just speaking to friends that you know. Most of the friends that we know don't know the level of detail of the stuff that we're talking about. And if you point it out to them, they don't believe you. It's not until they
somebody
go online.
Somebody got echo. Somebody got.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
We see so much. We see her get all the love that she get in person. We see how much love she get wilding out every concert. All the celebrities showing up on Celebrity Row to watch the games. We see all the love. It's only on this internet when people like you jump on here and say everybody hate her.
I never said that. See, Brooklyn, now he's contradicting what I just
hold on.
Fans.
Wait, it's okay. He misunderstood. No. He misunderstood what you was saying. Y'all saying the same thing, Real Money. Y'all basically saying the same.
Because he don't listen. That's the problem. He don't listen.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Dude, learn to listen before you respond.
No,
because
you would literally not be saying it. You would be saying it's in real life.
Brooklyn, he is totally not understanding
when she goes outside.
Okay, we misunderstand each other sometimes. Okay, listen to each other. Listen, get real, and then you go MSL.
Jonathan was talking. I just said to Jonathan just to add some levity to what Jonathan is saying, to say it's not all bad. It's not all bad. It's not all. She's actually very, 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 very well liked, and it's only a small segment of the population. And I started off by saying social media is not reality, because what we discuss on social media is 90% of the population has no idea what we're talking about. And I said all that. So if he didn't hear it or if he didn't understand it, that's on him. But I said all that just to add. And I said otherwise she wouldn't make all the money she makes. She wouldn't have the Q rating she makes. She wouldn't have all the corporate sponsors she has, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I add that for perspective. And then he comes and says the same thing I said without even realizing it.
What's not true?
We debating tomatoes and tomatoes. That's what we debating right now. Tomatoes and tomatoes. Because you saying you just going off the Richter scale with if she's loved and this and that. We know Angel loved. We know all this. But on the other hand, people don't understand. Just because you don't like CC, or a lot of people may not like CC, she still loved in the same way. She got, just like it's a lot of fans on this side, it's a lot of fans on that side. It's trolls on this side, it's trolls on that side.
Are there hate sites dedicated to Caitlin Clark? That's a simple question, Brooklyn. Is that not a simple question, Brooklyn? Are there hate sites? Are there hate sites dedicated to Caitlin Clark? Tell me one. Yes. Tell me one.
Man,
tell me one.
On, man. We don't got to do
tell
that.
Me one.
We don't
tell me one.
Do that.
Tell me one. See, he can't answer it, Brooklyn. He's full of shit. He can't answer it.
You see him daily.
He can't answer, Brooklyn. He full. I can tell you plenty of hate sites for Angel Reese.
You see these sites just the same way I see.
I asked you to name me one, just one. I
don't have to name nobody.
Reddit Milky Way wants to know. Kappa wants to know. Some of these other people want to know. You can't. You can't see Brooklyn. You say he's a fair CC fan, but
shout
I
out
don't think
the real man. You on Brooklyn today, man?
Yeah, I'm on Brooklyn 80s, baby. I'm not.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
He do that. That's what he.
What
do.
he say?
I'm telling you, this dude.
Brooklyn, why can't he answer the question? Why can't he answer the? So I asked him for one. Hate site for CC, and he can't answer the question.
If you had a channel, you would literally be a hate channel.
Oh, see now he's playing semantics. See now he's playing. See, when you can't win an argument, you come up with idiotic shit like that. I asked him a simple question. He can't answer the question. He's stumped. And instead of saying, no, I'm stumped, he want to come up with silly shit.
No, I'm saying, what do you mean? What
I asked you, name me one hate site. Name me one hate site of Caitlin Clark. Name me one. Name me one. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm sure there's something out there, but I'm saying name me one hate site of Caitlin Clark that you know of. Nigga, you can't. That's the thing. Right but now. I can name you at least 30
Jason Whitlock right now.
On Angel Wilson. Jason Whitlock was riding CC's tail for the last 2.5 years until they told her we want to get rid of her. And all of a sudden now, him and Dan Ditek, and Annie Costable.
You think the corporation literally telling him they're gonna get rid of her now? That's what you really thinking?
Can I respond to his question, Brooklyn? Since he never listens, can I respond to his question?
Y'all doing a great job. Just keep doing it.
I'm gonna respond to his answer. I'm gonna respond to his answer, Brooklyn. I think that the management of the Indiana Fever, at the least, they put some messages out to people like Dan Ditek, to people like Annie Costable,
no, don't call them messages now. They're hit
and
pieces.
They put out messages because people who are in direct contact with them are now saying bad things about Caitlin Clark. And when Annie Costable put that article out, it was liked and forwarded by the Indiana Fever management. I think Jason, as a YouTuber,
Be well, watch this.
I think Jason, as a YouTuber, he doesn't sit at the table with the head honchos. He's just a YouTuber trying to make money, though he's on a slightly higher level than the Keep Divisions and all them other idiots. So I think those guys are worried about their meal tickets because they've been pushing this whole CC nonsense the last 2.5 years, and now they're concerned. But they'll only really know if when they stop getting paid directly by the PR companies that are probably paying them or the internet marketplace. So
hold on. Let me say one thing real quick. I guarantee you, I can say one thing that make the whole panel agree. Y'all ready?
Sure.
Yep.
CC and Angel both good for the game. regardless of what side you on.
That's what's crazy.
They both good. They both good for basketball. Can we all agree for women's basketball? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah. They great for women basketball. Neither one of them going nowhere.
I just wanted a foundation to show like we can't all agree on stuff. Everything don't gotta be a battle.
He thinking
you could be on one side or the other, but we need them both, and we need more. Here's the truth. Hey, real money. Here's the truth. We need more of them. The more come out Olivia Mal, the more come out of college, the better for women's basketball.
Brooklyn. That's all they doing now. Look,
Brooklyn.
Debate.
Yeah. Brooklyn, let me read you what Reddit Milky Way said. Since he don't want to hear me talk, let me read him what Reddit Milky Way said. Reddit Milky Way said, hey, I dare you to search Angel on YouTube and search CC's name. It will take you a while to find a non-derogatory AI video. If you search CC, you will be hard-pressed to find one towards her. And he also said, or she also said, I don't see any fake YouTube videos saying Angel got banned from the internet for being on Roy's. They have pages after pages saying Angel quit the league to start. And there's a million of those. And I just wasn't talking about those. I'm also talking about the fixed sites, the ones that are there, like Black and White Sports and all these other people. All they do is spit out vitriol on Angel Reese. And this is what I mean when I say the machine, Brooklyn. These aren't like random people. These people are being paid to do this. PR companies are paying them behind the scenes, the internet marketplace, the social media marketplace, etc. Like they try to make it seem like it's organic, but it's not. So these are all people who are paid to do this or who are incentivized to do this. And you don't see any of this being directed to CC. You know why? Because Angel fans, whether we like CC or not, we're not going to say shit about. I mean, there's a lot of things you can say about CC. She's not the best looking woman in the world. She's probably on the spectrum, like a lot of people say. She's done a lot of crazy stuff from her youth. You know, she may be gay. She may be gay. She may be a Democrat. She may be a Democrat. But guess what? We don't really talk about that stuff because we just keep it to basketball, even though all that stuff may be true. And we know she's been a terror on every level that she's been on, but we still keep it to basketball. So I don't really understand what this person's trying to say, because you have, like Reddit Milky Way said, you got to search hard to find a site that says something negative about Caitlyn, but you can find 1,000 sites that say something negative about Angel, and it's not because she's a bad person, it's because people are paid to do that, Brooklyn. That's part of the quote-unquote machine.
She just hit a game winner,
whatever he's saying makes no sense, because Caitlin Clark is such a flawed basketball player that if they would have graded her correctly and honestly, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now. She would just be another good basketball player.
If they would have rated anybody correctly and responsibly, we wouldn't be having the conversation about them. They lift anybody they want to lift up. Now they feel like they want to lift Atlanta up because they the hot team right now. They want to lift Atlanta up. Why do you not see this? I've been watching sports for so long, dude. I know this what they do with athletes. They lift whoever they want to lift up, and they tear them down when they feel like tearing them down. They tear you down only to lift you back up.
To Real Money's point, I forgot who did this. Was it ESPN? Somebody just dropped the top 25, and I looked at the list one time and I said, "This is rage bait."
Bleacher Report.
It was Bleacher. I said, "This is rage bait." I said, "They put this shit out just to make people mad." I was looking at some of the names. I was like, certain names don't make sense.
They have a stat for gravity now, Brooklyn. They got a stat that say gravity.
I forgot. I looked at it once, but they had like Kelsey. I think like wasn't Kelsey Mitchell to the bottom of the list? Like it was certain names. I was like, this don't make sense. I was like, okay, they trying to rage bait people.
This all-star list. They doing the same thing.
The top 10.
They doing the all-star list too. With this all-star list.
I agree.
Okay, I got. I want to move on. It's kind of off topic, but so I know some of y'all watched the Chicago Sky and New York Liberty game, and it was
I got some
down. Yeah.
Talking about
Apparently,
Camilla with 10 points.
yes. Apparently, everybody is turning on Camilla. You know, they saying that she's not the player everyone thought she was.
Who was the first
Camilla
person this year to say, "Is it top?" Go
She
ahead.
better get it together.
I don't
right,
get
Brooklyn?
I don't be getting my
Let
credit,
me
bro.
keep going, 'cause if I don't keep going,
bro.
MSL and Real gonna take over. But,
They gonna take.
Oh, Jonathan, stop. You know I let you talk, Jonathan. Come on, man.
Jonathan. Go.
But Camilla. I'm gonna be honest. So everybody on Twitter was ragging on Camilla, saying like she's 6'7", she don't get no rebounds and all that. Or
she keep getting in foul trouble.
She keeps getting in foul trouble. Honestly, I just think Camilla just don't want to play for Chicago no more. Her game.
Have Camilla ever been like that though, y'all? Just tell me this. When have she ever
No,
been like
I gotta keep going. Let me keep going.
Go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Move to the next topic. Yeah. You know, I kind of feel bad for Camilla. Like her new players just doesn't give her no motivation. And honestly, I'm just gonna flat out say Camilla's just not a fit for Chicago, and I think she's tired of playing for them, and I think she's ready to move on. So, and I'm pretty sure she's hoping to get traded before the season ends. And if that happens, that'll be great on her. Like she's got to be on a team that's gonna make her feel happy, that's gonna trust her and give her the ball, get her going. Because if she doesn't get going, she does not come through the whole game. Okay, and that's the topic there. Brooklyn,
let me say this
from you. Ever been like that, y'all?
Let me say this. Let me say this real quick.
Answer that.
Hold on. Let me say one more thing.
Go ahead.
I have a question. There's another one. Caitlin Clark finally, and I'm a quote, finally has her own signature shoe.
Yeah.
It
looks all right. I like the blue one. I don't like the other color. I like the blue one.
You don't like the black ones? Travis Scott had on the black ones.
No, I didn't. I didn't see the black ones. I saw another color. It was a wild color. I saw the blue and some other color. I ain't like.
Yeah, she got all the Kobe color, the Grinches. Oh, she got all the colors.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest
like a Kobe
about
mismatch.
That the CC one.
It looked like it's like a mix Kobe between sneaker. A foam posit, a Kobe, and like a light Asia shoe. It's a mix between all three of them.
Yeah.
And a Sabrina.
That's a good
comparison. Okay, so the shoe, the CC1 signature shoe looks like a bootleg of Kevin Durant 17, but failed to make a complete match. But
it looked more like the Ja.
It shows
Don't
me.
y'all know?
Yeah.
So many shoe designs
in other words, Caitlin's shoe just don't have its own style, and it has to look for use of mixtures of other styles to make it fit. And that's how that's how I see it on my perspective.
But she's been carpetbagging the last 3 or 4 years, so why would that surprise you?
I don't care.
To get back, hold on. To get back to the Chicago game. Hold on. To get back really quick. Hold on. To get back to the Chicago game. Hold on. Let me say something real quick.
It's like Kevin Durant and bam, we're gonna drop it. So that's all I can say.
Hold on. Let me.
She's always been a follower. There's nothing unique she does. To
get back to the other question that Jonathan had asked about Chicago. So I got a couple things. My main one. I only really got one main point. I'm gonna touch on with Jonathan with Real Money asked. My main point is that was a great game that Chicago played. I was pissed off with the last play. Obviously, you got a rookie on your team, and she's carrying you guys. She's hitting big shots, right? She's breathing life into the team. And then on that last play, because I forgot who she made the three to put them up.
How about Hawkins?
No, Cindy Teller. She made the three to put them up. I don't know who came down and made the layup for New York. Somebody came down and made the layup for New York, right? Sydney Teller, they don't have no more. They don't. There you go with Sabrina. They don't have no more timeouts. Sydney Teller's a rookie. She's coming down. She's hot, and then everybody just stand around and look at her. All these vets. Nobody try to set her a screen. She just shoot her. Nobody tried to set her a screen. I was mad that he had to. Right, I ain't gonna say they was hating. I don't know what it was, or whether they just slowed. Like Chicago just found a way to lose. I don't know what it was, but I was mad that she had to create her own shot and do a fadeaway. If it would have won, then kudos to her. It would have been a great shot. But she, she's sitting on the floor crying. All her vets are sitting there just looking at her. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Real Money. I don't know if it's more so hate or if it was Tyler Marsh offense, right? Because Tyler Marsh, I don't know what the hell Tyler Marsh be doing out there.
Well, we know the culture in Chicago is not.
But one more thing. Hold on. Let me say this. Because I'm gonna land my plane with this last point to what Real Money was asking. He asked, when was Camilla ever like that? And he actually got a good point, because if you know Camilla, if you've been watching since college, right?
Layup type
this is what. Hold on. This is what she do. She don't be invested in the game. She never was invested in the game. The only time she actually got dominant was that last year in 2024, when a lot of people don't know. That's why I feel like Chicago dropped the ball. No. Listen, Chicago dropped the ball on this. Raven Johnson and Camilla Cardoso was best friends, and Raven Johnson was the one who bought the dog out of Camilla. Because she fed her. She made it a conscious effort. So that's why Camilla had her best year in 2024 when they won that championship. So now that Chicago didn't draft Raven, I just feel like nobody know. Like, and Angel used to try to do it. Angel used to try to bring that dog out of Camilla. People got to bring, and that's Camilla's fault. I'm not sitting here saying people should have to. That's effort. People shouldn't have to bring a dog out of you. But I think that's Raven. Camilla need that person that she connects with. If she don't like you, she uninvested, and that's what you're seeing from Camilla, an uninvested player.
Raven. That's why they hate Indiana got Raven. They hate that part so bad.
But it's not just that, Real Money. It's not just that they got Raven. To me, Raven is a starter. So it's like y'all got her, then y'all benched her.
Nah, Raven ain't no starter. She's not no starter.
Trust me, she's a starter, bro.
She is not a starter in the
No, I'm not talking about on Indy. I'm not. Yes, she is.
No, she.
All right, so we disagree. See, look, here's where
defender.
But look, here's an example, just like B. Will. I'm a respect Real Money's opinion, but I just disagree. I disagree with him, but I respect his opinion.
You don't see how we using her now. She get put in the game in real situations.
She's also one of the best assist turnover ratio point guards, though. She's not Olivia Miles. She's not, to your point. Hold on, listen. So she's not Olivia Miles, or even, I'm gonna give you Caitlin Clark, right? These are people who create offense for others. She's not that, as far as she's gonna take the risky pass, but she is the person that's gonna make every smart pass. Like every pass that's efficient that you should make, she's gonna make all those passes. You see it on Indy.
Hold up. Raven Johnson, she run up the court and pass the ball to the first available person and stand there. Look,
because that's the offense. That's what they want from her. She wasn't doing that at South Carolina. She was initiating the offense.
That's exactly what she was doing at South Carolina. She run up the
ball.
No,
she was running. She ran the offense.
And passed the ball to Chloe Kitts. She run up the ball and passed it. She run up the court and passed to Chloe Kitts.
That's not true. That's not true, Real Money.
Man, come on. Now, we ain't gonna do that, because I ain't gonna get on no hate Raven Johnson train tonight.
No, you ain't.
I love what she doing.
I ain't saying you don't like Raven Johnson. I'm saying your take on Raven Johnson is not realistic, because what you said was Raven Johnson runs up the court and passes to the first available player, and then you brought up Chloe Kitts, right?
Yeah.
Chloe Kitts did not play a single.
No, I'm not. I was just saying. I know she didn't play.
Come on, man.
I know she didn't. When she run up the court, she run. When she run up the court and pass the
Raven Johnson is a floor
Tessa Johnson. She runs up the court and passes it right to Tessa Johnson. Then.
Raven Johnson is a floor general. She understands how to move the defense. She understands how to get players in a good position. She understands how to probe the defense.
But beware, she's not gonna be no floor. She's not gonna be no floor general for the Indiana Fever.
Oh, yeah, not for the Fever. But you said the WNBA. That's what we disagree. For the Fever, I got you. Well, you said for the WNBA.
Without getting into the details, I'll be very brief. But this is the argument that people had last year. They felt that Ari McDonald and or Odyssey Sims actually made the team better than Caitlin Clark, and the team actually averaged more team assists when Ari McDonald and Odyssey Sims was playing than when they did when Clark was playing. So the argument about Raven Johnson actually makes sense if you look at what Ari McDonald and Odyssey Sims, and I think that's what Jonathan and B will may be
how
saying.
can you compare them when they never played together? How can you compare what tomato apple and tomato when they never played together? How can you
Is he
compare
talking
what
about Ari
CC
McDonald or
Raven,
Odyssey Sims? What is he saying? What is he saying,
Odyssey
I
Brooklyn?
think he talk.
Sims
I think.
or Ari
I think he talk
McDonald?
about
Her and
Caitlin
CC,
Clark and either one of them
CC never
point
played with
guards.
either one of them.
No, but the argument is without Caitlin last year, Odyssey Sims and or Ari McDonald to, and I'm not saying you. We don't even have to get in that debate. I'm saying to what B will may be saying,
You can
but
say
that
me.
type
You
of
can
point
say
guard that
Yo,
me.
you're
I just
saying,
thought
the
of
team
something.
actually did better.
I'm giving you a heads up. Hold on, I'm giving you a heads up. I just thought of something. I actually got to throw my clothes in the dryer, so I'll be going for like 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
No
You
worries.
sure you
Yeah,
sure
you
you can
can say
listen to
me.
this?
It don't matter. You can say me. It don't matter.
No, what I'm
Listen,
saying is that the argument that's being made to the Raven type point guard is that we saw that last year, and the team
Raven
did
is not.
very, very well.
Raven is not Ari McDonald or Odyssey Sims. She's not
Fair,
neither one of those type of caliber of point guards.
fair
don't
enough,
say
but
caliber. Don't say caliber. Say difference. There's a difference.
Yeah,
And
fair
it's
enough.
the caliber. B
But
will. She's not.
I think what they're
They can
saying
both
is
create their own shot.
you can put no disrespect to Odyssey Sims and Ari McDonald's, they still came off the scrap heap. They were late season free agent signings. And these scrap heap, quote unquote scrap heap point guards came in
And Ari
and they
McDonald not
performed
even on the
very,
team
very,
right
very
now.
well. So the argument is the reason why a lot of CC fans are afraid, and I'm not saying you're one of them, but we know in these idiot channels that exist, they're all terrified that Raven was brought in to bump her homegirl out because they feel that the management don't want CC no more because they done with all her BS, or early in the year before she started playing better, even though her game is still choppy, that they felt that she's not playing quote unquote Stephanie White ball, because Stephanie White's offense is more motion offense where the ball skips around, the ball moves, and it's not ball dominant. People will also make the argument you can't win a
Ain't we
WNBA
been
title
seeing
with a
CC
ball
off the
dominant foot.
ball? Ain't we
Huh?
been seeing her better off the ball these last couple games though? She
But
been better off the ball, right?
But that's the only reason why they're saying, look, I don't have a dog in a fight, but I can understand why they're saying if you put Raven in a more prominent role, the team can be better, because no disrespect, CC's game is very sloppy.
What more prominent role would Raven play? Raven don't get assists. Raven don't get. She's never gotten high assists or scored high.
but neither did Odyssey Sims, and the team was one
Odyssey
bad.
Sims literally scored high and literally averaged about 5 or 6 assists a game.
And you don't think Raven would average 5 assists as she started?
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
Sure.
Because real money. You have to. You started this whole. You said. Let me not say what you started. You said that you can't compare them because they didn't play together, right? Talking about Odyssey and Caitlin and Ari, right? Here's the thing. Ari and Odyssey could not have been successful if Caitlin was there, right? And for me, from my eye test, I don't think the Indiana Fever get as deep as they did with Caitlin there, because what happens with their offense is it can get stagnated because she's such a ball dominant player, right?
They made it to the playoffs her first year.
They got
They
swept.
hadn't been to the playoffs in 16
They got
years.
swept, and she got killed.
They had not been to the playoffs in 16 years.
So let me
but the team was already progressing with that based on their number one picks.
Let me go ahead and land this plane. No
playoff in 16 years. All of a sudden, a rookie
but they
comes
should have made the
along who
playoffs
can
the year
pass
before.
and
You know
shoot,
that.
and
If
they
you're a
make it.
fan, you know that. But go ahead, Jonathan.
He don't know that. But anyway, let me go ahead and land this plane. Ari and Odyssey can't bring to the Fever what they bring to the Fever if Caitlin is there, right?
And so it's not
she was there.
Exactly. And for me, I don't think they get as far in the playoffs as they did if Caitlyn was there, because guess what? Like MSL said, their team assist was higher with Caitlyn off the court, right? Because Caitlyn has to be ball dominant, right? And so at the end of the day, you can say, oh, well, the Indiana Fever made it to the playoffs Caitlyn's first year. Yes, and they got swept, right? Because with every basketball fan,
they had a young team. Nobody had
they just focused on her. You stopped the offense because she's too ball dominant.
Exactly.
Kelsey Mitchell literally hadn't been to the playoffs not 1 year, and she been there, and she's supposed to be so much this and the MVP candidate.
No, you missing my point. You missing my point because you didn't let me finish. You can in the regular season.
Quick. Hold on, Beware. I want you to finish your thought really quick. Everybody hit the like button. If you ain't hit the like button yet, everybody make sure you subscribe. If you enjoying the conversation, I appreciate it. And I also, if anybody else want to join the conversation, I dropped the link in the chat. Go ahead, Beware, do your thing.
Yeah. So what I was saying, yeah, like, share, and subscribe, man. It's all right there in the immortal words of Seth. Anyway, so like, yes, you can say on the one hand, and it's factual that the Indiana Fever made it to the playoffs Caitlin Clark's first year. And you can say, how long
had it been before they went?
Let me finish, because that don't really matter at all. But anyway, because it doesn't, dog. Every season is different. But anyway,
I'm sorry, I don't know. Hold on, I don't know how I missed this. Apparently, I missed the money. Amy Sue dropped the super chat.
Yeah, Amy I missed that too.
Shout out to Amy Sue. Hopefully you still watching. I don't know when you dropped this. But shout out to Amy Sue. She said $1. She said $2. She said, I don't agree with B Will. I don't know when I just saw that just now. I don't know when she dropped it. But I appreciate you, Amy Sue.
Amy Sue been in these streets with me for a long time.
Amy Sue friend of the chat. She been here from the beginning. She one of my loyal supporters.
She good people. You can disagree with me. I don't care. Anyway, back to my point. In the regular season, Caitlin Clark's style of play can win games, right?
Cap, really quick. I'm sorry, Cap. It won't let me bring you up. I don't know what you need to do, but it's not letting me bring you up. Go ahead, be well.
But in the playoffs, now you got a series and you got a team that can actually game plan you for real, because they ain't just trying to win the next game, right? They can game plan you, and when you got somebody that's ball dominant like Caitlin Clark in that type of offense, you stop Caitlin Clark, and you significantly impact that team's success, right? Which showed because they got swept. Whereas with the Indiana,
that was 2 years ago.
Yeah, with the Indiana Fever last year, with a hodgepodge group of players, they came in. They had fight, they had dog, and they had people that could get the job done.
All of them was trying to make their case to be on a team next year. That's the only thing. That's why when you come in playing that hard, they were trying to make their case to be picked up by anybody next year. I.e., I didn't see them back to Dallas again for the 5th time.
Okay. Did they make it to the semifinals? Yes. Did they make it to the game 5? Yes.
Against the world champs, right?
They were Kelsey Mitchell getting injured or having a health issue.
That ain't what happened. We know they weren't gonna let them beat. They wasn't gonna let them beat the Aces.
Out, man. Cut it out, dog. Cut it out.
They weren't gonna let them beat the Aces. Listen,
since when has the Aces been the darlings of the league? Come on, stop that, dog. Cut it out. I'm an Aces fan. I know the truth. Cut it out, man. The Aces had to fight to win that game. That series. They had to fight to win that series. If you want to say
they weren't gonna let them beat the Aces, be will. The Aces
they had to fight to win that series against Seattle.
Almost got put out
they did. They had to fight to win that. Like
they literally almost got beat by Seattle.
They did. You're 100% right.
Really quick. Speaking of Seattle, our fam is a beast. Guy,
Our fam is the real deal. But yeah, like it's cap to say that the league wanted the Aces to win. That's not how it looked in the first
That's
three
exactly
games.
what it
That's
is.
no dog. That is not how it looked in the first three games.
They
Please
gonna
cut
lift
that
up
shit out.
anybody.
Cut that
Anybody
shit out.
is to be lifted
Cut
up.
that
The
out.
word is out that anybody is to be lifted up over CC. We don't care who
Just
it is.
cut it
We don't give
out,
a
dog.
damn if
Oh
it's.
Cut
boy,
We
it
don't give a damn
out.
if
Brooklyn,
it's
Cut
man.
it
Odyssey
out.
Man,
Sims.
I got some
Hey,
words for
hey,
you
hey,
later.
real money. Hey, real money.
If it's
Real money.
Odyssey
Real
Sims,
money.
we gonna lift her up over CC. We don't give a
Real
damn
money.
who it is. It
You
can be Odyssey
contradicting
Sims.
yourself.
It can be
You
AZ Bud.
contradicting yourself. You contradicting yourself because you just
How?
said
How?
10 minutes ago. You just said 10 minutes ago that last year's Indiana team, what they did had nothing to do with CC. So how in the world now you saying that the
I'm
Aces,
saying that the
the,
team
the,
had
the
nothing to
league
do with
wanted
it.
the
I didn't
Aces to
say that
win
the
so that
league still
CC
didn't have
couldn't
the
win, and she
agenda.
had nothing to do with it. You got to cut
The
that shit
team
out,
didn't
man.
have nothing to do with her, but the league still got their agenda
Oh
though,
come on,
MSL.
stop it, stop it,
Their
stop
agenda.
it.
We
If the
see
league,
agenda every day on
listen,
ESPN. The
Jonathan,
FIFA been winning. The
I'm gonna
FIFA
let you
win
keep
games.
talking to
What they
him,
saying?
Jonathan, but I just want to point this out. See, this is why we try to go into detail about certain things and connect all the dots because he's just throwing out there
The
that
dots
there's an
aren't being
agenda
connected. You not
against
connect. I'm
Indiana. I
connecting the
know you
dots, and
don't
I
agree
can
with it,
tell you.
Jonathan, and I don't agree with it, but he's not connecting any dots. We know
so
he
let me say
can,
one thing
but
real
we
quick.
can connect dots when we need to. But go ahead,
Let me,
Jonathan.
let me say one thing real quick. I'm gonna say something. Everybody on the panel gonna agree with again. Which I know about the cran. Y'all know the cran juice, like cran mango, which I that shit good than the motherfucker. That shit good
Oh,
than
you
the
just trying to be
motherfucker.
peacemaker, Brooklyn? No,
Listen,
because he's
Nah,
telling John,
cause he
he's
nah,
telling
he
listen.
trying to
The
Jonathan
reason why,
debate
hold
me.
on, I'm joking, but the reason why is because we all gotta remember this is fun. We debating, but we all are a part of the same community. One thing I
Yeah,
respect about
yeah.
men's basketball is that regardless if you a Kobe fan or whatever, we gonna argue, but then at the end of the day, we gonna just get back to ball and it's gonna be cool. For whatever reason, in women's basketball, whether you a Gamecock fan, LSU fan, Angel fan, whatever, CC fan, this fan, Page fan, it's like people feel like yo, it's war. We got to be
Nah,
against
I'm
each
telling
other. It's
you,
like,
it
nah,
is
we
for real.
debate,
You
but
literally
it's one
gotta go
commute.
to war.
It's one commute. We all really want women's basketball because we all real fans. Obviously, we all gonna be up this time of night talking for this long, right? We all
Yeah,
real fans of this sport, so
dude.
we all want the sport to elevate. So as we all on the
But I
same page
think,
at the end
but
of the
I
I
day,
don't
we
think,
just
got
on different
talking
sides.
points.
That's all.
but I
He's
think
sitting there with a
Jonathan,
whiteboard and talking
And
points.
B-Well
I'm
were
telling
trying to
you.
make a point, and we all
No.
saw it last year. But for whatever reason, Real GM doesn't want to acknowledge anything that anyone is saying that pertains to
What did
Indiana.
we see last year?
It's
What did
almost
we
like
see
you have.
last year? We seen a
We saw
Cinderella
two. We
team
saw
get to
two
one
scrap
game
heap.
from the finals.
Jonathan, you're talking, but I'm just going to repeat what you said and what I said. We saw two scrap heap point guards push the team further in the last 10 years or whatever, you know.
They didn't do. They just passed the ball. They literally passed the ball and played defense.
But you realize
What'd
that's
you say?
Stephanie White's offense. CC is not Stephanie White's offense. CC is not the
They
type of
didn't
point guard
carry
that
the
Stephanie
team.
White
You act like they
wants.
carried the team or something. Stephanie, you
Nobody,
acting like
nobody
they
said
can't
that.
Kappa,
do
hold on,
nothing.
Nobody
hold
They
on,
said that.
Hold on,
carried the
That's
hold
called
on.
team.
team basketball.
Hold on, Kappa. You got background noise, Brody.
He's saying
I don't
like
See,
know
they
if you
that's
could.
carried
what.
the team,
See,
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
He's
I'm gonna
saying
let
they
Jonathan
carried
and
the
Kappa
team.
talk, but I'm gonna let Jonathan and Kappa talk. But I think that's what Jonathan's trying to say is that CC is not a quote unquote team player in the sense where if you can take other guards and if they play better, right, in the team concept, then if you have CC there because she's too ball dominant, has such a high usage rate, and he may
Doesn't a
like her
point
taking
ain't
those
the
half court
definition of
shots,
a point
but those
guard
half
to
court shots
assist
are
the
not high
ball?
percentage shots. You can't
No.
have your lead guard shooting 35%,
So
taking
let me
25
play.
shots, taking 25 shots a game
Facilitate
with
and
6
assist the
turnovers
ball,
and
right? That's the
absolutely
definition of a
abominable
point
defense.
guard.
You're
Hold
not
on,
gonna win
hold
any
on.
playoff game with that
Let
type
me
of guard.
let me play devil's advocate because we're the only CC fan on here. So I'm gonna play devil's advocate. And I think this is really the divide, right? This is what if you a CC fan, if you a Fever fan, or if you're not a Fever fan, this is the divide, right? At the end of the day, CZ has a play style, right? And what CC fans are banking on is that her play style is gonna work. It's almost like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example.
But it's never worked in the last 20, 30 years.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let me give you an example. If you take a look at the way the Warriors won a championship, right? Before the Warriors won, before the Warriors won, everybody was saying that play style wouldn't work because it never worked in the NBA before, until the Warriors did it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So CC is that for the WNBA. Is she has a play style that people that's non-CC fans feel like this doesn't work.
But she's not a.
And hold on. That's fine. I'm not. Let's play. Let's just have.
Well. Let me respond to what he said, Brooklyn. I say.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I say Olivia Miles. I say Olivia Miles. No, this is a short response. I say Olivia Miles. I say Olivia Miles because there are too many holes in CC's game in order for what Brooklyn thinks to happen.
Let Brooklyn land. He didn't get his point off. Let Brooklyn land.
Nobody cared about it.
All I was saying was this, man. All I was saying was this, because at the end of the day, like I said, it's okay whatever side of the fence you land on. That's what sports is. You're gonna ride for your player, right?
That man said
so with CC and the people that's fans of CC, her play style, right, is to have high usage, right? Is to have high usage. She's the one that's gonna get the assist. Somebody got background. Please, is that Kappa? I don't know what that is. Please. I like my show audio.
No, I think it's birds you're hearing. Birds from the outside, from their house. Those sound like birds.
Oh, that's me. I'm outside. Okay, I'll turn my volume down.
Okay. So anyway, thank you for that. So anyway, what I'm saying is, damn, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
You were saying that the CC fans are banking on the fact that her style with the high usage rate is what she does.
It's back. Thank you. So what I'm saying is, her play style was high usage, right? Her play style is she's the one that's gonna get you the assist. She's the one that's gonna score when she scores, right? She's gonna control a lot of the offense. So if you a CC fan and you want to see that win, then that's what you're watching for. You banking on that, and that's what you're rooting for. The people that's non-CC fans, right, is looking at that and saying, well, that hasn't won. That doesn't have a history of winning in the WNBA. We don't think that'll win, right? So that's kind of divide. You have both clashing. And my point in saying that is, whatever you believe and whatever side you want is okay. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to feel how MSL feels and feel like, listen, that ain't gonna win. It's never gonna win. There's too many holes and whatever. And it's okay. It's okay if you real money and say, listen, she the only one to play like this. Don't nobody do it better than her. And we believe that this is gonna lead us to a championship. Both sides is okay. Y'all just it's okay to disagree, but y'all both just looking at it from two different point of views. One side is saying I don't think it'll work. One side is saying I believe it'll work.
But Brooklyn, the same argument is also used against AT. And AT, even in AT, you can argue is bigger. You know, she's bigger. She rebounds. You know, you can argue that AP in her way has more impact on the court. But people will argue that you can't win with AT because AT is too ball dominant. You've heard that mentioned before, right, Brooklyn?
No, because I'm too new. I never really heard a lot of AT.
I haven't heard that specific argument against AT.
Yeah, I'm too new. The only critiques, the critiques that I hear a lot, be mainly focused on Angel and CC. I don't hear a lot of people talk about AT. I'm gonna be honest, but that's just because of the fan. And then I'm new, right? A lot of y'all been around longer than me and stuff like that.
Yeah,
a lot of these players is not popular enough to get to me. Like,
yeah, my earphone was muted. My earphone was muted, so I didn't hear Jonathan's response. What did you say, Jonathan?
Jonathan,
somebody responded to what I said about AT.
I think that was B Will. I think I heard B Will voice.
What was your response, B Will? I didn't hear you.
Have we ever been on a panel and heard a debate about who's better?
Hey, can I say something real quick before I get off this thing?
Yeah, let Kappa know. Get Kappa. Good. What you want to say?
Hey, so check this out, fellas. Hey, check this out, fellas. B Will, you know I respect you, man. You be on the chats.
For sure.
Real, I ain't never seen you. Brooklyn, I done seen you. MSL, you know how I get down. You know, I'm a Dream fans. So all I want to say is this. At the end of the day, my only problem as a Dream fan to all of the Angel Reese fans that's coming from Chicago.
Mm.
We are one team, one dream in Atlanta.
Facts.
Absolutely.
We respect Angel. We've been watching Angel since LSU when she went to Chicago and how she was mistreated in Chicago and how people love Angel. We understand that and we respect that. But my problem is please don't misunderstand Atlanta fans compared to Chicago fans. We are a different breed of fans here. Please support Angel.
And
But
Kappa,
stop
I love you,
hitting
but in fairness to
our
the Chicago brethren, I think the fans liked her. It was the management that she had the
well,
issue
no,
with. But go ahead,
no,
Kappa.
that's not my problem in this. So my thing is stop pitting our
I already know what
players
he's saying. I get what he's saying.
against each other.
Yeah,
Stop
and I say the
pitting
same thing.
JC,
You want to know what it is,
stop
Kappa?
pitting Brian. Stop pitting.
Kappa.
Stop
I agree.
doing that.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish. Let him finish. He's
Yeah,
been waiting.
I agree. I've been saying this, so I agree with him. Everything he's saying, I agree with. I'm the one that been saying that, but a lot of people misunderstand what I'm saying.
MSL,
I'm
he
happy.
talking to you. He talking to you, MSL, because you put every player.
No, he's not.
No. This is
They
the
not
thing.
dogs.
I don't want
He
to
on a
get in no.
team full of
My
puppies.
thing is, man, I don't want to get
No,
in
he's not. What are you
pissing
talking
contest.
about? I know
You
exactly.
said
Kappa.
I know exactly
I
what
get
you're
it.
talking about.
I get it. I get you, Kappa.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Just let me talk for a minute, and then y'all can. I'm gonna get off and I'll finish listening to everybody. What we don't like, because like I said, I'm a season ticket holder. I've been with my dream since 1997. We done had Tina Charles.
Hats off to
Courtney
you. Hats off to
Williams.
you.
We done had a whole bunch of people on our team. This is a team.
Absolutely.
Yes.
At the end of the day, we support Angel. We don't like what happened to Angel. We don't like our lineup. We don't like the way that Carl Semesco is not using our bench. And we are on their ass every day. We don't need y'all help telling us what we need to be doing for Angel. We do it for the dream.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
I need for y'all to understand that. We love Angel just like I was on live tonight where somebody was talking about the fact that Asia is number one.
Mm.
Half of the Dream fans are
Love
South
Angel.
Carolina fans. The other half is LSU fans.
Yeah, right.
So this disconnect between the Dream, Angel, SC, when Asia come, yes, Asia's gonna have a lot of people that's gonna come because a lot of fans in Atlanta are South Carolina fans.
Mm-hmm.
It is 5 Gamecocks on Indiana. So it's gonna be a lot of people that's gonna come to see Breezy. It's gonna come to see Todd. It's gonna come to see Raven. It's gonna come to see AB because it's SC fans in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
We got 3 Gamecocks on the Dream. We trying to get Camilla in Atlanta. Y'all need to leave us alone here in the South.
I do not agree with that last one, but
yes,
he trying to ship out half the team already.
What I'm trying to say is, my point is, and I'm gonna get on up off here so people can understand.
That's a great point. It's a great point, by the way.
We love Angel just as much as the Angel Reese fans we do, but we want the Atlanta Dream to win. not Angel Reese.
Gamble stupid.
Taking a shot at the CC fans, Kappa.
I'm going to get up off here, Brooklyn.
No, he's taking a. I get what he's saying.
I love you guys.
Thank you, Kappa.
All right, man.
He's saying,
look,
All right,
he's
Kappa.
he's basically saying this. Hold on.
Appreciate
He's basically
Kappa.
saying this, and I say this all the time. What people don't realize, and I understand it. All right, so here's the problem. Angel has been through a lot. And because Angel has been through a lot, all her fans know is root for her as hard as you can and want the best for her. But they don't realize on a dysfunctional team that works, right? Because the people that's on a dysfunctional team, the vets, nobody's playing for each other anyway. But when you get on a healthy team, it's almost, I'm going to give y'all a perfect example because I thought about this the other day. It's almost like the person that's in a toxic relationship, and then you go into the new relationship before you work on the problems. So now you bring that toxic energy into the new relationship when what you should have did was work on yourself first, become happy, healthy, and healed, and then go meet your happy and healthy and healed person, and y'all start a new relationship, right? What a lot of Angel Reese fans is doing is they bringing that same toxic energy that they had from a dysfunctional team into a functional team, and it's really hold on, it's dividing the team. So what happens is, and I talk about this all the time, but people don't understand, right? When I talk about this on Bro Claw's show, what Tiffy called me, what's her name for us? Whatever the Semesco thing is, I forget what it is.
Semesco somebody.
Right, Kings or whatever, Kings.
Yeah, Kings.
But my point, but what and that's why I said sometimes people just don't realize the basketball talk you having. Of course, I'm gonna hold Semesco accountable if he makes mistakes. Of course, I'm gonna hold players accountable if they make mistakes. But I know the best way, the healthy way to, if you're an Angel fan and want Angel to do well, is support Semesco. Not to bring them down. It's to support Jordan Canada, not to bring her down. It's to support Ryan Howard, not to bring her down, right?
Well,
so when I talk about these players, of course I'm gonna say, okay, Ryan Howard might have took too many shots in that game. But you will know what I also say, MSL, you heard me say this before. It's a chemistry thing. It's a read and react offense. Give them some time. They're going to figure it out. So it's more supportive. It's more supportive than somebody saying, and you heard this before on different channels, MSL, when people say things like, Ryan Howard needs to stop shooting. She shoot too much. Why do they want to give Angel? They want to give Angel give Angel the ball. Give Angel. That's not healthy for a championship team.
Here's the thing, Brooklyn. I think the overwhelming majority of Angel fans look at it as a team thing. And there may be some folks on the fringe who say stuff like that. But even in the chats that we're in, I think the overwhelming majority of Angel fans have the long look, and they know that you have to wait 12 games, half the season, to see what goes on. Now, what I will say is, and I'm not going to name any names, but you may know who and what I'm talking about, but there is one particular website that's pro-Angel. And initially, when I listened to this person, I actually liked them, and I still like them. I think they have some refreshing, regular person takes. However, they have gone into what I would call the soap opera aspect of the team and being hypercritical of the coach and things like that. Yes. So you know who I'm talking about. Yes. And I don't know if Kappa was talking about that, but yes, that's not productive, I think, because I think a lot of the stuff that's said, you're really, really reaching, you're really, really stretching. But at the same time, if that's that person's audience and if that's what they want to talk about, so be it. And maybe that's what Cap is talking about. And that person also goes to the game. So I can imagine, what the team is thinking if they're aware of that person and they're saying all of that stuff. To me, that's the kind of stuff that Cap would be talking about. But I think most Angel fans, they're more than willing to work within the team aspect of the team concept.
They're not Dream fans. They're fans of Angel.
No, they are. They're Dream. No, they're Dream fans, and I think even Brooklyn would acknowledge that. They're Dream fans.
They're a fan of that team while she's there.
Yeah, but they're not trying to take over the team, though. That's the thing. They're more than happy to see Ryan have success, to see Leash have success.
Howard night.
Like nobody is saying, like nobody's calling Boston. It's like when they call Aaliyah Boston Mammy and all that racist stuff and monkey. And they said nobody's doing that to Ryan Howard. Nobody's doing that to Leash.
Because this is the South. They wouldn't care if they did it anyway. This is the South for real. Like they wouldn't really care if they did nothing like that anyway. This is the South. That's State Farm Arena. It's majority of black people.
No Angel fan dislikes. No Angel fan dislikes Ryan and dislikes
black people in there.
Now,
they can't
Brooklyn,
say that
do
anyway.
have people,
Everybody's black.
right?
What
You do have people who try to look for angles, right? And that's how that person that you and I just discussed does her stuff. She's looking for angles. We're not looking for those type of angles because, to be honest with you, they're friends, right? They know each other. Angel knows all the top players in the league. Jonathan knows that. B. Will knows that. And Angel was planning her departure for 2 years. Ever since they fired Teaspoon, she's been planning her departure. She's been talking to J.O. She's been talking to A.T. She's been talking to Fee. She's been talking to a Kalia Copper. She's been talking to Gabby Williams, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She's been planning this. And Ryan and Leash came into the picture as well. She's been talking to Paige with the Pagel video. So she knows all these players. She's cool with all these. And we know that. So we don't have an issue with the players. Now, do people get upset during games and stuff? Sure. But that doesn't mean they hate Jordan Canada. That doesn't mean they hate Ryan. It doesn't mean they hate Leash. Doesn't mean, if anything, they want the coach to play the bench. More than anything else, they want the coach to play the bench. Right or wrong, John?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's coming from a different spot. I don't think it's like so much hate or anything. I just think it's lack of basketball knowledge. And that's why when I started this show, I don't know if y'all heard the analogy I made, but I compared, hold on, real. I compared it to the Boston Celtics, 2008 Celtics, and I compared it to the 2004 Detroit Pistons, who both had a power forward get traded to their teams, who was the best player really on their teams. But that power forward, both of them, and Rasheed Wallace and Kevin Garnett, both understood that in order for them to win a championship, they had to embrace the others on their team and not make it all about them, even though they're the best player, right? Rasheed Wallace is obviously the best player coming to a Detroit Pistons teams with Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton, and Kevin Garnett is definitely the best player coming to a team with Ray Allen and Paul Pierce. But they both came to the team and was the unselfish superstar and allowed the team to flourish around them, which then led into winning the championship. And that's what I'm saying. So with Angel Reese fans, I think they mean well, right? And again, they mean well because they think success means just rooting for Angel. And what I'm trying to explain to them is, if you know anything about basketball, I'm not having an Angel Reese hater who hates her conversation no more. I'm talking about a basketball
Semesco discussion.
I'm talking about not even Semesco. Hold on. I'm not even Semesco. Tifico has a beef with him. I'm having a chemistry conversation. What I'm saying is, let's use the Knicks. Let's use the Knicks and the Spurs. I used that also early in this video, right? You could take both teams, even though the Knicks won. Both teams were successful, and the games they were successful in, the Spurs only one game, right? But still, they had leads. It was competitive up until the end. Both teams was able to do what they did because they had a number of guys play well, right? It wasn't just Jaylen Brown and just Wnba playing well. It was, you got to have at least 7 or 8 guys on the same page making plays, playing well. You get what I'm saying? So when I talk about the Atlanta Dream, I'm talking about everybody. And that's why even the bench, we do need our bench. We're going to need our bench to win the championship. And that's why I'm happy Izzy Brolace had her game that she had the other day. And not just that game, she's been progressing, right? And the same thing with India Navarre. She needs more minutes. She's a rookie. She needs more minutes to get comfortable. The same thing with Aaliyah Nye. Need more minutes to get comfortable. We already see Tahina Pau. She having like little up and down season, more ups and downs, but she's having a good season or whatever off the bench. But my focus is more just on, because what happens is the games where, because it's a read and react offense, meaning the players got to make the decision to where the ball goes. And sometimes the player thinks, because you got to realize Alicia Gray, Jordan Canada, and Ron Howard are all scorers first. They could pass, but they're scorers first. And what happens is they decide to shoot, and sometimes they don't get Angel the ball. And so the fans will see that and be like, oh, they got to stop. And it's like, whoa, you're right. But let's find a different way to approach this. Let's not approach it with getting mad at them and just saying, give Angel the ball. Let's approach it with saying,
Brooklyn, just so you know, Pow did an interview with NBC Sports, and she touched a little bit on that as far as how she's saying, that she talked about how they're trying to, mix in, factor in Angel into the offense.
And we see it is happening. We see it.
Right, yeah, we see it
in real time. Every game is starting to happen. And that's all I'm saying. Sometimes you got to in a read and react offense when they all got to get. And then another example I used weeks ago, right? We all NBA fans, we know this.
I like that hat, by the way.
Appreciate it. Even the Miami Heat when they came together, these are great. These are all-time greats. They didn't have chemistry day one. You get what I'm saying? Teams don't have.
They lost to Dirk in Dallas.
They lost to Dirk, but even before they lost to Dirk, they went on losing streaks. They wasn't winning like they thought they would win. You get what I'm saying? So people got to realize through that storm, it got to be chemistry. We got to figure out who should have the ball, who should we be, and then they figuring out over time. But we see that happening with the Dream. We see it happening in real time. Right. But what happens is sometimes people that don't know basketball, don't know how it works, and don't know. You know what? In order for me to get what I need from Angel, I need her to find her chemistry with Jordan Canada. So let me root for Jordan Canada because that's the point guard in the power forward, right? So if they find their chemistry, the offense that's really speaking to real money, right? What makes Indiana so scary is the fact that two things make Indiana scary, right? One is if you get all three cooking at the same time, they're a tough team to beat. If you get Aaliyah Boston, Kelsey Mitchell, and Caitlin cooking at the same time, tough team to beat. The second thing that makes the second thing you got role players. The second things that make them so scary with Indiana, and that's why I gotta give Indiana credit because they're ahead of the curve with a lot of teams on the offensive end. On the defensive end, they got things they need to work on, but on the offensive end, they're ahead of the curve, right? That pick and roll between Caitlin Clark and Aaliyah Boston is so tough. When they got that going.
Yeah, it's
tough to defend it. So that's what Angel. That's what the Dream haven't figured out yet. They figuring out
to work on that.
And once they figure it out, they're gonna be a scary team too on the offensive end. But so far we see it like this. It's going like this on the offensive end.
They don't like to admit where Angel game has weaknesses. She not a popper. She can't pop. She only can lay the ball up. It's a lot of things that they don't want to realize.
Yeah, but her passing makes up for the lack of popping, and that's why Semesco.
No,
and that's why Semesco wanted to have her. He talked about having her on either side of the pick and roll because she's a very good decision maker. And in that pick and roll, either side, but even when she has the ball, she'll make the right decision. And you see what they're doing now. Before the pick and roll, they're transitioning to where she has the ball up top and she's passing it to whoever goes by her. You notice the last few games, particularly against the Liberty, she made the decision and drove to the hole. So they're slowly implementing that. So I hear what he's saying about her being a popper, and that's fine, but her passing kind of makes up for that. So that's like saying Rondo couldn't play the pick and roll, right? Rondo's a very good passer.
Do that for the longest.
What happened? Sorry.
What team have you been seeing do this? What they're doing just now for the longest?
AT can't shoot. AT can't shoot a lick, but they do a pick and roll with AT, right?
No,
unless you're gonna tell me you don't know AT's game. No, AT can't shoot.
That's Vanderbilt.
AT played for Maryland.
White been doing since college. That's her same offense. She been running since college. Everybody know that's her same offense. Drag screens, high pick and rolls.
You asked the question, and first I answered the question basketball wise, and then I gave you a person. I said AT can't shoot, and AT runs inverted pick and roll all the time, and AT can't shoot.
Runs the same thing that Angel runs. She can literally she can either pass it, she can either pop with it at the 3-point line or from the free throw line in the middle of the three.
Right, but to Brooklyn's point, to what he said earlier, if you look at Angel's last 6-7 games, she's averaged almost around 20 points a game, 15 rebounds, whatever it is, because they are implementing her more into the offense. And Smesco talked about that. He said this can't happen all at once, and that was Brooklyn's basketball offense. Pow Pow talked about, yeah, they're getting to learn each other. They're getting to know each other. So if anything, her numbers are going to get better as the season progresses, as they all quote unquote get to know each other. And that's what Brooklyn was talking about. So we'll just see, does that also add up the team? I think the biggest argument that Angel fans have, Smesco said he bought her there to play a good amount of point forward. He didn't say it in that terms, but he talked about passing, playmaking, versatility. That's what he said. I think the reason why Canada gets a lot of hate is because if you look at Dallas, right, Paige and Enrique have been willing to allow Jess Shepard to do what she does. But I think Jordan, being more of a scorer, kind of to what Brooklyn said, she's now had to learn how to play with Angel, and it looks like they're making that transition, and it's going to take a little longer, because Angel could pass out of the double team from the post, she can pass facing the basket, or she can pass in transition. And I think Canada is the one, how do I say it, that's going to be the hardest person to have to adapt to that, and we'll see how that works out. But you do see Angel talking to Canada a lot, and they're trying to work it out. So we'll see what happens.
Fair point. I almost hate to do this, to bring it back to something that's not exactly basketball, but I do want to make the point that, listen, man, I'm gonna say the uncomfortable thing. And I know I'm going to probably get a little bit of hate from it, because I always do when I speak objectively, even though I can speak till I'm blue in the face about how much I love Angel Reese and how she's one of one. There's nobody like Angel Reese. I can say that till I'm blue in the face, but as soon as I say something objective, I get killed for it. Yeah. But can I say one thing that's uncomfortable? And that is, can we all just agree? Can we all just agree that just like there are Clarkies out there, there are, I don't know what you want to call them, but there are Angel Reese stands. They are Angel Reese stands out there that are only Angel Reese and will do, like, only care about what Angel Reese is doing on the court. They're going to follow Angel Reese wherever she goes and root for Angel Reese in spite of whatever might be going on with the team.
Like,
right?
I'm about to
that's
true. And that's fine. I'm not throwing shade at anybody.
Yeah, just like how that woman we talked about, Brooklyn, can talk about whatever she wants to talk about.
But to your point, Beware, I don't think it's shade, because you got to realize Angel Reese star power. She has a lot of people. It's like a lot of good, because she's into like fashion and makeup, and right. So it's a lot of women that's just fans of her. They not basketball fans, and that's fine. Remember I said if you break down, hold on, just to your point, I'm gonna land on my plane with this. Remember what I said. When you break down the fan bases, now I'm not talking about everybody. I'm just talking about majorities, right? When you break down the fan bases, Clark has white males and black males. That's the majority. She has white females. Right, right. Not some of them. You right. Some of y'all. So you got to break that down too, because somebody like you watch basketball. She got some white males that's just racist and want to see her. You know what I mean? They Clark. She, you know what I mean? So they're there too. They're there too.
They want to see.
Right, they're there too.
You beat somebody.
Brooklyn.
But with Angel, hold on, because this is to B. Will's point. Angel has more black women and black men. Usually the black men are there so it's two types of black men. It's the one that's not a fan of Angel, those are the CC fans, and it's the ones that are fans of Angel, right? The ones that's not fans of Angel, the CC fans, I'm not talking about the white men now, I'm talking about the black men. I'm not talking about you, Real Money, because I know you a real fan, but we got certain fans that just want to critique Angel, the way she dressed, the way she looked. Oh, you know what I mean? It's like their way. It's almost like the red pill. If y'all familiar with red pill, it's like the red pill people that just want to critique. That just want to critique black women, right? Those black men.
No,
and then you got the black men, who are fans of Angel. I'm not gonna lie to you, be real. Her looks did make me notice her first, but her looks ain't the reason why I watch her, right? Her looks. So not just her, the baddies. I'm gonna keep it real. The baddies brought me into the women's basketball game,
and that's perfectly fine.
And the reason why, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. The reason why is this: I didn't know baddies play ball. Listen, I'm from New York, where there's baddies everywhere. Listen, it's baddies everywhere. It's baddies everywhere where I'm from. Niggas like me, I'm in a relationship now. But before I was in a relationship and I was a sniper, yeah, baddies was like you put them in one category. You going to you know what I mean, wherever you to meet, the day party or whatever. So when I seen girls that look like the girls I would, and they play ball, I was shocked as shit. I'm like, because the girls, like to your point, MS, the girls who I always thought played ball was the girls that look like me. You get what I'm saying? I'm thinking you look like me, you play ball if you a girl.
Right.
I ain't know baddies was playing ball. So yeah, that caught my interest. That made me say, But then once I started to watch, I was like, oh nah, these girls are hooping for real. And then it wasn't about their looks anymore. If that makes sense. So they looks did draw me in, right?
But
initially, but the looks ain't why I continued to be a fan, if that makes sense. But so that's still B. Will's point of why, hold on, and I'm landing with this. That's to B. Will's point. So why is some people out there, like a lot of the women, not all of the women, because some of the women are basketball fans, but a lot of the women who follow Angel Reese follow her for either support because of what she goes through, or they follow her for the fashion. They like what she does outside of basketball, off the court. So they follow her just for that.
I think in a vacuum, what Will said may be true in a vacuum. He's probably right, because there are always people like that. But if you make a comparison to the other fan group, I think it's infinitesimal in comparison. I'll give you an example. Big Dog, who I think you're familiar with, Brooklyn, he is a CC fan, and he has a channel, and he goes on a lot of other people's channels. One time I was on a panel with him. I don't know if you were on the panel. And I asked, and he made a similar comment to B. Will. So then I asked him, I said, okay, name me, I asked him in general and a percentage. And he said to me, he said, without even thinking about it, he said, the Angel fans know basketball way, 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 way better. And then I asked him to give me a percentage, and he said about 2 to 3 out of every 41. I know that's a funny number, but he said maybe about 2 out of every 43 Clark channels that he goes on, he actually has a good basketball discussion. Like 2 out of 43. I think that ends up being like 3% or something like that. But he said a much, much larger percentage. He didn't say all of them, but he said a much larger percentage of Angel channels he goes on, he can have real basketball discussions. And I agree with that. Because as I said earlier, most of the people on the internet that I talk to who claim that Caitlin Clark stands, they not only know anything about basketball, they don't know anything about Caitlin Clark. Like when I asked them about her college career, her high school career, her game, her style, a breakdown, they don't know. They can't.
You can tell. To your point, like even if you bring up the college stuff, right? Because they've been facing each other since high school. So if you bring up the college stuff or the high school stuff, you would hear a lot of Caitlin Clark fans say, "Doesn't that matter?" And the reason why they say that is because they don't know. They don't watch. You know what I mean? So
yeah, agreed. So agreed, because I think Angel's fan base, and when you say this, it sounds like an attack, but I can only say it this way, the way B. Will could only say it the way he did. I think most of Angel Reese fans are organic. Like you said, they like her because of how she looked. They like her because of LSU. They like her for Maryland. They like her for whatever, right? But they don't go in saying, I'm going to hate this person. They go in saying, I'm gonna like Angel. I think a lot of people, I'm not speaking about Real GM. I don't think he's like that. But I think a lot of people who go into the Caitlin Clark thing, they get duped because they get into it from right-wing media or conservative media, and then they go in and they're hating on Angel, and they end up hating Angel more than they like Clark. A lot of us think that they spend 99% of their time talking about Angel in a negative. Well,
the reason, to your point, MSL, the reason why is politics, for whatever reason, attach themselves to women's basketball. Not in a way differently than because and it's politics somewhat in men's basketball, but it's the politics is mainly don't speak about politics, right? You get to
Yeah, well,
shut up and
the
dribble.
reason why,
You get
right, the
to
reason
hold
why,
on. You get let me just land.
sure, go ahead, my bad.
You get to shut up and dribble a lot with the. I hear echo. I don't know who that is.
That's not me. That's not me.
Yeah, you get to shut up and dribble a lot with the NBA, but with the WNBA, you get the this, and I ain't gonna. We all know who's who. I ain't gonna name it because I don't want to get into a political. But this side attaches itself to this player. This side attaches itself to this player, and now we're gonna clash in the middle. And then what happens is the racist right people get their shit off now, right? The people who
Right.
feel like this in real life because they not really basketball. And that's what. And I'm gonna land my plane with this. A lot of people don't even realize a lot, and you could tell to your point, MSL, when you talk to people. And this don't matter who you a fan of. This is just people that want to talk about the WNBA in general. A lot of people who
Right.
talk about, and I'm talking about celebrities now. A lot of people who talk about the WNBA don't
They don't know
watch the
shit.
WNBA. They
Right,
just
they don't
hear a
watch it.
narrative and they run with whatever the narrative
Yes.
is. And they
Yeah,
start
that's
talking
true.
about the narrative, and it's like, but
That's
that's not true. What you saying ain't real, or it's not happening. But that's the narrative they know.
Correct. And that right. And they're going along to get along instead of saying, you know what, let me just chill and I'll wait. But I also think that's where PR comes in, because if there's a message that goes out, if there's, like, for example, if you're a Nike athlete, right? And they say we're going to push and promote this person. So whoever's with Nike or whoever Nike PR companies have contacts with, then you're expected in the media, if you have contacts with that PR company, to promote that athlete. And that's why a lot of times when LeBron promotes Caitlin Clark and black people sit there and shake their head, it's not because, and I'm not saying he does or he doesn't, but it's not because LeBron likes or loves Caitlin Clark. It's because they're both Nike athletes, and LeBron is trying to push that fellow Nike athlete, kind of like when Obama ran for president. If you remember, in 2008, a lot of blacks didn't know Obama early. I did. I knew who he was. But make a long story short, almost all the black politicians endorsed the Clintons and not Obama when he announced the run. And all the black folks was like, well, why don't they endorse Obama? It was because they knew Clinton, they had their affiliations with Clinton, and they had already been part of the DLC, the Democratic Leadership Committee. So all of their entrenchment was with the Clintons. So none of them supported Obama. They all supported Obama when he got the nomination, yes, but in the beginning, same thing with LeBron. LeBron is supporting Clark because of whatever entrenchment he has with Nike and so forth like that. And that's what we're seeing. It's not organic. It's not natural. Like, if you look at it behind the scenes, it's all business. Now, how the racists got involved, part of the reason why the racists got involved is because politics sometimes does use non-political things in order to push an agenda. So, for example, if you remember, I forgot the crypto house, the name will come to me, but the Democrats had used the crypto house to push a lot of different things that the Democrats didn't want to say, hey, we had our hands on this, but they used FTX, I think was the house was that they had used. And so I wouldn't be surprised that if the Republicans are used to try to gain more Republicans or to try to get them on the same page, that they tried to use Clark and the WNBA to push an agenda, because then it would be easy to count on, hey, get these fans because they all hate da 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 da. Next thing you know, those same people are getting emails or ads in their webpage saying, vote for this person, vote for that person, support, Vance. I wouldn't be surprised, because they do that. And so, and that's the part that we don't always think about or we don't always see, but it does happen. So I know when you said politics, I know you meant the politics within the WNBA. And yeah, there's a whole lot of that, because
No. I meant what you talking about. I meant politics.
But then there's also the real politics, and yeah, they do that, because I do think the conservatives and the Republicans, yeah, they use and to your point, just like how you have some sellout black men that want to black bash black women, you also have a lot of idiot white men that want to bash black women, and they use Angel as that metaphor to bash.
And that's what I'm saying.
Women,
I think they attach themselves to the WNBA.
And the same thing with the sellout brothers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And they feed into that. And like you said, a lot of times when we run into people, we're talking to these people, and we don't realize that 90% of people we're talking about don't know the sport, don't follow the sport, don't know a damn thing about Angel. And one of the things that I always find out when I try to have a discussion with these, they always end up saying mad. Brooklyn. Well, I don't watch the sport anyway. That's why that sport is stupid. That's why, because I asked them questions. I just don't argue with them. I ask them questions. I said, oh, so I'll give you a perfect example. When Angels 3-point shooting, right? So, they put the little silly comments to go, oh, anyone shooting 15% 3-pointer shouldn't shoot 3-pointers. And then you explain to them, okay, they changed the height of her release. They changed the trajectory. They changed her follow through. It's going to take time. Otherwise she would have hit a 3-pointer already, before she hit the 3-point. And then they keep coming dumb shit. So then I say, okay, so what you're really saying is then every player in the WNBA that's shooting less than 15% right now shouldn't take 3-pointers, right? And then they'll say, oh, well, yeah, that's right. And I said, okay. And then I'll come back and say, well, luckily you're not the coach, because most coaches are not going to do that. And then after I said that last line, Brooklyn, the dude comes back and goes, oh, well, that's why the sport is stupid. I don't follow the sport anyway. It's stupid. So it's like literally every time I realize a person who I'm talking to does not watch, love, or support the sport. And these are most of the people bashing Angel Reese.
So
But
what
that
you
brings
should
me
do,
back.
so what you should do is stop talking to those people. But I'm being honest. So I want to
I don't disagree. I mean, it doesn't bother me but I hear your point. Absolutely. No, that's that. So just so you know, just so you know, be able to answer your question. That's not on the live chat. That's like in the comments on YouTube. On the live chat, I either ignore them or I'll ask them a question just to see where they're at. And if they don't answer correctly, then I just don't bother. But if they say something so outrageous in the chat, I don't even respond because I know they're an idiot. But that was in the comment section, not the live chat, though, just so you know.
Got you. I want to, again, so what for sure Brooklyn knows about me, and hopefully you two have perceived about me, MSL, in our interactions in the chat. I'm going to try, like, for me, like, my, like, who I am as a person, as an individual, fairness is paramount to me, and equal treatment for people in objectivity is paramount for me, right? And so my takes are always, and my intent for my takes is always to be objective. Like that's it. And so why that's important, like I made the comment that just as there are Clarkie fans, there are Angel Reese stands, whatever we want to label them as, right? And my point in that, whether it was understood or not, I'm just clarifying. My point is that there are Angel Reese stands, right? And so, like I said, just as there are Clarkie, so I brought Clark into the picture, right? I recognize that, but the conversation swung. My intent for the conversation was, hey, there are Angel Reese stands, right? The conversation swung to comparing Angel Reese stands versus Caitlin Clark stands, and that wasn't my intent, because again, for me, it's like we have to be real about the fact that there are Angel Reese stands. Like,
but I think that's self-explanatory. B. Well, that's
it's not
why
though.
I said what I said.
It's not though.
There's always stands of everything.
It may be for you, but at large, is not. I think. Honestly, I don't think that Angel Reese stands understand that they're stands. I don't think that. Right? And so I believe that they don't believe that they're stands.
But where are you running into these people though, B? Well, just curious.
So I believe, and Brooklyn can attest to this because he was here, he was in the freaking, we were on the same live about a year ago, a little more. Actually, it was more than a year ago. It's probably like winter of December or January of 2025, 2024, 25. I made a comment that some people are looking at things through Angel Reese colored lenses, right? and I got killed for that.
I forgot about that shit.
Hey, I got killed for that. I got killed for that. Brooklyn,
That
you
was
know I
bad
got killed.
time. But that was bad timing, though. To your point, you got to read the room.
I got murdered for that. I got murdered for that. And once, as soon as I said that, nobody understood. Nobody listened to what I was. Nobody listened to what I was saying. MSL, you weren't there. Like nobody listened to what I was saying. I was like, man,
what did you say?
My point was that we're defending Angel Reese against things that she doesn't need to be defended against. Like it was like crazy to me. Like we see like some people are seeing the world only through Angel Reese colored glasses, which is the point that Brooklyn was making. You can't look at the Atlanta Dream and only want Angel Reese to succeed. Like if you only want Angel Reese to succeed, yeah, you can't. If you only want Angel Reese to succeed, you can't.
Hold on. This is why I said be. Hold on, this is important. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me like I got killed for that, Brooklyn. And my only point is, again, I love Angel Reese. She is 1 of 1 in the WNBA. There's no female basketball player like Angel Reese. I can say that till I'm blue in the face, but as soon as I'm objective about her, I get smashed and I get.
Let me tell you why.
I get called an op. I get called an op. Like, wait a minute, man.
Be real.
So
hold on.
Go ahead, Brooklyn. Go ahead.
This is very important. What I'm about to say. That's why.
Hey, man.
Listen, so here's the thing. Here's the thing, Be Well. And you already know when you said it. Remember, I said I don't have no issue with it, but you're gonna get killed.
I know you didn't.
I said you're gonna get killed. But here's the reason why. You gotta be able to read the room. What I'm saying today, I wouldn't have said then. And here's the reason why. Angel, remember what I said about the toxic relationship. Angel was in a toxic relationship at that point. And you made the statement then. Where everybody's gonna look at you crazy at that point. Like, don't you see? Like, that's almost like that. Give you a real life example. Disclaimer: I hope nobody's going through this, but that's almost like a one. But I'm only using this because we know these situations happen. We all have seen them. That's almost like a woman that's in an abusive relationship that keeps going back. But you say but you make the statement at that point before she's out the relationship, and you say something like, you know. But sometimes she say things that might make make you mad. Like it's like, whoa, wrong time. Wrong. Point.
That's different.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. Wrong time to say it. Even if you're right. Even if So what I'm saying is, at that point, Angel Reese was with an organization that didn't take care of her. Right? She was with players. Like it was just real dysfunctional. So you say it then, and it sounds crazy, and it did. But now, when you're in a healthy environment, and then now you can start pointing out things like, hey guys, maybe we're not maybe our fandom for Angel Reese is detrimental to the team now.
But
right now you could say it. No, you're right. But that's a trauma, and that's the PTSD they need to let go of because they still think they in Chicago. You know what I'm saying?
So again, Brooklyn. So again, I'm glad you said it that way, Brooklyn, because again, why should I, as a person who is looking at this rationally, why should I have to read the room when I make a rational statement?
Yeah, wait. What you?
I'm gonna tell you what. Hold on.
Let me land because I wasn't finished. Why should I have to read the room when I make a rational statement? If you're telling me that I have to read the room when I make a rational statement, what you're saying is that the rest of the people, the room is irrational.
But it depends.
Okay.
It also depends.
Okay, hold on. I love it.
The room is irrational.
Wait, let me respond. Let me respond to the room is irrational. Let me respond to it.
Can I respond to it?
So listen. Wait. Hold on. I want all of us to respond. We all gonna have our floor. So here's the thing.
I love this conversation. I love this.
Here's the thing. No, this is perfect. Here's the thing, Be Well. And this is not a diss to you. This is just me saying, because I'm like that too. I'm the person that will say things when it's uncomfortable if it's the truth. Right?
And Brooklyn, and funny you say that because there were a couple of things I wanted to say the last couple of days, and I bit my tongue. But go ahead, Brooklyn.
Thank you. You gonna get the chance to say it. Just let me finish. Please.
I will only say one thing, Brooklyn. The truth. You said the truth, right? For me, again, I always come from the perspective, the truth as I see it, right? So go ahead.
Please just let me get this out because it's gonna make sense.
Yeah.
It's gonna make perfect sense.
I believe you.
So you said the room is irrational, and you said that why should you have to repeat? Because I don't want to misquote you. What did you say? Why would you have to what if the
I'm saying if we can agree that I'm being rational.
Right, not the irrational part. You saying that you shouldn't have to something. I forgot what you said. The sentence you said before that you said the irrational thing. You said you shouldn't have to.
No,
he said
statement
if he has
was
to watch what he says, then that means the room is irrational. Is what he
right.
said.
But he said something before that. I'm saying, what did you say before that? You said it doesn't matter. You said something before that. I was trying to get you because I forgot. I didn't want to misquote you.
No. All I was saying was in myself is correct. All I'm saying is if I'm being rational in my assessment, why should I have if I have to read the room before I speak? That means that the room is irrational.
You said why did you have to read the room? That's what you said. Okay.
Yeah. If what you're saying is rational, why do I have to read the room if what I'm saying is rational?
Let me explain. So, and like I said, this is not a diss to you. This is just the best way. This is just the best way I can explain it. I'm just like
never take it personal.
All right. I'm just like you in the aspect. I will say something that's uncomfortable in a room if it's the truth, but I also know that I have the ability to explain it. That even if everybody's against me, I'm gonna do one or two things. I'm gonna explain it in a way where people go, "Oh, I see why you said that," or nobody's gonna see why I said that, and I'm really just not gonna give a fuck. I'm gonna be like, "Well, it's the truth, 100%. And y'all get it. Y'all get it when y'all get it. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all figure it out when y'all figure it out." So I have that type of skin to not care what people think, but 9 times out of 10, I'm good at explaining myself. So even if everybody's against me, people at the end of me explaining myself, people's gonna go, "Oh, I see why you said that." And if you're gonna do that, then yeah, have at it. That's when you do that. I was there the same way Henry was there. You said what you said at a wrong time, and you didn't really like explain it in a way where people could understand. So it was just like, I mean, people was mad at you at the time. I remember people
Brooklyn, but if you remember,
and hold on. And if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, B. Will, because this was a while ago. I even forgot this situation. I think this was coming off the hills of you saying some other things and some other lives where people was like, because I remember, I think I was even making a joke of, we gotta question B. Will on this one. Like I think I remember something like that where you were saying a line of questionable things in a row. And then people was just kind of like, all right, we done with B. Will at this point because you kept on saying shit.
Let me just
hold 1 second, MSL, just so I can respond to that part because it was an actual conversation. So what happened, Brooklyn, in my recollection, in my perspective, what happened was as soon as I said Angel Reese colored glasses, nobody listened to anything that I said. I didn't get a chance to explain anything about what I was actually talking about, right? So maybe 100%, you might be right. I chose the wrong words in that moment, but as soon as I said that, the whole freaking crowd
I don't even see
me.
why people would have been mad at that just because you said rose-colored glasses.
For context, do you remember?
Exactly,
do you remember?
MSL.
Hold on. For context, do you remember
going on?
Hold on, really quick. For context, do you remember like what we was talking about? Like what the conversation was about? Okay,
yes, I do. 100% I do, Brooklyn. We were talking about it was Unrivaled. It was the first season of Unrivaled, and it was the first couple games. It was like 2, 3, maybe at the most 4 games in Unrivaled that had been played, right? And there was another dude on. I can't remember his name. But he was a white guy. He was actually a white Southern guy. He was awesome.
Was it awesome. The refs? It was something with the refs?
No. It wasn't anything with the refs.
This was before her and Chelsea figured it out on how to play with each other because it took
Yeah,
about.
it was MSL. It was literally
I wasn't
three
there, so
to
I'm asking.
it was literally 3 to 4 games in, right? And so the point was through those first 4 games, the Rose had not been performing, right?
No, they were
And all
500,
the
or
and
were they
all
0-4?
the and all the Angel Reese fans were blaming it on everybody else except Angel Reese. And Angel was exempt from any blame in it, right? And for me, it was like, number one, it's a team.
I'm not letting you. I'm
Chemistry,
not letting you. I'm not letting you do this,
chemistry.
B1.
What really happened?
Let me
Let me know. What really
let me
happened, bro?
finish. Let me finish, Brooke. So here, hey, MSL, the fact that you saying let me know what really happened, Brooklyn, means that you're not actually listening to what I'm
No, the
saying,
way Brooklyn
because
responded. That's why I said that.
you haven't even heard my take on it. So
I'm
anyway,
just having fun with Brooklyn, but go ahead.
everybody was in Brooklyn can attest to this 100%. It was all the blame was everybody else, and none of the accountability was Angel Reese. And so my standpoint was that for me, what I expect from Angel Reese was not performing up to my expectations of Angel Reese. Now, on the other hand, dang, I can't remember what the guy's name was. But he was cool. His perspective was that maybe 3-on-3 is not the game for Angel. Like, so for me,
Well,
during
he
the
was wrong about
conversation,
that. He was
yeah,
wrong about
so
that.
he was. So during that conversation, he and I were congruent on certain things, but on that point, for me, it's 4 games. It was 3 to 4 games. I could never make that assessment. Oh, 3-on-3 is not the game for Angel. No, I could never make that assessment on Angel Reese off of 3 games. My standpoint was at where what I was seeing in the games.
Was it pro? Was
Angel
it pro
not,
fan talk? Was it coach? Pro fan talk?
No, it was the usual suspects, man. Back then, Brooklyn. It was I don't remember whose actual stream it was, but it was it was HD, I think was in there. Uh Prince actually came on after I said something. After I said what I said, he came on to contradict me. And
I was talking about who said that I was talking about who said the 3-on-3 was an Angels game person. I was saying,
man, I can't remember his name. But he was cool. Like he like in general, he was a cool dude. He had good takes. This particular take, it was way
you remember
premature.
how he looked? He had a ball head.
No, no. That's Rudy. That's Rudy. Who you think about? It wasn't Rudy. No, fuck no. Rudy was I tried to be on Rudy. I tried to be objective for Rudy, and Rudy fucking proved me wrong. And I agree. I admitted to that shit later.
Wow.
But it wasn't Rudy. Oh man,
Okay.
this dude was cool. Everybody was cool with him.
Let me ask you a question, B. Will, because I really don't remember. I'm gonna be honest with you. You bringing back memories, but I really don't remember. But what I do remember is around that time, people didn't like her. People didn't like her coach, right?
No, they were killing fucking Nola Henry.
They didn't like Nola. They didn't like Nola at that time. They didn't like how Nola was playing her.
There was some issues
and I remember, and I think I remember something. Be well. I remember something with the refs. I remember it was something with the refs.
She got thrown out. She got ejected.
Right. Yeah, it was something. It was something happening.
No, this had nothing to do with that.
She was the first unrivaled player to get ejected, and she didn't do anything crazy to get ejected.
And it had that Mexican ref, that lady. She don't like.
So a lot of fans.
Brooklyn, it had nothing to do with that. That hadn't happened yet.
I just remember those things happening. I remember those things happening. But I remember for context, but this is why I said I can't let you get away with it. And you're gonna appreciate this, MSL and Be Well, because it's gonna bring back to what we started with. You remember earlier in the conversation where you said that you You ain't see no fouls in a tempo game. So you gotta understand what other people. You gotta understand what
specific play.
Right. But you gotta understand what other people watch the Unrivaled. Maybe it was some things that they saw that you ain't see. Because you saying that
understood.
So maybe other people felt like Angel was being fouled, and you were saying things like we got Angel colored glasses on. So yeah, people gonna be mad like you don't see what's happening to Angel.
Yeah, because in that tempo game, I've heard people say they rewatched the game and they said every time she had the ball in the first or second quarter, she got fouled multiple
every
times.
Time. And you said you ain't see it not one time. She got fouled damn near every time.
No. I didn't say I didn't see it
what happened. That's exactly. That's
I'm talking about between her and Izzy. You saying without Izzy. I'm talking about between her and Izzy. Every time they had confrontations, it was extra physical. And you saying you ain't see that.
Izzy wasn't the only one that fouled her. She also got fouled by Mabry. She got fouled by a tall girl, and she got fouled by someone else.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, B. Will. I didn't hear your presentation. I came in the middle, but based off what I saw, it's a credible thing to say yes, she was beat up that entire first and second quarter. I think I also heard you talk about their relationship. Quite honestly, I agree with what Brooklyn said. I think that Angel just went to play ball, right? Izzy was very, very, very excited, playing her harder than I've seen her play anyone on both offense and defense, that as far as I can remember with Izzy. And I think Angel was just doing her. Now, if I wanted to give one criticism of Angel, I think other people would disagree. But I'm just trying to show that,
that's Chris. I'm sorry to cut you off, MSL. Somebody in the chat said it was Chris. Yeah, Chris is my guy. He's super cool. Get MSL.
So the only thing I'd say is I think Angel may have taken what Izzy was doing a little personal, in the sense where, even though the argument was made that Izzy got so lost in the sauce that she got herself thrown out and didn't help her team, whatever, I could make the argument that maybe Angel got a little lost in the sauce as well, and maybe she should have kicked the ball out a little more instead of trying to take Izzy each time she got the ball. Because if you're being fouled that much and the refs are not calling the foul, then maybe you should kick it out to your and there are times that she did do that, and they were, in fairness, they were missing shots. At that point in the game, the shooters were missing their shots. But I do agree, though, that if the refs would have called even half those fouls, then she would have, it wouldn't have escalated to where it was. And I also blame Izzy in the sense where Angel Reese ain't got nothing to do with where you are in your WNBA career. Quite honestly, because whether it was injuries or what, you've been riding the bench and been a backup your whole career, right? You were riding the bench in New York. You're riding the bench now in Toronto because Sabali's not hurt, so you're starting. It's kind of like,
I think she started in Dallas before she got to Chicago. I think. I'm not sure.
It's kind of like when Marina Mabry left and she said, I want to go to a winning team. Okay, so you get traded to Connecticut. They suck. And now you took a
well, no, she got what she wanted. They was winning for half a year. So she got what she wanted.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then you take $1 million contract to go on an expansion team. So it's like, so Mabry can't complain about losing. And
she made her bed.
Right. And I don't even have to ask you, B. Will. I'm sorry, B. Will. Brooklyn, I think you'll agree with me. Like, whatever Izzy was going through, it was childish. It was dumb. It was stupid. Like, it makes no sense, because Angel Reese don't got nothing to do with where you are in your career.
MSL, to your point, especially when you add in the age of both players.
Right. You're 32.
So let me ask you.
Go ahead, B. Will.
So let me ask you this. What makes you so sure? What makes you so sure that Izzy was harboring bitterness toward Angel Reese?
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, because I heard Brooklyn answer. No. I want to answer your question. You can respond, but I want to answer your question. Because I can flip it back on you and say, why do you think Izzy did not?
I don't have. So again, I don't.
But we do. But we have. If we go by public information, the public information says Izzy has the problem with Angel, not vice versa.
Since you didn't let me finish, go ahead and please explain to me what makes you so sure that Izzy was extra aggressive toward Angel Reese. Please explain to me.
Okay, I'll answer your question as far as what I saw in the court, and I'll answer your question as far as what we've heard. We all know
please don't tell me what you heard, because that's hearsay, and that's
no. When I say heard, it's directly from Izzy. I'm talking about what we heard from Izzy, directly from Izzy.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the press conference Izzy did?
Of course I am.
Okay, so she obviously had issues.
I'm an Angel Reese fan.
Yeah, but B Will.
Of course I am. That's the thing.
Normally this is stuff that I don't care about because I call this woman stuff. But in the context of your question, I got to bring it up. Izzy obviously had issues for whatever reason with Angel and her alleged fans. So I think the whole thing is stupid because we know that she and Dana were part of the demise and removal of Teaspoon because when Jeff said the players don't like her or the vets don't like her, he was talking about Izzy and Teaspoon. Can we agree on that, B-Will?
First of all,
just answer the question, B-Will.
So ask the question one more time so I can make sure I clearly answer you.
We already know that Izzy and Dana complained about Angel without mentioning her by name and mentioned her so-called alleged fans that they claimed they were arguing with online, though that's silly and childish and stupid to me. And then this is the question you need to hear. And then when Jeff P. Pagliacca said that there are veterans that don't like Teaspoon on this team, he was speaking about Dana and Izzy. Will you agree on that?
I agree on that, but I will also interject that we have no fucking idea if it was limited to Dana.
And that's fine. That's fine. It could also be Mabry. Who knows? That's fine. But
it could be Mabry. It could be E-Will. It could be anybody, dog.
Based off what we saw on the basketball court in Toronto, the way I describe Izzy is that she was frothing at the mouth like a rabid dog, I
agree. First of all, let me interject. I'm gonna let you keep going. I agree. Hold on. I agree. I just want to add something that Angel said. So this is actually to your point, B. Will, and this is to your point too, MSL. Really, Angel. If you listen to her press conferences when she talk about Chicago, she don't give no vet credit, right? She always say, "I didn't have a vet." So that shows you right there that she don't. I think that I'm gonna really be honest. I think because this was, if you remember at that time, the only vet that they would give credit to as the rookies was Diamond and Shields. But remember, Diamond and Shields went to the All-Star game to support Angel. Remember, nobody else did. You get what I'm saying? So I think Diamond and Shields was really her only real vet that held it down and didn't hate on her. But outside of that, I don't think Angel liked none of her vets. I think she felt like they all kind of didn't, fuck with her for real. So that's
now
from
in regards to B-Will's question.
Hold on, real quick, MSL. No disrespect. Hold on, real quick. In regards to that, Brooklyn, you get no real argument from me because all I said was it wasn't limited to Izzy and Dana.
No, that's why I said this kind of y'all both right. Right, you saying that it's more vets, but he broke it down to two. But y'all both saying the same thing.
The reason why
I never said that Izzy wasn't a shitty vet.
The reason why Izzy gets focused in this discussion is because what we saw and what took place, and B Will is entitled to disagree. I don't have a problem with that. But what I saw, and come on, we've all watched Angel play the last couple of years. What I saw from Izzy is from how she played Angel to her response and her reaction. I thought it was disgusting. And anyone who's a fair-minded person who looks at this, they can see she was the one with the issue, not Angel. Angel deals with this every day, right? Every day. So this is nothing for her to have players who come after her and who want to play hard against her. That Aaliyah Boston is going to have her Super Bowl against Angel on Thursday and Saturday, because she mammy and she want to go to try to prove to Massa that she gonna go out there and assault the little black girl. We don't know what's gonna happen.
Really quick. Really quick, let me interject. This is quick too, but this is to y'all point. They showed another angle of the what happened with Toronto just before Izzy got ejected. Kia Nurse, who's another
Yeah, she had
Angel vet,
said she had made a comment, right?
she walked over to Izzy and told Izzy, "Good job."
Right.
It's just like all the Angel vets hate her.
Right, and apparently,
listen.
right, and suppose, right,
Hey,
right,
Brooklyn,
and Mabry and Marina Mabry said, "Good for you," or something like that. Had made a comment similar as well. So
pause action. Pause.
I didn't see that.
Action.
Hold on. Before you say that, be well, I will say this. Hold on. Look, this will give Marina credit. Yeah.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, this will give Marina credit. Now I don't know how much stake you put into this, or how much weight you put into this, I should say, but when Angel and Marina was at Unrivaled, this is like a year ago. Angel put the camera on Marina and said, I think this is the first shit, and said, am I the reason why you left? And they both was laughing and kikiing, like, no, like it's like everybody assumed her and Angel had a problem, but it might have been Marina and Kennedy, or you know what I mean, it might have been something else that, you know. So Angel and Marina kind of squashed the beef then. With that said, I mean, you could read into what you want, because Dermot. Hold on, I mean, let me land with this. During the Toronto game, it did look like Izzy was. I mean, Marina was in cahoots with Izzy, but you could just read into that. That's their teammates, and like you said, B, where they just trying to execute the game plan. Because I don't think Marina has bad blood with Angel. I think they're cool, but a lot of other vets don't like Angel.
No. Hold on, MSL. Hold on, MSL. Because I have to comment on this, because you just said that Kia Nurse told Izzy Harrison, "Good job for what she did to Angel Reese," right?
Yeah.
You said that, right?
I said that, but he agreed.
Okay, y'all. So y'all both agreed that Kia Nurse did that. Said good job for what Izzy Harrison did to Angel Reese, right?
I got the video. Okay,
bet. I'm so glad you do. Right? Because you're using that to affirm a narrative.
Are you a big fan of Isabella Harrison, B. Will? Just curious. Are you related to her?
No, I'm not related to her. So what Brooklyn will tell you, listen, I am a WNBA fan. There are very, very few WNBA players that I don't like, that I actively don't like, right? There are very few. I want to see them all do well.
Yeah,
I just stole one.
Yeah, but this is...
Courtney Vandersloot and Azurá Stevens. Go ahead. I hate them.
Yeah, but it's not. But here's the thing, right?
Hey, MSL. Let me lay my plan. Because y'all said that it's a bad thing that Kia Nurse told Angel Reese. That told Izzy Harrison, "Good job for what she did to Angel Reese."
I'll stand on that.
Which one of you MFers? Which one of y'all had the same energy when Angel Reese jumped up and celebrated what Kennedy Carter did to Caitlin Clark? Where was y'all's energy for that? Did you have an issue with that?
Okay, I love you brought this up. Let me respond first, and then I give you the floor, MSL. For me,
did you have an issue with that?
What Kennedy did wasn't a flagrant foul. To me, that was a flop. No, it wasn't, bro. No, it wasn't. You could go back. I got the video. I think I got the video on my chat. You could go back and look at that. Kennedy bumped her. She shouldn't even hit the ground. And we know today that Caitlin flops. We know she flops. So at that time,
I'm sorry. My bad, Brooklyn. My bad.
You good. At that time, a lot of people. Listen, we just spoke about the Clarkies. Caitlin can't do no wrong in her eyes. So they're gonna feel like if she fell, she deserved to fall. We know she be flopping at this point. I knew at that point, but a lot of people, maybe she fooled some people. That bump wasn't warranted enough to hurt Caitlin. The arm over your neck, you could have injured Angel. So yeah, I'm not condoning, but it's certain what AT did to Angel was more in line with that, and I don't condone certain things, like certain hits. I don't condone, no. But if it's like if it's a little hit and you looking at the person like get up, get up. All right. Just like, I don't know if you just watched a game with the Fever in Connecticut, B. Will. Caitlin did the same thing again with BG. She just hit the ground and laid there for 5 minutes. She laid there for 5 seconds, and Stephanie White had to tell her to hold on, wait, MSL. You got, because I'm gonna shut up after this. Stephanie White had to tell her get up and get back on defense. So yeah, on those plays, no, it's not the same. B. Will, like
Brooklyn,
not the same energy. I'm done. Get it, MSL. I'm done.
To respond to that, Brooklyn, whether Caitlin Clark flops or not is irrelevant. What Kennedy Carter did was not really a basketball play.
Take it off her feet, it's an entirely different thing. Angel could have broke her tailbone, broke her hip.
Cut it out, man. Cut it out.
No, B-Will, come on,
because
man.
Listen. MSL.
If you don't see the
let me just ask you this real quick question, man. If Angel Reese had done the same thing to Izzy Harrison, how would you feel about it?
I wouldn't like it. I'd have a problem. I would not sell it.
You wouldn't like it, but would you have the vitriol? You wouldn't like it, but would you have the vitriol?
I would have an issue.
Yeah,
yes, I don't like it.
Would you have the vitriol?
I'm not a fan. I'm answering your question.
Would you call Angel Reese a dirty player for it?
I would.
I'm answering your question. What I'm saying,
I wouldn't call her a dirty play. I would say that's a dirty play. I would say that's a dirty play.
Thank you. People are calling Izzy Harrison a dirty player.
I don't think she's a dirty player, though. I don't think that.
I think
she went into that game with an agenda, and she accomplished it.
A chip on her shoulder is not the same as an.
I don't think. All right, so let me say that. Hold on, let me say this. When I say agenda, I don't think that. I don't. Hold on, MSL. I don't think she meant to flagrant to Angel. When I say agenda, I don't think she knew she was going to do that. But I think she had an agenda to go into this game and be super physical with Angel. And that's what she did. And it ended up how it ended up because the refs didn't step in.
Right, and I think there's two things. I think the trash talk got her incited, and the fact that the refs didn't police the game properly, she just got into a frenzy and like a rabid dog, because I don't care what you say, B. Will, when Angel missed those 2 free throws, and Isabella was on the sidelines. First of all, she should have already been out the game because technically you're not supposed to be in the arena. And she's there laughing at Angel. I saw that someone out of control.
You would have done that shit too.
Be well, Henry.
She was frothing at the mouth like a rabid dog.
You would have done that shit too.
She looked possessed. She looked possessed.
Hey, really quick.
No, she didn't.
Really quick. I'm not trying to interrupt. I want y'all to keep going. I'm just letting you know, Be well, Henry has a question for you in the chat. Be well.
What do you ask?
Because you want to bring up CC. He got a question for you.
Let me look because that's all perspective. What did you say? Talk about elbow to Kennedy Carter head from CC that took place before the push and the back. Listen, man, I agree with that, Henry. I agree with that. But if you look at the fucking play. If you look at that, if you agree that there was precipitating events that happened before Kennedy Carter pushed Caitlin Clark, then you have to look at the fucking play, man. It was literally 3 to 5 seconds before Angel Reese elbowed Izzy in the face.
I didn't see
Cut it out.
I gotta see that. People keep saying that she elbowed her. I didn't see it. I gotta see it. And I'm objective. If I say it, I'll say she elbowed her. But
I said it 2 hours. I said it 2 to 3 hours ago.
No, I heard you. You're not the first person I heard say that though. So I heard it before. I just didn't see it.
It wasn't. I don't think it was intentional. I don't think Angel was trying to elbow Izzy in the face, but the shit happened, and that affects you as a player, dog. If somebody elbows you in the face, whether they meant to or not.
But you're trying to make it sound like Izzy's the victim here. Come on.
I'm not. No, that's not what I'm saying. I never said that, MSL. I never said Izzy is the victim.
See that, but let's even say it happened. Okay, how many times did Izzy hit? And how many times did Angel get hit in the face, hit in the neck, hit in the back, hit in the elbow? She even got hit in her titties. Pardon the expression.
They all get hit in the titties.
You're not going to get like if you said this, on another channel, they would come down on you 10 times harder than you said that happened with Chris and Unrivaled, because these are the sort of things that get people really hot and bothered. Even if that's not your perspective, that's fine, because I've watched a lot of Angels games, and I did notice that this was way more physical and way more personal for Izzy, based off of just how she guarded her. You keep asking the question about Izzy. We've seen Izzy play before. She's very nonchalant.
You just made me MSL. You just made me think of something.
Go ahead.
Hold on, MSL. Hold on. This is to the point. MSL just made me think of something. This goes back to my point, and it's funny how God works, right? Bring things full circle. This goes back to my point of you reading the room, right? Because you just said that before you watched the game, this is earlier before MSL got on, you said that you've been seeing things where people were saying that the game was chippy, correct?
Yep.
So you were seeing things where people were saying it's chippy. Everybody in the chat, including myself and MSL, is telling you we saw things that was happening that you said that you didn't see. You said you saw it with other players, but you didn't really see it between Izzy and Angel, right? You saw it when you basically saw it at the point where Angel smacked the ball, and then you saw
it was shockingly boring.
But my point in that is you not reading the room correctly, apparently, right? Because you keep saying, hey. People said it was chippy, but when I watched the game, I ain't see no chippy. It was a regular game.
That's not what we saw.
From your vantage point, you seeing a regular game. Everybody else is seeing chippiness. So you're not really seeing what's right in front of you. Like you're not seeing it. And I'm not trying to knock it. Like you already know our conversation from earlier. I stand on what I stand on, meaning that, hey, your opinion is your opinion. Hold on. I'm landing with this. Your opinion is your opinion is your opinion, and I respect your opinion. That's how I feel, even though I disagree.
I respect,
even though I disagree. So you know how I feel about, but I'm just giving you that read the room perspective. I'll land my plane with that.
But both 100%. Will and Brooklyn, I'm going to run, but I just want to say this.
Don't leave. Please don't leave right now. And then MSL, because I really have something that I want to show you all.
Let me just say
let's do this. Hold on. Let's do this. I'm going to end the show because we all going to leave then. What we're going to do is we're going to wrap up everything that we're saying now. We're going to wrap it up, and then we're going to and I'm going to end the show. Let me say this, though, really quick before y'all go. For future references for everybody, if you want to join my panel, I appreciate it. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I appreciate it if you could be on camera. So do whatever you got to do, wash your face, whatever the case may be. But seriously, only because it makes for a better show. When people watch it, they rather see us interact and see the picture. You understand what I'm saying? So I appreciate that, B-Will. Yeah. So for future reference, let's try to do the show where we on camera so that when people watch, because somebody might say, hey, I'm going to watch this tomorrow, and it's more entertaining for them to see us interact. But yeah, the floor is yours.
Hey, listen, I really go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, because I never really addressed what he said. Let me see if I remember it. Oh, okay, I remember. From the places that I go to, the overwhelming majority of Angel fans that I see, they seem to be very level-headed, because if they weren't, I probably wouldn't converse with them or be on those sites, because I don't want to be around a bunch of idiots myself. Now, within those sites, I would say maybe a small percentage is like everything is like a conspiracy against Angel, and I can't always go for that. But those people, occasionally, sometimes you respond and say, nah. But most of the time you just ignore them. Just like that site we talked about earlier, Brooklyn, where they're getting into this person don't like this person's trying to keep this person out, this person want this So for example, on that website, I actually went on the website and I said, I can agree with this and I can agree with that, but in no world is Nas Hillman going to start over Bree Jones or Angel Reese. That's just not going to happen, because in this quote unquote conspiracy, Ryan and Leash and Nas are trying to figure out a way to keep Nas in the starting lineup, which is stupid because Nas came off the bench last year. So, and she signed knowing she was going to come off the bench this year. So the whole thing is just dumb because they all signed knowing that Angel was coming. So but guess what? She's entitled to her opinion, right? If that's what she thinks, that's what she thinks. I just look at it a lot like girl talk, mean girl talk. This person don't like this, and I can't get down with that because I'm a dude. So I'll get down with that. But if that's her shtick and that's what she wants to do, fine. I do think she has some very good points. She has a layman's woman's point. She has a round the way girl woman point and stuff like that. But I think, and for those who want to do that, that's fine. But I think the overwhelming majority of quote unquote angel or angel based sites that I'm on, the hosts are very open minded and the guests are also very open minded. I'm sorry you had that experience, B. Will, but kind of what Brooklyn was saying earlier, there's a difference between irrationalism and emotionalism. When something bad happens to Angel, yes, you're going to get people at that time who are very sensitive, like with this whole Izzy thing. So if you would have made some of these comments today on another site, yeah, people would have came down on you because as we saw it, Angel was being manhandled by Izzy and the refs didn't call anything, but then every little touch foul was blown against Angel. That's what we saw for the most part. Not saying that some of the stuff you're saying is not true, but the overall majority of that's what we saw. So if you would have made similar comments on another site, yeah, people would have came down on you. And that's what Brooklyn meant when he said you got to read the room, because there are things that I want to say sometimes and I go, nah, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to deal with all the whatever. It's not that you're afraid to say it. It's just that at that moment, you don't want to necessarily deal with the repercussions of making that comment, or sometimes it's not necessary because it's not going to further the overall agenda of what you're discussing that day, of what you're trying to do. It's kind of like now, right? We're saying we're going to get off soon. So it would be like me making a comment that would keep us on another 2 hours. Like, would that make any sense? No, especially if we're trying to go to sleep or get up in the morning. So it's just something you would hold to yourself until next time.
I will say this too before you go, B. Will, to MSL point. I go through something like we all got our things, I guess, on here. I go through something different. So what I notice is because I'm the type of person that challenge people, and when I challenge people, I don't be like, yo, I want to prove you wrong or debate. I just logically, if you say something that don't make sense to me, I'm gonna be like, well, I don't agree with that, and then I'm gonna say my point, right? What I notice is because I do that, people. And also that plus I'm confident. I'm a confident person, you could tell. People tend that don't have confidence in themselves, right? So not you brothers, obviously, you brothers don't mind. Me and you've been on the panels before, B. Will, and me and you've been on the panels before on Bro Claw's channel. So we've been on the panels before together and we all just, do our thing. But I notice a lot of times when certain people is on a panel with me, I don't say it, but I notice it. I'm like, oh, this person want to challenge me because it gives them like, they feel like, oh, I can't let 80s prove me wrong or whatever the case may be. And it's like, that don't even be my angle sometimes. Sometimes my angle is just getting to the truth because I'm a truth teller. But I notice some people just like they want to battle me. They get on here because they feel like, oh, I gotta prove he can't prove me wrong. It's like it turns into something. I'm like, all right, I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? It turns into a fight, and it's like I'm not trying to fight you, dog. Like
I'm not trying to fight you.
And that's why I try to diffuse a lot of things too, because I notice even like with Tiffany Cole, people keep saying you and Tiffy. I agree with Tiffy. Like, please don't make it a thing. Like just because she may say something I disagree. Bro Claw says things I disagree with, right? Everybody says things. Like one thing, I'm gonna just tell y'all one thing I think that's crazy that people need to stop saying. Bro Claw and ADP says this. I heard Bro Claw say it when ADP say it a lot, and I love both of these people. Shout out to Bro Claw, shout out to ADP. But everybody not right. They be thinking like, yo, they be talking about ain't no wrong answers. Yes, there is, especially when you talk about sports. Somebody's wrong. Like, let's get to the truth. Yeah. This ain't everybody the trophy. Somebody wrong. Like, if we all right, we could all be right, but every one of us, including myself, could also be wrong sometimes. And when you're wrong, you need to admit it. We can't get on here thinking like everything everybody say is right. We got to stop. That's not on my channel. That's on their channels. I guess they want to protect feelings or whatever the case may be. That's cool. But I don't like the fact that they say that because that's not true. Like, don't have people walking around like you can say anything and you're never wrong. No, think about what you say. And sometimes when you think about what you say, later on, somebody like B. Will or MSL might make a point. You might be like, they're right. I agree with that. I was wrong. Right? Like, you can be wrong.
And it's okay for people like B Will to have their opinion or a contrarian opinion. Like it's not a mob where if you don't like it, people are. But at the same time, to Brooklyn's point, when reading the room doesn't mean you can't say certain things. It just means like after something emotional, right? If you make certain comments, you're essentially throwing gasoline on a flame, and so it may need to be
like I said, either to your point,
said, or you don't say it at all.
No, you said it. You said it right there. You putting gasoline on a flame, so you either gotta diffuse that flame right away,
right.
or say I don't give a fuck if this, I don't give a fuck if this motherfucker burn down.
Burn the house, burn the damn house down. Exactly.
Hey, listen, and that's me, dog. That is me, and that was me in that moment. Because at the end of the day, if I'm being rational, and you tell me to read the room, that means you think the room is irrational. If you agree that I'm being rational, and you tell me to read the room,
that's the thing. Depending on what happens, it can be emotional and not irrational. Okay, let's get an example. We all have temporary insanity. We all have temporary insanity.
I've been real quiet. Again, if you're telling me that you understand that I'm being rational, and you're telling me to read the room, that means you understand that the two of us understand that the room is irrational right now.
So I think that's a rational way for you to. I think that's a rational way for you to make it make sense. I ain't gonna let you get.
Listen. So let me. I'm gonna land my plane on this because I'm about to show y'all a clip because both of y'all have agreed that the chippiness started.
Well, you ain't trying to keep us up till 7
Stop. Let me finish. I really have been listening to Brooklyn and you. Let me finish. Because I'm about to show y'all, because both of y'all have agreed that the chippiness from Isabel Harrison started on the opening tip, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're looking at the television, what side of the court is Angel Reese on, and what side of the court is Isabel Harrison on?
From my TV, was she? I believe. Listen, this on the top of my head. I believe Izzy was on the left. I think she was on the left side, and Angel was on the right side.
Angel was on the right. Angel.
You talking about the tip off, right? You talking about tip off? Yeah, I believe. I'm it's off the top of my head, so I could be wrong, but I believe I remember Angel being to the right and Izzy being.
But don't
to the
they
left.
switch? But haven't they switch? But haven't they switch sides though? Because Angel can be on either side of the court.
No. We're talking about the opening tip, MSL. All right, so.
I don't
Angel
remember.
Reese.
I don't remember.
If we're watching the screen, Angel Reese is on the right side, and Izzy Harrison is on the left, right?
Left. Yeah, I said that.
On the tip,
we can see you. You want us to see the screen? We looking at you.
I'm gonna show you the screen in a second.
Okay,
I'm gonna show you the screen in a second. On the tip, which direction does the ball go?
I think Izzy won it. I think Izzy won it.
It goes
Izzy won the tip. Is Izzy won the tip? Did Izzy tip the ball to the right, or did she tip the ball to the left?
I think Angel I don't know.
The ball, but it went to a Toronto.
You asked too many questions for me.
So
I don't know.
Brooklyn, tell this man if he wants to break down this entire game, we could do this another day.
We can do this another day, but we're talking about one particular instance, right? The opening tip, because y'all both agree that the chippiness started with Izzy Harrison being overly aggressive on the opening tip, right?
I could be wrong, but that's what I remember. I remember
that's what y'all said, because y'all told me I was looking at it. I was biased when I started looking at it, right?
Well, I didn't see nothing in the tip off. I saw it on the first from when she was posting up down low. That's when I first saw it.
I'm gonna just tell you, MSL, earlier in this,
and I didn't say bias. Let's be clear.
Earlier on this stream, you agreed with Brooklyn that Isabel Harrison's energy was different on the opening tip.
Yeah, but neither one of y'all. Tip off is a metaphor, though.
Whatever.
From the beginning of the game.
No. For me, it was literal. For me, I was literal. I was literal.
Okay.
Right, but neither one of y'all can tell me which direction the tip went
Nigga, I seen the game one time. I don't got a photographic memory.
So that's my point, Brooklyn. That's my point.
The tip went away from Angel. No, I know exactly where the tip went. The tip went away from Angel towards her left in front of her, and one of the Toronto players had to go to the ground to get the tip. Right or wrong, B. Will?
Let's all watch it together, because what y'all told me was that Isabel Harrison's energy was different from the opening tip. Here we go. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Barely.
Can you see it now? Do you want me to pull out or push in?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Play it.
It's your argument, B. Will, was that Isabel Harrison did not do anything wrong in this game? Is that your argument?
No. But here we go.
What's your point?
I'm about to play.
Let's even say she did nothing. Let's even say she did nothing.
MSL, hold that thought. MSL, hold that thought. I'm about to play it.
Wait, I think I can make the camera bigger. Hold on, let me do this real quick.
Let me pause it. Okay.
I think if I do that, no, that made it smaller. Never mind. All right, let me go back.
Tell me when you're ready, Brooklyn.
All right, got it.
All right, here we go. What was extra about that tip-off?
Please tell me. Brooklyn. I didn't really see
what? You know what? Nothing, B. Will. It was I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
See,
listen, what I just said. Like, wait, what I just say? I commit when I'm wrong, right? I'm wrong, B.
Yeah,
it was nothing extra about the tip-off.
There was
the game.
Extra.
The game was played. The game was played like a regular game. I'm wrong, B. Will. If you're gonna use a tip-off, hold on. If you're gonna use just the tip-off, pause to prove that I was like it was no chippiness in the game. Come on, B. Will. What we doing?
No, Brooklyn.
But as I said, what I'm Brooklyn, doing. I was even, but I think the tip off was a metaphor. I said from the first post up. Okay, B. Well, show us the first post up by Angel then. Since you saw
no, we're gonna do this. Since y'all want to do this, I listen. This is cool with me. We could do another live. To MSL point, we not about to drag this thing out. For another hour. We're gonna do it. Man. Hold on, this gonna give you time. This gonna give you time to really have clips. We're gonna do another live, and we're gonna go through the clips of the game.
And I guarantee you, but look, he gonna be like, y'all was right.
No, MSL. Here's a good thing. We could all be wrong in the event. We all wrong, and B Will is right. He get to prove us right on another live. He get to prove himself right and tell us all we was wrong on another live. That's what we gonna do. But we about to go to sleep right now because it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, we going real quick. It was all good though.
Real quick.
So we love you, B Will. We love you.
Real quick. My point in doing that is that y'all told me.
I never argued the tip off. Can you please tell him that, Brooklyn? I never argued the tip off.
All right. So, okay. If you saying that now.
I said the first low post play.
Okay.
That's when it started.
That's fine. All right.
Then, that's a little weak sauce, people. I agree with Brooklyn. That's a little 100,
but 100%. Brooklyn told me that it started out. He saw the extra.
I still agree with what I said. Maybe it ain't look that bad right there. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like it's because I'm tired. I feel like it's because it's 4 a.m. and I want to go to sleep. Be honest with you.
It started at the opening tip. You told me that it started at the opening tip.
From what I remember,
you can argue with me, I see y'all later.
That's what I remember. I could be wrong.
I'm crazy.
B Will, I could be wrong. It's okay. I could be wrong, B Will. It's what I remember. I could have been wrong. I'm wrong. It's okay.
That's what I'm saying.
But you were trying sometimes.
You were trying to convince me that I was looking at the game from a biased perspective.
All I said was watch it one more time. That's all I said. I never said you was watching it from a biased perspective. You put words in my mouth. What I said was no, this is what I said. I can tell you exactly what I told you. What I said was sometimes people overhype things so that when we go watch it, we get disappointed. That's what I told you. I never said you was biased. I said I believe you believe what you saw. Whatever it is, yes, I did. I gave you the whole analogy about a movie.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Brooklyn. You didn't say those words. I'm agreeing with you. You didn't say those words.
All right,
gentlemen. Next time. I gotta go. Be Will. It was great. I'm glad we spoke.
Danielle,
once again,
hold on.
Be Will is not gonna keep me up till 6.
Yo, hold on. Danielle's stupid. She talk about did they even shake hands before the opening?
Look, Danielle, if that's your perspective, look, what I noticed before the opening tip off is that Izzy and Angel Reese, neither one of them, I'm sorry, both of them avoided eye contact with each other. That is documented in video. I can show you that too.
So that's tension.
What are you trying?
That's called tension, B. Will.
Which is exactly what I said.
What are you trying? What are you trying to imply?
That's exactly what I said, Brooklyn.
They don't have to like each other, B. Will.
That's exactly. But MSL, that's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but the difference
they don't like each other.
But the difference is that Izzy took it to another level. Will you agree with that?
That's an assumption. That's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. Then why did she get kicked out the game? Then why did she get kicked out the game?
Oh, come on, man! Because she committed a flagrant foul.
And you know why she got a flagrant 2? Because the refs knew that it was their fault.
No, that's not why she got a flagrant 2. She got a flagrant 2 because by the rules it was a flagrant 2. Stop it.
Yeah. So
MSL.
No, but MSL. You're not making an argument because even if the game was played to the Marquise of Queensberry rules up until that point, once you do a suplex on someone and they fall on their back, their hip, or something, and her knee is in her back, that's a very, very dangerous situation, and she could have got seriously hurt. B. Will, whether you agree with that or not, that's what we all saw.
It's not me disagreeing, MSL. Do you agree? Do you agree or not that when Angel Reese knocked the ball out of Isabel Harrison's hands on a dead ball, that should have been the tech? Do you agree with that?
It could have been, but why wasn't the tech when Izzy tried?
No. Do you think that should have been a tech?
It could have been. The reason why I say it could have been because they didn't call the tech on the other one either.
You're not answering my question. Do you think that should have been a tech?
If you want to say that, sure. But why wasn't the tech call with
It's not what I want to say. Is do you think? I'm asking you a very direct question. Do you think that should have been a tech?
Be well. By that logic,
you're not answering my question.
I just
answer
did. No, I just did.
MSL.
Appreciate what I'm about to say.
MSL. No. MSL.
Are you saying? Are you agree that no foul was called on Angel's behalf in the entire first half?
MSL.
See, you're not going to answer that, Brooklyn.
Did you answer my question?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I said should have or could have.
No, you didn't say that. You said it could have been. You said it could have been.
Brooklyn.
I asked you. Do you think it should have been a technical
Brooklyn?
foul?
The reason why I answered
don't ask Brooklyn.
They didn't call the tech when Izzy did it. So obviously they wasn't calling it. Period. That's why I responded the way I did. But my question
MSL, did you watch the game? Did you watch the game?
Yes, I did.
Then if you watch the game, then you know that Angel knocked the ball out of.
But you're not telling us anything we don't already know.
Stop. Let me finish. If you watch the game, then you know
she
that.
Knocked it out of her head, because she was getting hit in the head. She was getting hit in the neck. She was getting hit in the nose. She was getting hit in the face. Come on, B. Will, stop acting like you didn't watch. Because if you watch the game,
everybody subscribe to the channel.
MSL, you are not answering my question because at the end of the day,
if you enjoying the show, holla at me in the comments. If you watch this on the play,
subscribe.
MSL, you have not. Question. B-Will, I just have one question for you, B-Will. I just have one question. Do you agree with the refs that they did not call a foul on Angel Reese's behalf the entire first half? Do you agree with that?
Hey, MSL, I'll answer your question. Hey, MSL, I'll answer your question when you actually answer mine. Because you haven't actually answered my question.
A tech could have been called on both.
No, see, again, you're changing the parameters.
You're trying to win an argument. I'm just asking you a question.
No, I'm not.
The real issue is that no fouls were called on Angel Reese's behalf.
You're trying to tell me what the real issue is, and MSL, you're trying to tell me what the real issue is, and I asked you a simple question. Do you think
that when Angel Reese slapped the ball
just
at
one
Isabel,
small part of everything that happened.
Don't
like
try to overtalk me.
Don't
try to overtalk me. Answer the question as
Brooklyn,
asked.
read what this person said.
See, here you go deflecting. Everything
I'm not deflecting. I answered your question. That's not good enough for you.
No, you haven't answered the question. I asked you.
I said the ref could have called the tech, just like the ref could have called the tech on the other one. But you don't. Hey, but when I said to you,
MSL,
do you agree that no foul should have been called on Angel's behalf the entire first half? You don't want to answer that because you know
MSL. What was the question that I asked you?
You're beating a dead horse, B. Will.
No, what was the question that I asked you?
You asked me should a tech have been called when Angel slapped the ball out of her hand, right?
Yes, I asked you, do you think that a tech should have been called?
Not necessarily, but I can see if a tech would be called. Not necessarily because the refs weren't calling shit to begin with.
Do you think again, you're saying not necessarily. Right, not necessarily. That means you're projecting what you think or what you perceive is within a referee's.
If it was a different game,
capacity
if
to
it
call,
was a different game on a different court, then yes, I can see a tech being called. But the game wasn't being officiated. That's the problem.
You're avoiding my answer. You're avoiding my question.
You sound like a Martian who came from another planet who's discussing this game. The game that you saw is not the game that anyone else saw. You sound like E.T.
I asked you your opinion.
But you don't like my opinion. I gave you my response.
That's not an opinion. That's not your opinion.
I said to you, I'll repeat what I said. I said to you that I can see if Brooklyn, we're not going anywhere because he won't answer the foul question.
Yes, we are.
I will answer it as soon as you answer my question. As soon as you answer my question, I will answer your question.
Brooklyn, did I not answer his question? He didn't like it. I said I can see it.
Brooklyn, did he
attack? But the ref chose not to. What's your point, though?
Brooklyn, did he answer my question?
He's not answering it the way you want. He's saying yes. Go ahead.
No, he didn't say yes.
Let's move on.
He said within the parameters of a referee's limitations or capacity, a referee could have called a foul or they could not have called. I didn't ask him what a ref could do. I asked him his opinion. I said,
I said I can see it being called and not being called.
No. Again.
But when I asked you, do you think that Angel should not have got a foul call the full first half? You refused to answer that question.
Please, MSL, please understand that I'm not asking you what could have been called or what could not have been called.
You're filibustering. Yes, they stay in Congress, you're filibustering.
No, it's not a filibuster. I'm asking you your opinion.
All right, look, both of you. Hold on, be real quick. Y'all both got like 60 seconds to land.
I'm going to bed. You could talk to B-Will. I'm going to bed. It was
nice got 60. Y'all both got 60. Y'all got 60 seconds. Go ahead. I'm done.
B-Will, it's got nothing to do with you because I'm not going to stay here till 5 a.m. on the same question. As Brooklyn said, there is something.
Answered it.
B-Will, who cares? You don't think
I do because I'm asking the question of you.
A question. B-Will, all you're trying to do is make a point that nobody understands.
No, I'm not.
That's all you're trying to do.
Listen,
it's like so you're
accusing me of filibustering.
So you can feel better by saying what? Because at the end of the day,
I don't have an agenda.
But you do have an agenda. Your agenda is to be a contrarian.
I'm asking you a question.
And we don't care.
I'm asking you a question, and you haven't answered me.
But I did. You just don't like my response.
You didn't. I didn't ask you, could a foul have been called? Could a technical foul have been called? I asked you, do you think a technical foul should have been called?
You know how I'm going to answer that, B? Well, he's not going to like it, and I'm just going to shut the hell up and get the hell out of here. I think on that first one, no, a tech shouldn't have been called or didn't necessarily have to be called. But the one that Homegirl did, yeah, a tech should have been called on that one because at that point we knew the game was out of hand. win you the
What?
game
Get the fuck out of here, dog. If you think
I told you wasn't gonna agree with that.
If you think that Angel should not have been called for a technical for knocking the ball out of Isabel Harrison's hands, but you think that Isabel Harrison should have been called for trying to knock the ball out of
But isn't it
Angel Reese's
always?
hands,
But isn't it always the
then
retaliation that
you're
gets?
not.
But isn't it
being
always the
honest.
retaliation that gets caught? But isn't it always the
Stop
retaliation
it,
that
dog. Stop
Yo, with
it.
that said, yo, this was a
Stop it.
great show. Yo,
You
I
are
appreciate
full of-
everybody
Come on, man.
that came on the panel.
You're not-
I appreciate. Hold on.
You are being disingenuous.
Hold
You are being
on.
disingenuous.
Please let me get the
You are
floor.
being
Let me get the floor.
disingenuous.
Please. Hey, B Will, I appreciate you.
And so are you.
Hey, you've been with me. You've been on it from the beginning. B Will, we've been here for 5.5 hours. I appreciate you. This has been a long time. Hey, MSL, you came up here. You a big part of the show. Big portion of the show as well. I appreciate you. Shout out to Jonathan Gonzalez that came through. Shout out to Real Money that came through. I feel like I missed. Oh, shout out to Kappa who came through. Wasn't it one more? I'm not sure, but shout out to everybody.
Hey, you're a
who
real
came
GM
through.
guy, whatever you call him.
Shout out. Yeah, I said Real Money. I said Real Money.
Real money.
Shout out to everybody that was in the live chat, rocking with us, keeping it live. I can't remember everybody's name. Reddit, Milky Way, who raised you? Everybody that was in the chat, man. My boy Gamble.
And who raised you is right. We was killing his brain cells for sure. Or her brain cells for sure. I agree with that.
Today was a great show because everybody came with their opinion and everybody got their opinion off. You know what I mean? We gotta realize this ain't always gonna be. You know, we could disagree respectfully. We could all have our own opinions, right? It's cool.
MSL, love you, boy. Love you, boy.
Yeah, we gonna do this again. This is gonna
love you, boy.
This is gonna happen again. And listen, I'm gonna keep it 100. Yo, hold on. I'm gonna let y'all in.
The Angel fans attack on my site every day.
Hold on. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all last words too. Listen,
no, I'm done. I don't need to say nothing. I'm done.
We gonna do this again. It's up to y'all how often I do this, right? If y'all like this, then I come back and I find time to do it every day or every other day or whatever. You know, whatever the schedule is, we'll figure it out. But you know what I mean. Like I said, I'm not. This is mobile. I don't have my equipment. I got a full setup. I'm away from my equipment. So if y'all enjoy this, we'll make time. We'll do this. We'll have fun and talk about the W because we actually watch the games, right? We not talking about this thing and just talking about the narratives. We actually watch the game. So you getting real opinions from real fans that agree, disagree. Is gonna get, hectic sometimes, but that's all good. Like, I can handle that. You can see, we're gonna get back to some type of, it might get a little chaotic, but we're gonna get back to some type of order. You get what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody who sent me a super chat. I appreciate the love. Shout out to everybody who hit the like button. Shout out to everybody who subscribed to your boy. I appreciate it. Everybody in the chat. Good night. I appreciate everybody.
Good night, Will. Appreciate it.
All
right, Brooklyn.
Hey, MSL, love you, boy. Ain't no love lost. Ain't no love lost.
Not at all.
Great conversation.
Not at all.
Great conversations.
Thank you. All right, B Will.
Yep.